Welcome. Welcome back to Onelzaphon. Can you believe it? We're still here. There's been massive waves of zombie invasions. In fact, this hall is just jammed with zombies. Book rabbit legs, Kia feathers, animated and come back to life. Evil dwarven corpses. It's all quite nasty. But luckily we have this whole area we have trapped off. Blocked off, we should say. But this humble dwarf has an idea. We're going to create a trap. This trap is going to be the solution to our zombie problems. It's going to go down right next to the bedrooms to make a deep pit. And the first step is that the zombies will fall into the pit. Why don't we kind of consider what this is going to look like? So basically, we're going to do a little diagram, say, of what this pit's going to be. So we'll just move everything out of the way. Our collection of dwarven creations. And then we'll go right up here and we'll do kind of a conceptual drawing. Show you what it's going to be. So first we have the pit. There's going to be a door here. This is where the zombies come in. And then there's going to be a bridge. So it's a retractable bridge. So it's going to go across a pit. And we'll have solid walls on each side of this bridge. So you can kind of imagine this is inside a cavern of some type. So maybe we should just clarify that by putting kind of a big solid wall behind it. So yeah, this is our back wall. This is the door where the zombies come in. And then there'll be a roof above it. So we'll just do kind of a shadow to show this is where the roof goes. We'll do a somewhat soft shadow up here. Saying this is where the roof is, the ceiling rather. So the zombies will be fairly well enclosed. So this is our roof. Let's make some little explanatory notes here, just so everybody can really tell what's going on. So this is going to say zombies are this way. And then the dwarves are noble and industrious folk are going to be this way. Dwarves, sort of like that. So the dwarves will act as a sort of bait. Luckily the bait won't be put in danger. We'll just have this locked door here. So this locked door will be locked some of the time. And it's going to be the way that we lure the zombies in. So basically, we'll unlock the door when we want to lure them in. And then we'll write lockable door here. And then we'll unlock it when we want the zombies to... we'll unlock it when we want the zombies to come in, and we'll lock it once they get onto the bridge. And this is a retracting bridge. This is the first part. So this would be enough in itself. But we have more. We want to not just trap the zombies, as this design would do. We want to kill the zombies. And you might be thinking, well, why don't you use a dwarven atom smasher? You could use a bridge to squish them. Well, that would be great, but a lot of them are actually wearing steel armor. Steel armor sized for dwarves. And it would be lovely if we could get our little hands on that steel armor. As you know, it would supplement our lack of fancy gear. Being on a metamorphic layer of stone, best gear we can get is bronze. So underneath here, we have the pit. This is going to be a deep pit. Actually, not super deep. About 3 Z levels deep should be enough. Maybe only 2 even. And this is going to be where the zombies will spend the rest of their quote-unquote life. And we're going to try to make that life not so long. I'm going to try to make it pretty short. Okay, so this is the pit. And at the bottom of the pit, we have a dwarven miracle of engineering called a drawbridge. The drawbridge is basically going to act as a square, a wall, we'll say, that can appear and disappear at will. So we have the wall appear, and then anything standing on it will be launched into the air. Then we have it disappear, and the stuff can fall down again. Stuff in this case will be a bunch of zombies, yak corpses, things like this. A billy goat head, Kia feathers of the malignant variety. As you can see, this guy's got a steel helmet, a silver mace, steel chain leggings, an iron shield. Maybe rusted, but it's still good quality. It just needs a little polishing. So we're not going to go without that. We're going to gather it. So this bridge will appear, and then it will launch zombies up towards the roof. So let's just do a little zombie to show what happens to them. So we'll give them one leg, partially incomplete, because it is after all a zombie. So basically what's going to happen with these zombos is they're going to be launched when we open the, was it close or open when it's raised? When we raise the bridge. So the zombie has extra eyes, it is dead, but it's also scared. It's going to be, if zombies can feel fear, they will, because they're going to slam into the bottom of our retractable bridge. Quite like this. So the retracting bridge can open and close to let the zombies into our pit of zombo destruction. And then the drawbridge down below can actually raise instantly and lower. So it can launch them up. So this is a raising bridge. And this is in its raised state. But you can imagine when it's, not raising bridge. When it's lowered, the zombies can stand on the bottom floor. Raised state, there we go. And then when it's lowered, the zombies will kind of be milling around down there, just groaning, looking for life to exterminate. So this is kind of where the zombies will be. So you see our dotted line zombie. We'll say when lowered. So you can kind of tell. This is what they look like when it's lowered. And then This will be what they look like just after raising the bridge. So the bridge, they'll be walking along down there. And then we'll raise it. And then they'll go, hopefully, splat. And this will do some damage, we hope. Yes, we sure do hope that'll do some damage. And this will say splat. Oop. Let's just extend this darkness a little bit. Oh, what's happening? There we go. Just to make room for the text, the splat text. Da da da, yeah. Splat. Okay. Just to clarify, we'll say trap zombies below. And the short form of zombie is zoms. With trap zoms below with retracting bridge. So we lure them inside, open the bridge, they fall, they'll wander around like this buddy down here. Then we raise it, and then they go flying and splat. And then after that, do it again, because this humble dwarf is under no illusions that a single shot's going to be enough. These are some tough zombies, like a yak corpse. Animated yak corpse can sustain a lot of damage without dying. Again, it's already dead, but it needs to die again. So this is the concept, the solution to zombies. And this is what we're going to build. It's going to take a lot of work. A lot of different factors need to be considered. Like, we need to have, say, an entrance here. This is going to be our loot collection and army cleanup entrance. So we'll call this cleanup access. We need to be careful not to make it possible for the zombies to break into the fortress. That would be a problem. But we really want to slam them against the roof. Hopefully it does enough damage to take out these zombies. And if it does, then, well, we'll collect all their shiny silver loot, and better than silver, steel. So let's just bring this image over so you can all study it while we put the plan into action. Maybe this should have a sort of background behind it, just so that when it's on the dark background of Dwarf Fortress, you'll be able to read everything, as you can see that. Oh, welcome, Manic, to our story of the dwarves. We're just going over the design of our zombie solution right here. So this is essentially how we're going to do it. We're going to lure the fort's plentiful zombies into this little room, and then we're going to use a bridge that we can repeatedly raise to slam them into the roof. And this will hopefully kill them with enough repetitions. And we won't have any more zombie problem. We'll have a nice pile of zombie loot. So just do this to make it kind of readable on a dark background. And then we'll transfer to the actual game. Yeah, that looks pretty good. Okay. Oops, we just did that on the wrong layer. Amazing. Lock that, redo this quickly. Where's the one with the thing? There we go. This is going to work so well once it gets clicked in the right way. Just like that. Okay. Now, I'll crop it. And we'll save it as a transparent PNG. This will be called Zombie Solution. And then we'll do our usual technique of saving this back to the regular editable file for the next drawing. Well, this is Dwarf Fortress. We're now going to add our diagram, and then we're going to put it into action. So here's the zombie solution. Let's get rid of this boot for now. There. Okay. Now this is where we're actually going to be building it, this little hallway. So why don't we tell the miners to go ahead and start digging that out. Manic says, they have no idea what's going on. Well, we can do a little explanation. This is Dwarf Fortress. This is our fortress, so it's carved into the side of the mountain. This humble dwarf is resisting the temptation to say you can see it's carved into the side of a mountain, but it's carved into a mountain. This massive black area is the dark inside of the mountain. We're looking at a slice. So this is the top view. You can see the river, some grass. There's a field with some trees and a few ponds. And outside, we go in our look tool. You can see this. This yellow cursor's highlighting. This is a dwarf, axe dwarf corpse. And it's not just a corpse, it's a zombie. So it's actually going to walk around a bit. And there it's walking, looking for prey. We can go up. We're about to go up. So there now we're looking at a higher up slice. You can see these tree branches now. And if we go higher still, you can see the treetops and the leaves and kind of look all the way up the mountain. You can see this massive cavern that we're carving out inside the mountain, that empty space at the top right. And there's the very top of the mountain. And we can go all the way back down to our fort. We have lots going on here. We got some bedrooms. These are all bedrooms for the individual dwarves, these little 2x2 cells. You can see some dwarves sleeping, some children playing. There's all these backpacks where they can store their stuff. And this is our food stockpile, this is our farm. There's all kinds of dwarven business going on. So the way that we Man comments that it's mad. No idea how this humble dwarf is keeping track of it all. You really do get used to it. After playing Dwarf Fortress for a bit, it becomes second nature to see what all these symbols mean and understand kind of what everything is. So we're going to tell our dwarves to channel out a lovely zombie pit. Let's base it on the width of a bridge. So we're going to start by building a bridge. We can just figure out what the hotkey is. Now we'll just, okay, find it. There it is, G for bridge. So this is building a bridge. So it's going to be this. This is the max width of a bridge. So how many is that? 10? Yeah, so we're going to have a 10 square wide bridge. So we'll make a 10 square wide pit to hold the bridge. Then we're going to leave a little space for a safety door on that side of it. So go into designate, channel, which means we're digging down into the earth. Make sure there's nothing important like a well below. Nope, okay. Like we don't want to dig down and hit our water. That could be problematic. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I'm going to dig that. And we'll have to do it a bit at a time. And then we'll have to channel out all the ramps so that the zombies can't climb out. But one thing at a time. First we dig out this floor. So it's unpaused. Now the dwarves can move around. It looks like the miners have not begun digging yet. But we can also start thinking about the underground access that we're going to need. Should we not connect it to the bedrooms? That would seem wise. You don't usually want your zombie room connected to your bedrooms, but we're going to go ahead and do it anyway. We'll start from the bedrooms on this floor, and then we're going to make a little path, and we'll dig down to the floor below. So just go up here, and this will be our downstairs, and then we'll build an upstairs. Actually, we'll build an up downstairs. So we keep going deeper. And we'd like to wish Manic good luck with the hunting. You kill many zombies. And maybe some humans too. Some human marksmen. Okay, now how many layers deep should we make this crazy construction? This is the first layer. We've got another layer deep. And the lower layer will be where the bridge is. So this is where we go down to. We'll place an upstair here. And then mine out a bit. We really want to line it up with the bottom of our pathway here. So this is going to be the bottom. So one layer down, 2 layers down, bridge layer right here. So this is going to be our access way to collect all the loot from the dead zombos. And eventually we're going to channel down to this area and we're going to build a bridge there. Meanwhile, we should start building a closable door. We may as well make it a bridge for better security. So we'll build a bridge that's going to function as a door up here. Make it a little higher just to make it seem useful. We'll have it raised to the right so it forms a solid wall of 2 squares. And we'll build it out of marble. It's strange, it's only saying we have 2 things there. Are those mechanisms? Maybe it doesn't have access. Yeah, it doesn't have access. That's why, because we have all these doors locked. So we'll just unlock these doors. And that's a little scary, unlocking the doors, but we're going to keep this one locked, at least. The one with the zombies on the other side. So yeah, double checking that's locked. Now our dwarves pass through here and go up there to build this bridge. Now they're going to make it from the marble that's lying around. And then we'll do another couple of doors, and these will just be doors on this side. It says no access to door, but maybe if we unpause for a second, it'll see that there is access to a door. So we've unlocked those doors. Now what's happening? Oh, there's one more door we need to unlock. This one. There. Now we can build our doors. Silver door. Beautiful. And a couple more doors just in case something unthinkable comes. And there we go. The dwarves should very soon begin to construct that bridge and mine. They're still seeming a little confused because they haven't started mining yet. And that's because this burrow, hopefully it doesn't become a barrow. This burrow is set to mine, or to not allow the dwarves to mine or do anything in this area. So we're going to extend the burrow. Now the dwarves will finally go to start their task. Let's just check the burrow. Does it cover this far enough down on this floor? No, it looks like it doesn't. So while we're thinking about it, let's extend the burrow so the dwarves can reach down to our new area, our new work area. Up to here, and then one more level down, all the way to here. So now they're allowed to go in that area while we're on our zombie alert. Okay, now as we see, the miner has started mining. He's going to probably mine just 1 square and then give up. Actually, he'll start mining another square after. Maybe he's building the bridge. No, he was mining. He channeled it 1 square. Or what did he do? It's unclear. Oh, maybe he built the bridge. Oh, he designed the bridge. That's it. So now our architect's done. Now some noble dwarf is going to come and construct the bridge, while these miners dig out the first layer. It looks like the bridge has been partially constructed. That's good to see. Yeah, this dwarf up here, the mason, is going to build the bridge first. Just perfect. Okay, there's the bridge. It looks like the channel has been almost channeled. There's just 1 more square left to channel. And then we'll start digging deeper, and the miners will actually get stuck in there, which is fine. They'll get stuck and then they'll dig their way out. The only worry with this is if the force of slamming those zombies into the roof is not enough. There, that's been dug. Okay, now let's channel out another layer. DH to channel, and channel right to there. Get at it, dwarves. So as soon as they channel out this first square, which actually probably should be set to a lower priority. So we'll do high priority on all these, which maybe that will cause them to channel the lower square later. Because if they channel this bottom square first, then nobody else is going to be able to walk in here. There won't be any access, which would be okay. I would leave it up to the first miner who went in there to finish mining out the rest. And we may as well, actually this has already been mined, so as soon as they cut their way down to the bottom, the dwarves will be able to get in that way too. So they're looking good. There's been mined. As you see, there's only one miner in there, so he's probably trapped. But he's not too worried about that, is he? Oostooth O'Neilly Reed. He'll be fine. So next we're going to channel out another layer. And that'll connect it. That'll get rid of all this. So as we look on this lower level, there we can see I'm starting to break it through. Then we'll just get rid of the ramps so there's absolutely no chance the zombies can escape. And we can start building our bridge. So to get rid of the ramps, we designate removing upstairs/ramps. And there it is. And we'll build another bridge. This will be our retracting bridge. So build bridge, make it cover the entire gap, just like that. And it's a retracting bridge by default. We'll make it out of marble. Actually, that marble just got really far away. So we'll start with just the close materials. We just want to make it, oops. Oh, it only took 3 stone to build that bridge. So we're using the stone that's close at hand. And this plan is really coming together. Next, we're going to want some levers to control it all. And where should they be? It's not really important where the levers are. We just want them to be easy to basically identify so that our dwarves don't accidentally pull the wrong lever or something like that. We're going to have a lever for the access bridge. Let's name it access bridge. Or security, we'll call it north security door. Security door north. Be totally organized. This we actually can name. So this will be the zombie dropper. And then we'll place another bridge down here in just a minute. We'll name that one too. So let's watch them mine away this, or destroy really, these ramps. Get rid of the ramps. No zombie can escape. We should also consider smoothing the walls so they can't climb the walls, but on the other hand, that's not going to be a problem. They'll be in a sealed chamber. It's not going to be a problem if they go up. In fact, we're going to be setting them up. As you can see in our diagram there, we'll be repeatedly setting them up to slam into the bridge. And then fall down again. So they'll go up 1 square and then 2 squares. They'll be in this square, they get launched up here, and then here, and then they'll slam into the bridge, which is kind of acting as the ceiling of this tile. And then they'll fall back down just one actually, and then they'll be landing on a floor at the bottom of this tile. Because there will be a bridge acting as a wall right here. So there comes the miner to cut the last one, and then we can build our new last bridge, 10 squares high, retracting to the right or left, so that when it's open, or rather when it's raised, it'll form a wall along the entire area. We got some very close marble and diorite, and that's it. That's all we needed for that bridge. Just to double check. Oh, we can't double check anymore, but it should be right. So this will be called the zombie tosser. Or we'll call it zombie flinger. There. Perfect. Now we need to make sure to put a security door down here too. just so the zombies that are in this area won't be able to escape freely, because that would be a huge mistake if we let them escape. Because the bridge ends right there, yeah, zombie failure, and then so we'll just toss a bunch of doors. In fact, just to make it extra clear, we'll build a wall right here. So we did not need to mine out that spot. I have only the minimum amount of doorways, entrances to this place. So we'll just put a silver door at the front. And then we'll put a couple more doors just to be obsessively safe. And we can also build a wall right here, because we don't need an opening there either. Okay, and let's go, dwarves. Get that bridge built, make those walls, put up those doors. Let's see, is the retracting bridge built yet? Needs architecture. Okay, so our architects are going to be busy for just a minute. Oh, there's miasma in this hall. All this purple gas. This is miasma. Dwarves hate it. Zombies don't care. We can assume zombies don't seem to care about anything. Now, why don't we just for a break, let's go check on how our miners are doing. We've mined out this floor, so we better change our hotkey again. The mining can now hotkey to here. So as we go to the front entrance, oh, so there's a wombat. Okay, I'll follow that wombat outside. Poor thing, poor creature. Where did it go? There, wombat. Where are you? There it is. Oh, it's still alive. It's running. Probably will not live long. It's being chased by a necromancer, of all things. If this necromancer gets scared enough of the wombat, he might reanimate this corpse. Actually, luckily that one's mangled, so he can't reanimate it. But he might reanimate whatever's lying around that's not already been reanimated. Most things have already been reanimated at this point. Most of the dead. But if they get killed without being mangled, they can be reanimated. Oh, there's a giant mountain goat corpse. Yeah, like these things up here. Are they mangled? Okay, yeah. That's probably why they're still lying down at peace instead of at war with all life. So let's just watch the dwarves mine while we wait for architects and masons. We're still on the project here, carving out our source of wood just for this eventuality, because as you may have noticed, our dwarves have been complaining nonstop about a lack of logs and a lack of coal. Once we get logs and coal, we can go back to producing metal. And we can armor our dwarves, and make full sets of bronze gear, and burn some ash to make more soap, even though we still have lots of soap. Yes, the humble dwarf has been way too excited about soap. So we have tons of soap, which is actually a good place to be. For when we do end up in a war with the goblins, then we'll be ready. We'll be ready to deal with those injuries without getting infections. So we can wash them with that beautiful snapping turtle soap, and goat soap, and horse soap, and all the other kinds of soap that are all basically the same. Okay, we're looking for our artifact. Not artifact, architect. But it looks like at least this wall's been made, and one of those doors has been made. Yeah, there's a silver door. There's a wood door. Looks like the willow door is still being made, but they're going along. Let's see if somebody's architecting a building. There's a lot of dwarves praying, which is kind of good, but also kind of concerning because it means they're not doing something more useful. For the wood burners, it makes sense. There's no wood to burn. What we could do could be put them in a squad, let them start training. Just let every dwarf train. In a former fortress, we had every dwarf in a Marksdwarf squad so that they would train part of the year. 2 months out of the year, every dwarf would train in Marksdwarfship. And this was a great system to have, but it became hard to manage. It took a lot of organization. So for Onozapon, we're taking it a little more easy, letting the dwarves kind of just relax, you might say, enjoy their lives. Let them pray. These two are up here. We see some dwarves praying. Oh no, digging. Maybe this one's praying. Yeah, there's one praying. Bring to Vukar, the dwarven deity associated with death and rebirth. A grim sight. Vukar is represented as a dwarf skeleton, presumably a living skeleton, just like our horde of not-so-friendly undead wandering around outside. They're mostly dwarves. The one good thing about these undead is they're mostly dwarves, which means we can wear their armor and clothes even. Just gotta put them to rest and then take it from them. But then we'll have a great source of clothing and lots of gear, which is exciting. What's this little 2? Oh, it's a tooth. Okay. A tooth must have fallen through the floor here. That's scary. But yeah, the wooden floor seems to be secure, but sometimes things fall through, like crossbow bolts, a zombie's right back tooth, stuff like that. These dwarves are hanging out in the Farmers Guild. Oh, they're just socializing. Good for them. Guess there's not too much farm work to be done. But the farm... Oh, we're out of Corybush seeds. But the farms are pretty active. We can't... Why is sweet pods red? That's strange. So normally when something has no seeds, it says no seeds, but in this case it's actually red. And when it's not in season, it normally doesn't appear, as right now it's summer. So we could start actually making a pigtail farming patch. That would be smart. Get a domestic supply of pigtails. We've got Cory bushes, which we can't really plant because our dwarves presumably keep eating the nuts. Sweet pods with a mysterious red name. Plump helmets are always in style. And dimple cups, also always in style. So let's just dig out. See, this has actually become the pasture for our yak. So we'll dig out up here. We'll extend the farm this way. Just like that. We can plant all the dwarven indoor crops. And it looks like the bridge is being architected. Yep, constructing a building. Beautiful. So now it's just needing a mason to come finish the bridge. And hopefully that architect is going down there to complete that. So let's get our levers, which are going to control this, what should we call it? This very useful tool. In fact, we can put them down below, maybe, because they go with this. So we can put the controls down here. Does that make sense? It'd be better if the controls were along the way of the dwarves, because we want this lever to be flipped often, the bridge lever. We're just going to order the dwarves to flip the raising bridge to control that bridge at the bottom. So that it'll be flipping all the time, raising and lowering. We could even put it up a floor, although that risks exposing us to the outside if we dug it wrong. So what we'll do is we'll put the levers in some little alcoves right here, just kind of like this. Make a single alcove there, a lever alcove, and then smooth it out. And well, once it's smooth, once it's dug, our levers will go in there. And then we just need to figure out how many levers we need. So we need one for the retracting bridge, one for the security door, and one for the flinger down below, the zombie flinger. And that should do enough, because these, for here, we're not using a bridge, we're just going to use locked doors. And that should be fine, because zombies don't break through doors in the world of the dwarves. Oh, there's a petition available. Hall of Woods now requires a grand guild hall. So we do already have the Hall of Woods. That's our existing guild, our existing farmers guild. We approved that. We said, sure, farmers, you can have a grand guild hall. You've already got a beautiful guild hall right here called the Earthen Owl of Farming. Currently, it's a guild hall, so we need to bring the value up to 10,000. And in fact, we have easy ways to do that because we have some very valuable artifacts. So what we'll do is build a display furniture. And if we have a pedestal, that'll be very easy. We can just put one of our beautiful artifacts in there. Let's just double check we don't have an artifact we can build straight away. So we've got mitten, armor stand is already built, scepter, a figurine, and a shos. We do not have one we can build right away, so we'll put up a little pedestal. And we probably don't have display furniture, but let's just check. No, we don't. Okay, so we'll build a display furniture, and then we can put a beautiful artifact in there, and then they'll be very happy. So we're gonna make a pedestal. Rock pedestal. Perfect. Once that's ready, do the next thing. As our dwarves, oh, let's do something. As our dwarves walk past this lovely statue right here of Nigalak, grasping ward. It's a marble statue. You can't see the description of it, but you can see what it looks like in the bottom right of your screen. That's our dwarven cavefish deity of laws, order, caverns, and earth. So what we're going to do now is create a temple so that the dwarves can stop in front of there and pray. We're going to make it a meeting area. And we're going to assign it a location. We're going to create a new location because this isn't a temple that's going to be dedicated solely to Nigalak Grasping Lord. So I'll call this temple to Nigalak. And it's not going to be called the Confining Church. We're going to rename that. It needs a much more appropriate name. So it's just a little shrine to Nigalak. So rename the location. The Confining Church, so it'll be the... oh, it's the first adjective is confining, so there, that's cleared. So what can we call it? It's a cavefish deity of laws, orders, order, caverns, and earth. So let's call it the cavern. The something cavern. Hopefully cavern is allowed. Yep. The cavern of... Can we just do the cavern of order? Probably, yeah. Cavern of order. And we're going to call it the... Because it's Nigalak, so it's a cavefish, so... Fin. Infinite. Infinite would be kind of cool, actually. But that's not what we're going to go to. We want something that suggests the aquatic nature of Nigalak's typical representation. Shiny? Nope. Sparkly? Nope. Sea? Water? Maybe wet? Yes. Perfect. The wet cavern of order. This is our temple to Nigalak. Yeah, beautiful. So now the dwarves can pray to Nigalak on their way past the statue. And we will often see a dwarf. See how long it takes before someone stops and prays. Somebody's going to do it. Just you wait. Okay, dwarves are walking by. Oh, looks like somebody has stopped, perhaps. Not quite. There is a dwarf standing there, though. Yeah, there. Uvash Ubaldostov has begun praying to Nigalak in front of our beautiful marble statue. Lovely. Looks like our retracting bridge is being built. Let's get some levers in place. And we also want to tell them to smooth the stone in this new little cavern. Not cavern, but this new little alcove we've made. In fact, we'll do it at a super high priority for no real reason, because we're not going to bother letting them smooth the floor. We could let them smooth the floor before we install the mechanisms, but we're a little too eager to get those mechanisms installed to be willing to wait. So let's build the 3 levers. So trap component, lever. We have lots of mechanisms, good. Let's make these different colors just to make them distinguishable. So one's marble, one can be gabbro. In fact, we can color code them to match the doors because this bridge looks like it's going to be orthoclase. So we'll make the one for that, the retractable bridge orthoclase, and then the other 2 can be marble. Or no, we'll make the flinger marble, and that's going to be the front one, so it's easy to access because we'll be flipping it all the time. We'll make the retractable bridge orthoclase because it's matching in color, and then we'll make the last one gabbro just so that it doesn't really stand out because it's the least interesting of the 3 levers, the security door. Okay, now we'll get those levers built, and it looks like they're already heading in to smooth the wall. And then we'll hook them up once this is ready, and then we can put it to the test. First, we're going to test it with nothing, and then we'll test it with zombies, at least with a zombie. So it looks like our retractable bridge has been built. Zombie dropper. Security door is installed. Are we ready with the flinger? Not yet. Needs architecture. So we just need a couple more things to be readied up here. These doors, actually it looks like this door is finished even though it's, oh no, it's suspended. Okay, there. Let them finish that bridge, that door. And then is this probably suspended too? Yeah, there. So they can finish making those. And then we'll be ready to test it out. It looks like another dwarf is worshipping. Beautiful. Nigalica deserves all the worship we can give her. Could even make that temple a bit bigger, but we don't want to go overboard. Keep the dwarves reasonably not busy. It kind of looked like something just had some pieces falling off there. But rabbit guts, maybe not. Because these weapon traps are supposed to reset automatically. So as the zombies walk over them, the weapon traps should trigger again after an unknown period of time. The weapon traps will reset. Oh, these grapes outside. So not exactly tempting, because we know there's zombies crawling all over them, but it's lentils, delicious lentils. Just makes this humble dwarf want to be able to send our dwarves outside as soon as possible. That way, they can gather all those plants again and bring our food stockpiles up. Not that they're not already massive, but it's always fun to bring the food stockpiles up even more. So let's dig out these last 2 squares. Whoever's assigned to dig these is taking their time. They're not even flashing, which means no dwarf is on the way. These 2 squares right here. But eventually they will, and we can at least install the farm plot here. So build farm plot, and then we'll make it a bit bigger to fill that space. There we go. So adding to our plot of normal dwarven stuff. Now that mason probably finished building the pedestal, so let's build some display furniture. And we're just going to put it in the center of, oh, it's orthoclase, beautiful. Center of the Farmer's Guild, right there. That'll shoot the value of the Farmer's Guild up as soon as we put one of our amazing artifacts on that pedestal. This is exciting. We're going to deal with the zombie problem, and at least it'll be an experiment to see if flinging them up 2 squares and then down 1 square will be enough to kill the undead. If it is, well, this trap should work on everything, including goblins. The only thing that could present a problem would be something like a troll. Because if a troll got past here, if a troll crossed this bridge, they could start destroying our doors. All we would need to put this... Good morning, Dwarf Comic. Welcome to Onolzaphon. Let's take you on a little tour of our artwork, since you've asked. So in the top left corner, we have the noble dwarf Reg Eidolon. He's our current manager. This was in the early days when our worst fear was the attacks of the giant Kias. Giant Kias have been dealt with crossbow bolts, but now the problem is we're dealing with the giant Kia feathers, which have become animated and come back to life. Such as right here, we have a giant Kia feather. And we do have an illustration of the giant Kia feather over, we'll use the mouse this time, on the right here. This would be the specter of the looming giant Kia feathers coming to abuse us. This one in front is one of the many zombies outside our fortress. He's wearing a steel helmet, an iron shield, a silver mace, steel chain leggings. So we really want to kill these undead so we can take their dwarf-sized high-quality gear and wear it for ourselves. And down in the bottom corner you can see the death of birds. I it's a figurine well designed in Kia bone, representing the death of birds, which is an image of our dwarf mangling a Kia. Down below, you can see one of our several artifacts. This one is made of marble, and it's a figurine representing the procession of ochre, 3 dwarves from a certain time in our history. It also features one of our dwarves who passed away, needing shells. She's contemplating the shells she does not have. And then in the lower right, we see our main deity, Nagalak Grasping Ward. We've actually created a lovely little shrine to Nagalak right here, where as we can see, Uvash Ubaldostab is worshipping in front of the marble statue of Nagalak Grasping Ward, which you can see there in the bottom right corner. And lastly, and perhaps most importantly, we have the Dwarven Deathtrap, which is what we're working on right now. So it's going to be, we've got this bridge up here, which can retract. It's called the zombie dropper. We're going to lure the zombies in, drop them down, then they're going to land on the zombie flinger, which is a raising bridge. And then once they're in this kind of chamber, we're going to close it up behind them and lock it away. And then we're just going to fling them up to hit the bottom of the retracting bridge over and over until they hopefully die and we can loot them. That's the goal. More complicated than just atom smashing them, but it'll give us access to their loot, which is really the goal and will be awesome. Because yeah, if they were humans, it would be kind of disappointing because we couldn't even wear their gear, but they're dwarves. Some of them aren't dwarves, some of them are like yaks. Most of our herd of animals came back to life. Well, that's also why you see right here, this is a separate zombie, the billy goat head. It used to be a friendly billy goat of our fortress, but now it's just a head wandering around malevolently. Let's see, where's the billy goat head? Just for fun. There it is. Yep, a young billy goat. It's somewhere in there. Somewhere in the miasma and hallway full of mace traps. That was the first attempt to get rid of the undead. There's just so many. And Dwarf Comics says, nice, I see you posted drawing vid on the YouTube too. That's right, the first stream of Dwarves and Draws is up. The second stream is just waiting to be uploaded, and today we have the third drawing stream underway. And it's actually getting close to the time when we should do our second drawing of the stream, but maybe we'll wait to get this built and chest it out, and then we'll see what we feel inspired to draw. Or if any viewer have any suggestions that might take our fancy, we could consider doing some of those too. Just see what happens, because right now we're very focused on that Dwarven project to retake our lands. And why on earth the miners are not... Oh, it's because it's a forbidden area. Why they're not digging out this little area. Because they're not allowed. Normally the miners are very eager to dig. So now there, they'll go dig those 2 squares. And we can put up our last little farm plot. As we can see, our mega cavern is underway. We're starting to have... We have some mud here set up now. So any month now, we should start to see trees growing on this muddy floor. We should consider extending the mud zone, the pond. So we'll do that. Make a pond right here. And we'll make another pond on the other side. So P, pond. And over here, we'll do the same thing. Not these 2 squares, not this square. P. Why can't we set the characteristics of it? There we go, P, pond. Okay. So we'll be dumping some water there and extending the mud. That's the whole point of this cavern. It's eventually going to be all covered in mud, if that's even possible. And then maybe we'll use a pump for that, rather than having the dwarves bucket it, because this is going to be a massive area. It's already many levels deep. And it's going to be how many more? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 levels to go to make the massive cavern. It actually looks like our cavern is going to overlap the fortress, so maybe we'll stop at one floor above the fortress. So we don't really want it to take up all this useful indoor space. We'll go with that. Dwarf comic mentions, oh yeah, you'll want a pump for sure. Probably a few pumps, and that's quite reasonable. So step one will have to be clearing away the nastiness outside. Unless we make the pumps manually operated by dwarves. But we'll want some windmills probably to provide power to the pumps. Construction inactive. Now why would that be? These are all passable. Oh, it's just inactive because nobody's doing it. Okay, that's fine. But hopefully somebody will figure out to go do that. It'd be nice if we could say, do it now on constructing, like something like that. But it'll happen. It'll happen. This humble dwarf is just going to glance over at our dwarf therapist. Why don't we go together? So let's see if anybody's doing architecture. And we know they are, but we can see what they're up to. So Aben is a grower, probably quite busy. Dodok Evostatan is an armorer and furnace operator, so they should be idle, as we have no wood and no coal right now. And those are our only architects. So probably Dodok is the one we're waiting for to go do that. So let's just hop on back over and check out what's Dodok Evostatan up to. We did say they were an armorer, so there's Dodok. Yeah, no job. Dodok. What's going on? It's a little strange that they're not going to architect that building. Dodok is literally just wandering around aimlessly. Not even going to pray. What's on Dodok's mind? Maybe there's something wrong with them. I am a very, very important person. Okay, well, good for you, Dodok. She's been feeling happy, delighted, watching performances, euphoric after drinking. Although she would like to be extravagant. She would also like to be in some military training. But that's okay, she's mostly happy. The weird thing is just why she's not doing architecture. So maybe what we'll do is just assign some other dwarves to architecture. We'll just say every dwarf who is currently not very busy can be an architect for the day. So who do we have? The not so busy dwarves. There is a list. Okay. Zon, Dodok, missed them. You are an architect now. Who else? Ablel, Ustithfair. Also an architect. Rigoth, Kilridelzet. Why not? Be an architect. Where's Rigoth? Kilrid. Yeah. Momas Nazamoses. There's Momas. Oops, that's the wrong Momas. There we go. And Lorbam Saziragath. Lorbam. Okay, there. We'll send those over to Dwarf Fortress and send ourselves over too. Now, hopefully one of those dwarves, one of those fine dwarves. Oh, cancels dig channel forbidden area. What does that mean? Let's just check that out while we're on the subject. It's hard to find it amidst all this red text. Somebody cancels dig channel forbidden area. Maybe this one, or this one, or this one. Okay, go to this. Probably because it's not covered by our burrow. That would be the usual reason. It looks like it is all covered. Maybe the problem is that it needs to cover below too. So let's crank out that burrow on this floor. One of the tasks of the fort. Even though we keep noticing how unnecessary it is, given that the doors are locked inside, they can't get out anyway. But we'll just keep up with the burrowing. Just seems like the right thing to do. It's almost done anyway. Okay, that chunk, and this chunk, and last chunk, say. There, that's all allowed. Maybe they'll stop saying it's forbidden. Somebody, please construct this bridge. Architect it. Let's see, is anybody constructing a building? Constructing mechanisms. We have a lot of dwarves meditating. They're not too busy right now. Once they are allowed to go outside, they'll be a little more busy. So we're gonna set these guys up with a fancy and valuable artifact. It doesn't really matter which one, but we'll pick one that's somewhat appropriate to the farm. Why don't we just use Zealous Vukrig Ep8. That's the one that we have a picture of. Wardrift, the late piece, at the bottom left of your screen. So there, we'll put Wardrift, and this will make the room incredibly valuable. We have to choose it though, this way. And then the Farmers Guild will be extremely happy. So set a new displayed item. There it is, Zealous Vukrig. Okay, perfect. In just a moment it'll say the dwarves' request for a fancier guild hall has been met, and they are now thrilled. Or something to that effect. It looks like we've been doing a good job of burning through our bone stockpiles. They were jammed full. Of course, we haven't slaughtered anything in a while. Maybe we'll slaughter some of these pigs and geese and such. Looks like all the nest boxes are claimed. We're starting to have a lot of fowl. Maybe even more than we need. We've got lots of hens, roosters, guinea hens, a lion mixed in there, guinea cocks, a couple turkeys, both gobblers though. So yeah, well, we'll just leave them like that. We got so many eggs, so much food. We don't really need any more at the moment. And still it's not being done. Try suspending and unsuspending it. It can't be that the dwarves are confused about getting past this wall. Maybe they want to stand right next to it, and they don't like having to stand at a diagonal to it. Although that would make little sense. We can try just removing this construction. Let's see if that makes them happier. Maybe they'll do it once they can stand right next to it. Okay, so we'll just watch this thing flash, and hopefully in just a moment we'll see a dwarf run down the stairs and remove that wall. There he goes, or she. And the wall is almost gone. They're working hard, removing that stone wall that some dwarf spent all that effort to build. Actually, that's a big task, it would seem. Yep, it's definitely not paused. There, it's gone. Now hopefully some dwarf will come and stand right here and architect this bridge, and then we can move on with our mega useful project. Looks like someone went downstairs. Maybe they're working on it. Aha! It worked. Having a wall next to it and an open space diagonal apparently is not usable for dwarves to build a bridge. Things we learn. That's something that this humble dwarf has never read anywhere. Maybe it is in the wiki. The dwarves have to have a square vertically or horizontally next to a bridge or they won't start to build it. Okay, looks like the architecture is going well. Being architectified. So that's perfect. How exciting. This dwarf is what? Still constructing? Okay. Working on the architecture, so that's good. What else can we do? We could set up another military squad, but kind of just gonna get outside. See, the armorers aren't too busy. One of them's making rock mechanisms at this point, because what else are they gonna do? We did set up several dwarves to make crafts. Maybe there's something we can do that's not being done in terms of professions. Let's have a peek over at Dwarf Therapist and just see what kind of professions do we need, not have. Our gem cutter's getting pretty experienced. We could set up one more dwarf on cutting gems because we just have millions of gems lying around. We could also train a gem setter. That might be a good thing to do. Let's do that just for fun, for a change. So we'll build a gem workshop, jeweler's workshop right here. Bit of marble, why not? And oops, we're not looking at the dwarf thing, but we just did that. So we're now going to pick somebody in Dwarf Therapist. So let's maybe Zon, Dodok, Mishdem. You can be our jeweler, specifically a gem setter. That should be interesting. Okay, so we'll send that on over. And then Zon can set all the gems at our new workshop, which is probably going to be in construction any moment now. Let's see what Zon's up to, just for fun. And this humble dwarf wishes a good morning to Barbara as well. There's a different Zon. Zon Dodok is, according to Dwarf Therapist, their job is brewer. So that makes it very easy to find them, and they are indeed going to construct that building. That's good. So that'll be built soon. We can start them setting gems in what have you. Just everything. And a mason will quickly go and do that. This humble dwarf is really wondering, how long do weapon traps take to reset? We haven't noticed them re-triggering, but they probably will at some point. The giant key of feathers. So those feathers can get slammed over and over. And these undead who have made their way in this far, the horse mutilated corpse and the giant key of feather, they don't seem at all inclined to leave. They're just hanging out at the end of the hall. Menacing. Dwarf comic mentions the weapon traps get clogged and have to be reset by a dwarf. Yes, that is one problem. According to our research, it seems that the weapon traps should reset themselves after a certain length of time, unless they're clogged. If they get clogged, they require a dwarf, but it is said that they will also reset automatically if they don't get clogged. And there's something like a 50% chance that they get clogged. So we're going to go ahead and set up our levers, the two that are ready at least. So this one is orthoclase. It's going to be linked to this bridge, zombie dropper. And actually, let's name the levers to make it very clear. So this will be the zombie dropper. This will be the zombie flinger. And this here will be the security door. North. Perfect. Almost perfect. Let's just capitalize the words for consistency. Just like that. So one of them's hooked up, or it's not hooked up yet. Okay, so link it to the bridge. There we go. And we'll use just any mechanisms. We'll do the similar task for the security door, which has its thing ready. Link up to a door. Right there. Okay, and then the third one, we're just going to let them build it. Hopefully it's being done. Not yet. Needs masonry. Who's our mason? Lycott is planting seeds. Okay. Oh, we have a stoneworker. Must be this one's going to do it. Perfect. How exciting. And then we can... What would happen if we built that wall at the bottom of the bridge while Unib is still working on the bridge? Would Unib stop? Maybe. Well, as soon as Unib's done, we'll rebuild that wall. And then we'll lock up all the doors down here and then test her out. See how she goes. See how she flings everything. This humble dwarf had just received an urgent order to store some items in a stockpile. It's been done. And thank you, Dwarf Comic, for that clarification. Oh, those are some heavy items. Yeah. Now we know how the dwarves feel when we assign them to carry stone. muting the mic while they breathe hard. Well, so it's unpaused. The Dwarf comic has noted that the weapon traps are all clogged. Apparently the brighter red ones reset, so the dark red would be clogged and the bright red would be reset, or are the bright red ones both clogged and reset? We'll figure it out. Okay, the zombie flinger has been made. Perfect. I'll just rebuild that little wall. The wall goes there. Okay, and then hook her up to the lever. The matching colored lever. Matching name too. Hook up to a bridge. So we can... Looks like we could also just pick the bridge. Zombie flinger, that's the one. There. And we'll use some nice nickel mechanisms and marble. Cool. So as soon as those buildings have been hooked up, we can start testing it. This dwarf wants to leave, or yeah, it's a Mark's dwarf. They all still want to leave, even though, like, don't they see what happened to the outpost liaison? The outpost liaison was ready to leave too, and this is their blood. It wasn't a good idea. So don't try to leave now. No, luckily, we don't let them. Luckily for them. Because they would just happily go on and get out of here. But hopefully this dwarf can link up this bridge. We're not even sure how. Linking up might be done through the... It's probably done through the lever. Because if it requires access to the bridge, then it could be annoying. Security door. This one's suspended. That's interesting. Why would that need to be suspended? Hopefully they're still able to do that. It's going to be oh so exciting when we get this set up. Something inaccessible. That's just story items in stockpile. That's not a problem. But yeah, this is where they suspended the linkage a little while ago, yesterday, on the 25th. It is now the 26th. We've got the vision. We know what it's going to be like. We're very excited to see it. Just need to get these couple bridges linked up, security door linked up. Let's see if it's been suspended again. Not yet. Is somebody on the labor of linking? Presumably it would say A for active once somebody gets on the labor. We'll just keep an eye on these. We'll let some time pass. And we'll check these levers to see if they become active, if they become suspended. And if they're suspended, we might have to remake the whole bridge or something, but we'll make it work. So this one's socializing. Yeah, we're just going to check on the Farmers Guild now, since we put the incredibly valuable item, Orthoclase pedestal, displaying that fancy artifact. So this guild should be a grand guild hall. It is indeed. Yeah, so they must have been satisfied. It was just lost in the sea of messages. Let's see. Is there something about the guild hall being satisfied? Unclear. Unless it may have been just so long ago that we didn't see it in the message listing. So this one's now active. We'll see if that gets suspended again or if it requires a little more help. So this wood burner is going to try to do that. For some reason they're grabbing a mechanism. For some reason they're going to the basement just to get the supplies that they need. So Kogan has grabbed the mechanism. And looks like they're going to grab another mechanism, maybe. There they go. Should be all they need. We'll just watch Kogan complete this task, or hopefully not fail, but somebody failed it before, so that's a possibility too. Trying to link up our security door. Okay, you can do it. Oh, where are you going, Kogan? They trying to go to the door from this way? Because this does not lead to the door. Interesting. It's like, whoa, oh, they were linking the other one. Okay, that makes sense. Okay, so we'll check on the door then. Because clearly it wasn't Kogan who was doing the door. Let's see if somebody is doing it. It does say, oh, it's been suspended. Huh. Weird. Let's see who else is linking something. Like, it could be that Kogan went down there and they're doing it. They're still working. Okay, so Kogan seems to know what they're doing. Okay, so what we'll do is we'll build a little access point right next to this bridge, just so they can stand next to it while they do that. Then we'll wall that off after it's built, after the bridge has been linked up. So probably it's like the dwarf needs to stand right next to the bridge, and they refuse to do it if it's making them stand on another bridge or something like that. So it's gonna happen. It will. It'll be linked. Just gotta get our safety first, as the dwarves always say. Gotta get our security door in place before we open it up to outside. Although to be fair, we don't really need that because there's no building destroyers out there right now, so a door would suffice, and we have doors. Okay, if this does not work, then we'll just use the doors and deal with it later in case trolls come to destroy our buildings. But there we go. Okay, so now we can try relinking the bridge. So this is the one. We're going to unsuspend it. And if the next dwarf who attempts to link a building to a bridge fails, then we'll know there's a problem. Then we'll just do it the fallback method. So we'll give them a second to start the labor, and then we'll watch them do it. Oh, by the way, our jewelry workshop is ready, so let's encrust with gems. Why not? So, oh, we have to actually choose the gem to encrust. All right. So we did cut a bunch of orthoclase. Let's use that for starting, just for practice there. Encrust with orthoclase. We'll encrust furniture and finished goods. Both. Not ammo. It seems strange to encrust ammo, because you're just going to fire it anyway. Like, maybe if you were encrusting it with studs of steel, maybe to make it heavier, that could make sense. Perhaps. Maybe not in Dwarf Fortress. Okay, so did we not unsuspend this before? Anyway, we've unsuspended it now. Okay, it just became suspended again. Very strange. Yeah, there's something wrong with this task. Let's just cancel it, remake it as a last attempt. Northern security door. Marble mechanisms. Okay. If this does not work, then there's some other problem, and we'll figure it out when we get there. It could be that the mechanism they were trying to use, the mechanism they were assigned, was inaccessible. It's perhaps another reason why they may have been refusing to do that. So here's Kogan, our faithful bridge linker. Going to link the bridge. You can do it, Kogan. We really hope you can do it. Oh, they're moving. They're getting closer. Kogan, Kogan. Link the bridge. Okay, they did it. Didn't even need our little side entrance there. Wonderful. So it must be that the mechanism was in some inaccessible place, probably. So this is the last step before we can test our new creation. And then hopefully we'll start slamming zombies on a repeated loop. That's going to be fun. Oh, it will be fun. It might not even kill them. That's the big question. Will it kill them? Zombies are vulnerable to blunt damage, so one would think that being repeatedly tossed up into the air, slammed into the roof, and falling back down, as we can see with the splat in our little diagram. One would think that that would lead to their demise. And we can only hope that's the case. And then maybe there'll be like a few Kia feathers left, and it's worked. And then we can send in our military to deal with the last few Kia feathers, but hopefully it won't come to that. So now we're just going to block up that little place, a little alcove that we may not have actually needed. And let's work on, we're going to leave these doors locked just for now until it's time. In fact, we might want to block off these with walls just to make the doors more relevant. So yeah, we'll permit these couple doors, just keeping this one carefully locked. Build a couple more walls. Right there, and right there. So we'll build those 3 walls, and then that'll make a nice tight entrance. So the zombies are still not rushing in, which is good. That tells us that they don't think they can get in, which is true. Yeah, it's really scary having this locked door right here. We should replace that. We should have replaced that with a wall before we let the zombies come in. But that's fine. We won't accidentally unlock it. No, that would never happen. It's just a meaningless worry. Okay. So why don't we just, well, let's get this bottom area prepared. So we've got, this door is going to be locked forever. Oh, it's open because there's something in the way. Okay, well that's a fun little thing for us to deal with. So yeah, these are both open because there's stuff in the way. We have a gem stockpile, but it's very full. We could just make a rock stockpile. Okay, what we'll do is make a dump. So let's make a tiny little dump. And we'll just dump those 2 items. So this will be our new dump. D for dump. Move 2 items, we'll call it. And then we'll go over the items and we'll say dump this and dump this. And then hopefully that'll lead to some dwarves coming down to clear those away. Be great. This humble dwarf has never had great success with dumps in Dwarf Fortress. They never seem to want to dump things, but sometimes they do. Actually, this dump did work, so we can't say we've never had success. This dump worked. So dumps, in principle, are valid, can work. Hopefully these dwarves are going to use these pieces of, this piece of marble to build this wall, this piece of marble to build that wall. That would be handy, and then they wouldn't complain about not being able to build it because there's stuff in the way. It looks like there's still some good stuff for our 1 yak to eat. Yes, we have 1 yak. It's a cow too, which is great because we can milk it. We'll build this other pasture. Yeah, all our other yaks were outside, but this 1 yak was smart enough to run in when the zombies came. So we'll just finish up this little task with our farm. So we've got plump helmets, sweet pods, quarry bushes, dimple cups. So we can set a cave wheat field here in all 4 seasons. Oh, not all 4 seasons. Fallow. There. We'll just do cave wheat in all the seasons when we can grow cave wheat, which is 2 seasons. There we go. And the last one will be our pigtail plot. So it must be autumn now, if it's changed what things we can build. We're just going to have a look at the calendar. What does the calendar say? What month are we in? Sandstone? Once you play enough Dwarf Fortress, you really start to know. Yeah, so it's quite likely that the Dwarven traders will come soon. So we really want to get this cruising along, the undead trap. The dumpers have not come to dump yet. The constructors have not constructed yet. Is this dwarf going to construct? What are they doing? Oh yeah, they're going to construct. Okay. They decided to bring a piece of rock from far away rather than using the rock that's right underneath it. As the dwarves are sometimes liable to do. Yeah, all the storing stockpiles. Okay, so yeah, we're just going to give them a couple more minutes and then, or days, whatever time scale you want to look at it as. Oh, he's building that wall. Beautiful. So that wall's done. Let's see if anybody else is constructing a building. Is anyone constructing a building? Nope. Okay, that's enough. Enough messing about. Cancel this. Cancel this. We've got our security door. That's all we need. We've got doors here. That's all we need. Don't need this dump. We're not going to bother with these. We're just moving forward so that the traders might actually have a safe place to come to. So the one thing, actually we do need this door. We do totally need this door. Okay, dump, fine. Fine, we'll dump it. Ooh, we really, because we don't want the undead to be able to escape. And there's no guarantee that they won't escape unless there's a door closed there. So that's actually pretty essential. So move that one stone. Okay, so if a dwarf would just kindly move that one stone. And make sure this is a dump. It is, yep. Okay. If a dwarf would just move that one stone. This is the most important screen in the whole fortress. Maybe we'll just draw a picture of whoever moves that stone. Maybe. Or we'll find something more exciting to draw. But it could be interesting. If it's a dwarf we've never drawn before, it's fun to just have them. So there's going to be a lot of action happening with the zombies as soon as a dwarf moves that one stone. We might as well leave these to be constructed since we're waiting anyway. Okay, yeah, the distance 0 marble, perfect, and the distance 0, yep. So yeah, we'll let them build those, but if this gets dumped before those are built, we'll cancel building those because we are in somewhat of a hurry. We really want to have this ready before the dwarves come. And the dwarves are going to be coming very soon. We don't want our traders to come and get mauled by a horde of zombies. Although it's unlikely we'd really be able to deal with all the zombies by then. At least we might be able to stack them all in our zombie masher, which will just be fantastic. Like, that would be so cool. If we can get all the zombies stacked up in the masher. Why are there bolts out in the refuse pile? That's very strange. It's not set to carry ammo. Presumably, that'll be in item types, maybe? Is it refuse ammo? There is ammunition in item types. Let's try disabling that. Not that it's going to make any difference, because our dwarves can't go outside anyway, but there. Maybe it's broken ammo. Stacks of 25 bolts. These look like decent bolts. It just says copper bolt. It's got a quality rating. It doesn't say it's damaged with X's or anything. Very odd. This humble dwarf has no idea why our dwarves would have been stacking ammunition in the garbage. The refuse pile. But sometimes they're just quirky like that. And random. Quirky random dwarves. Okay, no, they haven't dumped that yet. Maybe we'll unassign somebody from all labors. Let's do that. Let's take... There must be a dumping labor, so we'll take one of our less busy dwarves, say Momas Nazim-Moses. Let's have a look at them in Dwarf Therapist. Okay, Moses, you ready for your new assignment? Of course they are. So Momas Nazim-Moses is under M. So they're currently a temporary weaponsmith. That was an emergency measure. They're actually a pretty accomplished lie maker, but there's no lie being made. They've been unassigned from architecture, and that's it. So Momas, unassign them from hauling. We can't do it through this, but so we'll apply that, and we'll head on back over to look at Momas. Yeah, Moma's the lie maker. So there's Momas. Ah, they're praying. Okay, good for you, Momas. But we have a more important task. So healthcare is not getting in the way. Farming is not getting in the way. Other jobs, what we really want is dumping items. So I'm not sure if dumping items is a separate labor or if it's hauling. Maybe it's just hauling. Let's just ask the wiki right now. Dump. Garbage dump. Dwarves will throw items marked for dumping. So we're really looking for something about a labor. Oh, it does say haulers. Refuse garbage dumps don't have categories. something about the labor. Refuse hauling, okay. So we need to have refuse hauling enabled. So we'll disable all hauling except for refuse hauling. And use our handy macro, like so. And then, oops, where did they go? Yeah, we just lost the dwarf. I'll just grab Momo's this way again. Momo's Nazamoses, and you are going to be a hauler, but only of refuse. There. And now we'll just follow Moses to see if they'll actually. Well, first they got to finish praying. But there, they're going to dump an item. Beautiful. Wow, that was more effective than imagined because Dwarf did not think that Momo's would be quite so quick to go and do the thing. Oh, yes, they're dumping the other one too. You're a miracle, Momo's. You're just the best dwarf. Okay, so maybe we will draw Momo's because Momo's is the best dwarf. Okay, so Momo's elite refuse hauler. That's probably going to be the next drawing, but we're going to quickly test this thing first. Okay, so, and we're also going to try to rely on Momo's to build these things, because unless they're already in progress. Inactive, inactive. Is somebody constructing building? If they're not, we'll tell Momo's to construct them. Construct mechanisms. No, nobody's constructing a building, so we'll see if Momo's will do it. If Momo's is that reliable of a dwarf. First we'll let, what gender is Momo's, first of all, just so we can refer to him properly. So we'll let him dump that. There, good job, Momo's. And now we will tell him to change his labors up, and instead of hauling, which we can put him back on later, we'll put him on wall floor construction. And he's going to do just that. So, Momo's, time to shine. No job, I see. How about you take on that construction job? The one that you're exclusively suited for. Momo's is pretty dedicated to not having a job at the moment. Oh, they're going to meditate. Well, that was a failure. But you know what? It doesn't matter. We're just going to cancel these. Okay, it's time. Doors are closed. Let's lock them up. It's the moment we've been waiting for. All the dwarven day. The zombie flinger is linked up. The downstairs doors have been triple checked to be locked. So nothing can get in that way. We're going to test it without opening the doors first. So let's just set up the labor, pull the lever, and we'll put on repeat. Aside from that, we'll test the other levers too. We'll test pulling each of them once. Add a task, pull it, add a task, pull it. Okay, so dwarves will quickly go and pull these levers. Let's see if they're active. They should be. So the tasks are being done. Yep, active, active, active. Perfect. Okay, there they go. They're pulling them. Yep, they've been pulled. At least the door has. Seems like. The door is. So it doesn't really tell you the status, but you can see it's been pulled because the task is gone and it's the button is lit up in the middle and it's flipped the other way. So let's see when the other ones get flipped. Oh, there, that one's been flipped. And that one's been flipped. Okay, so the retracting bridge should disappear in a second, and the security door should close up. There, the retracting bridge disappeared. Security door does not appear to have closed. Maybe it will in a moment. And this, it doesn't, I don't see it having changed yet, but it should change because they've all been flipped. This humble dwarf is wondering if, because we've told it to spam flipping that one, will they flip it so many times that it loses track of it? Because it's supposed to take 100 ticks, whatever that means, before the bridge actually changes. Yeah, these have both been flipped. It just seems like the door didn't close. We kind of need our security door to close. Is there some way we can view what it's linked to? Probably up here. It's not really saying what it's linked to. How does one view the linkages of a lever links? We're just going to consult the wizard. Let's run, let the time pass, see if that bridge looks any different. It may just not look different because it's sideways. That could be the thing too. That would be weird if they didn't look any different. They should definitely look different when they're raised versus not raised. There should be some way to tell. Maybe there isn't. Let's see. There's no illustrations conveniently in the wiki. Well, maybe we just trust our security door. Actually, what we can do to test the door, it should be closed when it's to the right, presumably. So what we can do is just open it, open the passageway and see if the zombies try to rush in. So that's what we're going to do. Actually, we probably should have put a bridge there. Oh, that's fine. We'll just kind of let them get onto the bridge and then lock the door and then open the bridge under them. But we'll never let them get to that door, otherwise that would be a problem. Okay, so we'll pull this lever again. At least we know this one works because it looks different. So once that floor appears, we'll test unlocking the path into our fortress. And then our silly little visiting warrior will try to go outside. Oh, there we go. And our smart little zombies will run in to try to destroy us all. Okay, so where's our locked door? Right there. This is the moment when we see what happens. So what we're testing now is, will they still come in? If they don't, that means this door is locked and closed. Let's see, are the zombies changing their behavior? Nope, they're still idle. They're not making a beeline into the fortress. These doors we can't lock. This door, these doors are all passable. These are all passable. These are all passable. So yeah, there's an open path, except that this door bridge is raised. But the zombies aren't moving, so that's because the bridge is raised. Perfect. Okay, so we're gonna open the security door. This is it. First time, so we're gonna let them come in. As soon as that flips, we'll know that it's gonna, as soon as this one right here flips, we'll know that the door should be opening. There, it's flipped. Okay, the zombies should start moving. That'll really tell us that it's open when the zombies start to move. There they go. The kangaroo corpse just moved up. Yep. Down here, we have a kangaroo buck. Oh, it's actually a Kia, not a kangaroo. Kia feather and the horse. Of course, it's a Kia because it's green. So yeah, the zombies are making a slow beeline for the fortress. You can see them all funneling in from outside. This is exciting. Time to take revenge on these flashing green monstrosities. Give them the last chance to run through the trap hall with its massive cloggedness. There's a little, oh, that must be a head. Oh, this one's going fast. That's a fast zombie. That's a rotten leg of our outpost liaison. Oh boy. See, he never should have run out there. Okay, well, such is life. But what we're going to do is keep a close eye on them. And once they get close to this door, we lock it. So that's what we're going to do. We're going to pause and make sure to pause it before they pass by that door. Okay, they're crossing the bridge. So once they get close, but not too close, you actually do one step at a time. This is a good time for one step. There, the humans. Let the human move one more square forward. Human corpse. And then we'll lock the door. There, time to lock it. Now let's just, well, we'll lock this first. There, so that's locked. These are all locked. These are all not pet passable too, because that could be disastrous. And then make sure this is locked, not pet passable. It's forbidden. These are all forbidden. make them not pet possible too, just for no real reason. But there we go. Okay, so these zombies are trapped. Well, they're not trapped yet, but let's see. Yeah, see, they're just standing there. Let's let this other zombie make its way in too, if it's going to. Perfect, thank you. Aban Rub Wheels' warrior. Whoa, so this is not just a regular zombie, this is like one of those smart zombies. Hopefully it's not a building destroyer. That could really throw a wrench in our dwarven plans, our dwarven mechanisms, but let's just have a look at this one. So we didn't want to follow it, we wanted to look at it. Whoa, it's three-eyed. Has a twisted, jointed trunk. Okay, we're drawing this one. Yeah. Let's just take a screenshot so we can have this after it gets smashed. There, so we've preserved that description. Okay, so that's interesting. It's got a trunk and three eyes, created by a necromancer. So this must have been brought in the army that came with those dark creatures. Oh, it's a guest. Now I feel bad. It's not evil. It's an intelligent undead guest. Well, sorry, you found the wrong entrance to the fort. Maybe it'll leave. Yeah, it's leaving. Okay, good. We don't have to mash up our friend. Okay, so now we'll pull security door lever. It doesn't even seem necessary at this point because they're not trying to escape. Okay, so we'll just do this. Pull this lever. Oops. A, Shift P. There. Let's watch these zombies fall. Actually, we can follow them. That'll be fun. So V menu. We'll follow Nekar and Yigibon. Okay, Nekar. Get ready for your journey. It's unpaused. Lever. Let's check, has it been pulled? Probably. Okay, bridge is going to disappear any moment now. There it goes. Oh, we weren't following Nekar, but there's Nekar. Yeah, they're just chilling on top of the bridge. Oh, the bridge has been closed and it's going to be opened. And splat. Oh, they got squished. Well, that's not really what we wanted. It was supposed to fling them up. Oh well. Zombie flinger's acting like a zombie squisher. We were told that they would be pushed up when the bridge raised. Maybe it didn't raise, maybe it lowered. Anyway, it's a moderate success. So we're going to let this friendly guest dwarf come in. Oh, we better raise the floor first. And we're just going to squish all the zombies because really, it's as much as we want their gear, it didn't work, seemingly. So squishing them is the next best thing because we really want to get the dwarven traders in here. So once that bridge raises, then all the zombies should start to flood in again. And this one is our friend, somehow. Yeah, let's just double check that. Yeah, it's friendly, it's a guest. Okay, must be like the light colored ones are friends. So this can be reopened. Don't need to lock all those every time. Just lock one. Security door is still open. Yeah, here come the zombies. Here comes the first group of zombies. And Aban. So yeah, hopefully Aban doesn't get too mixed in with the zombies. But if they do, we can kind of do what we did before and let Aban leave while the zombies just confusedly stare at the wall. Looks like Aban's pretty idle though. Well, that was fun. Why don't we take a moment and see what some of our dwarves look like. So Moma's Nazamoses. Moma's is elite. We've promised them that they would get a portrait. So where are you, Momas? Momas is a lie maker. And actually they should have their labors hauled while we're thinking of it. Their hauling labors enabled, rather. And there they go, farming. What are you even? A lie maker. So you can reward them by letting them make some crafts. There you go, Momas. You can have fun in life. Okay. So let's draw little Momas. This is a reference for intelligent undead. Or it must be a necromancer's experiment, really. Okay, so this can be merged with that because it's part of the same drawing. There we go. And then we'll draw Momas. Let's have a look at Momas. How are you doing, Mr. Nazem Moses? First of all, he's dressed like most of our dwarves in cloth. He does have leather pants, earthworm leather. Huh. Silk robe. So Moses has a dress, a robe, a cloak, and they're all cloth, with the robe and cloak being spider cloth and the pigtail dress. So the dress is going to be slightly darker. The cloth we typically do is a light gray color for spider silk. And then a leather pants and leather hood, leather cap over a pigtail hood, or is it under? This humble dwarf is guessing maybe there's an order to the inventory so that things lower down are actually worn on top. And that would make sense. That would make a lot of sense. Oh, and Momas has a nice pig hoof amulet. So that would imply that the hood is worn over the cap. Before we've been drawing them with the cap over the hood, which is cool in its own way. As you can see with our friend Meng there, wearing a leather cap over his silk hood. But Momas is going to be drawn in a true to dwarven life fashion with a pigtail hood over a loon leather cap. And let's see, the wool socks, silk shoes, leather mittens over cloth gloves. Okay, so Momas is, well, like most of our dwarves, dressed in a rather unremarkable fashion. Can we see this amulet by chance? We can. It's just a finely crafted pig hoof amulet. Okay. So there's no special details on the amulet. Let's check out Momas now. Noted the lack of chairs. Come on. We have like 5 for 100 dwarves. Well, maybe we'll expand the dining hall later. So let's see. It is Momas asking for it after all. Our star dumping dwarf. We just thought maybe we should give Momas a little nickname. Momas Star Dumper. There, Momas our Star Dumper. They saved us from a unfortunate circumstance where we weren't able to dump what we needed to have dumped. Okay, so let's check out Momas and let's get him drawn. So he's skinny, incredibly skinny. Thick lips, high cheekbones, high voice, which we can't draw. Extremely sparse hair. But what color is his hair? Cinnamon. And his dark tan skin and cinnamon hair. Okay, but it's sparse. And he's got sideburns, very long mustache, very long beard. And his hair is medium length. It's also in double braids. Eyes are emerald, just like all of our dwarves. Okay. We can kind of start with the pose and the general color. So we'll do kind of a gray to represent the basic cloth that Momas wears. How big should they be? Not too big, not too small. So get the right brush, full opacity. Okay. Momas is going to be straining under the weight of a rock, representing his dumping ability. He's going to be incredibly skinny. Okay, so there. How's he going to hold the stone? Sort of like this. Yeah, there. little foot back there. Now we should look at him. We'll try to look at him from below. So do kind of like this angle. And there's his little hips. And we're kind of looking at him from something like foot level. So the feet will be somewhat on the same height. So we're looking at him from foot level there. Just a bit higher because it's farther back. And then we can give him an expression of like, phew, this is heavy, if possible. If possible. Heavy but determined. He is, after all, our star dumper. So, almost has emerald eyes. We can actually take the color from the emerald. Let's do that. There's emerald. And we'll do a little white, not transparent, whites of his eyes. Just roughing it in for now. And then we'll make it more detailed as we go. And Moma's skin is actually dark tan. Okay, dark tan. So we're just going to consult the wizard for what's tan. What does tan color really look like? It's sort of just a beige. There's a wide variety of what could be considered tan. But so we're going to go in kind of the... Yeah, this is pretty tan. So I did say dark, so we'll do it dark. Yeah, we had almost the perfect color to begin with, but this is Moma's default skin color. Let's just fill it. We'll do a little outline of where the skin is visible, then we'll fill. There, so Moma's dark tan skin, and what color was his hair? Cinnamon. Okay, so his hair is the color of most of our dwarves' skin. Most of our dwarves have cinnamon skin, like that, or copper skin. Let's just also consult what cinnamon color looks like, just to be exactly on there. There are so many different shades in Dwarf Fortress. So cinnamon is red. Cinnamon is kind of like Auburn Bronze's hair down there. Rise in Auburn Bronze, the puce. Deities of jewels. But yeah, this one's going to be cinnamon. Cinnamon hair, so somewhat red, quite colorful. And Moma's has a lot of braids and cool things, dwarven styles going on. So we'll have multiple, there's a different length for each one. Sideburns are medium, mustache is very long, beard is very long, hair is medium length. So medium length sideburns, sort of like that. Medium length, or long, very long mustache, very long beard. Yeah, make them really nice and long. Sideburns combed, mustache combed, beard combed. So this is not braided, only his hair is braided in double braids, and it's very sparse. So do sort of balding on top, but braided. Kind of braid coming from the back. So it's double braids. It did say medium length, so it's not that long. We'll have it end somewhere behind his back. Okay, and dark tan skin. We will only see the skin on his face because, well, because he's wearing clothes all over. That's all right. So we'll give him a little nose and cheeks. He's going to be more shiny in his skin as opposed to highlighted and bright. Tan skin. So yeah, he can be more, oops, we're in kind of the yellow hue, yellowish hue, but still somewhat colorful. So for the highlights, we'll do like this, just very small highlights. Keep him looking as dark as he is. And it did say something about his nose. Extremely narrow, but his lips are thick. Okay, so we'll give him some thick lips now. Like this. They're going to be less red. He's not wearing lipstick after all. So there's Moma's thick lips dwarf. Okay, now we'll blend this just a little bit to make it look more natural. There, and we can add a little highlight to make the lips look lippy to start with. He's got his thick lips on. And we'll try to do him like he's blowing, so his mouth will be more like open in a circle. Blowing air, yep. You can have him looking up a little bit too to represent. He's like, oh, Miguel, like, help me. This is heavy. Okay, there. And we'll give him some pupils. And then we can just about start on the eyes. We'll just do a little more detail on the skin. Little highlights. Eyebrows should have a highlight. This extremely narrow nose, so make sure to get that detail. And then we'll add some dark shadows to also accentuate the face before we smooth it out a bit. Make it look a little more normal. These dark shadows under his eyes are sunken after all, so they should be quite dark above them. But he does still have eyelids like that and that. Being careful to leave a slight dark line under the eyelids. There. Perfect. Okay, now let's just smooth it a touch so that it doesn't look so creepy as we work on the rest of this. Okay, here you go, mamas. You got a face. You're one of our favorite dwarves. Not for much of a reason, but just because Momas helped us move those two things that were critical to an important mission. And really, Momas, it's nothing special about Momas, just that he happened to be the one we chose to do the task, but that has endeared him to us. And he deserves to have his portrait painted for that reason. Okay, so it's getting pretty good, at least for to the level it needs to be, we'll say. Let's give him a little more cinnamon here. Yep. Okay, so his mustache is splaying out in front of him. His eyes can have a little more detail because it's always good to have detail in the eyes. That's where people like to look. So crank that in a bit. Tiny brush. There, just to have some kind of variation in the color of the pupils. And then a slight bit of darkness towards the bottom of the eyes to make them, to give them a shape. There. That's looking decent. Okay, so let's start on Momas' clothes. So we did say he's wearing a hood over his cap, and he has a cap of leather. What kind of leather? Oops. Oh yeah, it's outside of this. So his leather cap is loon leather. What color is a loon? Well, it could be possible to check the color of the skin of a loon. Let's ask the wizard if they know about the loon skin color. So they give a raw hide. It doesn't really talk about. If you look at an individual loon, it'll tell you the skin color, but it won't tell you in DF Wiki, which is where this humble dwarf is checking. We'll just do kind of a weird reddish color. Okay, so here's the loon leather cap. Just like that. And it's going to have a shadow under it to show more of its shape. So we'll just add that in right now. There. Now it's like he's wearing a cap. You can make that a bit darker too. Like this. Okay. So now what we're going to do is hood, which is pigtail. And pigtail is a plant. We have some pigtails growing. It is kind of the generic cloth of the dwarven people, and it is gray, in fact. So we're going to make it gray. We'll do the greenish gray, just as a fun reminder that it's a plant. We make our rope reed cloth a little darker, but are a little more green, because rope reeds themselves are more green. So this is a pigtail hood. Maybe we should look at what a medieval kind of hood, because it's a little strange. It's not like the hood on a hat. So yeah, let's try it like somewhat like a medieval hood. So it'll be a little bigger than we've been drawing our hoods to date, and It'll be a little more of a droop, so kind of an assassin front where it sticks out. And then the hood, go around. And the hair will just stick out of the hood like this. Yeah, sort of like that. And then the hood has a little piece to kind of form like a cowl piece. And actually we won't see his hair. His hair in the back will be covered. It is in double braids, but it's covered by his hood. So there, I have Moma's wearing his delightful hood, which just needs a lot of shading to make it look right. Okay, so we'll grab a dark color and darken that right down. And start making his hood look like a true hood. A dwarven hood. Hood of the dwarves. Pigtail. Nothing more dwarven than a pigtail hood. Pigtail anything, like pigtail sock, an artifact pigtail mitten. Yeah. Okay, we said there was nothing more dwarven than a pigtail hood, but probably an artifact pigtail mitten is about as dwarven as it gets. Okay, we'll do a darker, less saturated shadow there so we can have a little shadow variety. So now the side of this is going to get shaded to give it some form. Okay. And then, actually we should make his eyes look a little more concerned. So he's like, not only is he like, this is heavy, but he's also like consternation. Let's do some dwarven consternation. And then we can do that. There, so kind of like he's really scrunching up his eyebrows with the effort. Yeah, he's trying. He's trying hard. And he's doing very well. He's our star dumper after all. Our one and only. Moma's, whatever his last name. Moma's Nazamoses, the star dumper. Okay, give him some shadow inside his head. A little bit of hair there connecting, which is actually somewhat sparse. It should be, but that's good. That works. What we've got. Do some darker darks. We need a darker shadow here. It's almost black, but we'll do like a truly near black for the darkest parts of the hood. Give them the most definition possible. Okay, crank the opacity a bit to do this line. Because this line shows the shape of his face and the outline. Okay, and then connect up his hair just a bit. Okay, Moses is getting good in his face anyway, so let's work on the rest of him. So we'll do a little highlight on top of the hood, like so. Oops, that's too much. So this is just the top of his head. It's going to be even lighter. You can highlight kind of the rim of it. Slightly smaller brush there, like this. So we can really see the rim of the hood. We can do a similar thing down the side just to accentuate the edge. There, just a little bit. And then along here. There. Okay, pigtail hood, loon leather cap. Cap now is feeling left out. It needs some shading. And the whole thing will be somewhat shaded. We'll try to put less effort in on the rest of the body and focus on just making the face the most important part, or rather the face, which is the most important part, to be the most detailed part. So the rest of the drawing, well, if we can manage it, the rest will go a bit quicker than this. Okay, there, loon leather. Highlight just the bottom, give it a bit of an edge, a bit of a shape. Loon leather. Where did we get loon leather? We must have traded for it, because we've never caught any loons or butchered them. Okay, there. He's got his cap. He's got his hood. What else do you wear, Momas? Actually, the hood's not quite done, because it's going to have this whole sort of cowl shape to it. He wears a lot of things, so back to 100%. And then try to do this super quick for this part of the hood. Probably should draw the hood first. Yeah, we'll just go ahead and draw the hood and then we can add the beard over it. Do like a rough version of the hood and then we can add the beard over top. If we smooth the hood just a little bit. So it's going to be kind of darker in the middle, darker where there's beard, and with the light highlight kind of on the shoulder there. So this is our darker, and then we'll go much darker right in that darkest part. Smooth it a touch. Okay, this can be even darker in here. Yeah, maybe that's too much. Just touch it up a bit. Okay, and then he's getting more muzzed every second. Okay, there, more muzz. Now, there's a light pixel there. Let's grab the highlight and then do a slight highlight on the shoulder of the cloak, or of the hood. So this is a new style of dwarven hood, which this humble dwarf likes. We think it really exemplifies the dwarven fashion. Next, let's quickly reshape his arms just to make them more clear, because remembering he's very skinny. Somehow he carried that rock. It was a marble rock, so we'll put a big marble rock in his hands. And his marble rock will actually have to be kind of pressing his beard against his body, because there's no way he would have lifted the beard out from behind the rock. Okay, that looks pretty good. His arms are kind of long, kind of like an orangutan, if those even exist in this world. So yeah, that looks a bit better. Okay, and keeping him very skinny, we'll give him some heft to his legs. Extremely skinny, as he is, Momas. Okay, now what's he wearing? Hey Momas, what are you wearing? He's got, oh yes, the robe, dress, and cloak. Yeah, so we're not going to see much of the pigtail dress because the robe and cloak are going to cover it. And that just covers pretty much his entire body. So we're going to go with spider silk gray, which we have some colors for right here. Use that. So here's a cloak, or this will be the robe. And then we can make the cloak just a bit lighter, kind of have it stand out at this stage. So cloak, what does a cloak look like after all? It would be sort of like a cape. Yeah, it's like a cape, typically with a hood. So, but he's wearing his hood over it, so presumably the hood is not part of the cape. So we're gonna just draw the cloak kind of going split open like this, going towards the back. We'll put him on a dark background so you can see him better. So cloak will be like this. Yeah, the beard will be in front. And then the hood is there. So the hood, we'll just use some dark hood colors in that to remind us that there's a hood there. We can do a dark line under it to separate them. It's going to be maybe muted a bit later. And then this is his main body equipment. So he's got like this, not pigtail, but spider silk robe. And yeah, the robe will cover the dress fully. We'll have the robe sort of go in front of everything. So there's the robe under the cloak and the hair getting stuck behind the rock. Medium length, sparse sideburns, combed, neatly combed. So his hair should look neat. Kind of like that. Now we'll add some shading so that he's got some shadows in this cloak. Actually, it needs a bit more shape because he should have some body there. He is very skinny though, so we'll be sure to leave sort of a gap between his arm. He's not just very skinny, he's extremely skinny. Incredibly skinny. He's incredibly skinny. So you should look at this dwarf and think, wow, that is a skinny dwarf. So that is what we're going to do. Like that. And then we'll do shadow of the, or not shadow, but a dark part of the inside of the cloak back behind his arms here. So I'll make it slightly lighter just to make it look like there's something there. Start with a fill there. And we can touch that up. Just like this. There you can see sort of the cloak back behind, and the cloak just sort of hangs off him because he's so incredibly skinny. Yeah, there's Momo's Cloak of Destiny. Cloak of Stars. He is our star. Okay, now let's finish this drawing and keep it rough. Here's that. Get some marble to look more marble-licious. Like this. We're adding a top part to the marble, and then we're going to add a bottom part to the marble. A shadow, if you will. Smaller, and let's just kind of, oops, some opacity, kind of blend this. So this can be like the bottom of the marble. It's more shadowed like that. Yeah. So this is the stone that he was dumping for us. Lovely. Okay, and the marble just needs a little highlight. White we can even use. Because it is marble, it's the whitest stone in our fort. Gonna blend this through. Okay, does that look like a stone? Roughly. It needs a little more texture, just a little. So we'll do like that. And this white doesn't feel quite as white as it could. Yeah, there's the whitest white. Brightest color that can be displayed on your monitor. Okay, there it is. Okay, that's looking pretty good like marble, so like a rough marble stone. Somehow that's enough to make an entire staircase out of, but we won't worry about that dwarven logic. Okay. Maybe they really should drag the stone or move it with some sort of lever apparatus to suggest that they can actually carry enough stone to make an entire door or an entire wall section. Yeah, we could really get into the details of how crazy it is. Like a dwarf can mine out a stone, take that stone that was mined, and then use it to fill in the entire space that it was mined out of with a solid wall. So it's like the stone expands after being mined out to fill. Maybe that's explained because you get, you don't get a stone out of every stone you mine. Every square you mine does not give a stone. So maybe the idea is the stones you do mine really represent several squares worth of stone. That could make sense. So, and when he hauls it, how does he haul it all? Maybe he's hauling it one piece at a time. And then when he brings it over, he's actually bringing like 5 large chunks of stone, or 25, and he's dragging them one tile at a time all together, one by one. And then when he goes to make a wall, he uses all those 20 chunks of stone to make the wall. So yeah, that almost makes sense. Dwarf Fortress is great. Okay, so let's see. He's getting somewhat defined there. We're just going to smooth this a tad. There's not going to be a lot of brightness on his, what is it, spider silk robe, because it's just, for one thing, it's just a gray robe, but it's also kind of hidden. It's behind his beard, it's behind his other clothes, so we're just going to kind of do it like this. There, I'll do some nice shadows, deep shadows in this back area. Okay, and then a little lighter. Just there, that's the brightest we're going to go with it. The spider silk. This one can be a bit brighter because his arms are out, exposed. They're not hidden back behind his beard and such. So let's do just a slight bit brighter. I like that. There, and highlight the wrinkles at the corners. Okay. His incredibly skinny arms. All right, and he's got llama wool gloves. So we typically represent llama wool as this yellowish color. So there it is. You can just barely see a touch of glove color and peeking out from under the mittens. Just like that. And then we'll do a sharp line to define, not quite that sharp, to define the edge of the glove. Maybe that's too dark. Yeah, we'll do a slightly less sharp line there. Oh, that's still dark. How's that? How about this one? That's better. Okay, so then we'll get the gloves in. And it's fun drawing dwarves with all these layers of clothing. It makes it a challenge. It makes it especially a challenge to do them fast, which is what we always try to do. And it doesn't always end up totally fast, but it's worth the effort. So here we go. This is going to be sort of the shape of the actual cloak. So there's that bottom part. And then inside it can be dark like this, just to distinguish it and as a start. And then we'll go less dark heading down. Sort of like this. We can start probably this gray for the inside. And then fade it through with this. Sort of like that. So that's going to be the inside of the cloak. And kind of a slight lighter spot inside here. Like that. Okay, perfect. And this will be super dark. The lower back inside part. And don't worry, his legs are going to get more detailed. So I'm sure you want them to be. Everyone's just thinking, why are his legs not detailed? Well, even though you're not really thinking that, the answer is because they're not done. How interesting. Okay, so the gloves are just about good. They don't need to be impressive because they're just some leather gloves. Like, Dwarf's got to have something covering his hands, so he wears these. That's all there is to say about them. They don't even protect him from much of anything. Leather is a weak armor. Barely an armor at all. Similar to cloth, it doesn't provide any significant protection. So now we'll shade this little shoulder corner thing. This is part of his cloak, his dwarven cloak. We can actually show, well, we could show the skirt, but the dress rather, but we'll do the robe. So we'll just do the robe kind of going up to a little above knee length. Maybe it should be longer. Where does one limit the robe to? Yeah, we'll do it a bit shorter just so we can see the other clothes. We can see all the layers. So this is the bottom of the robe. We'll just have it kind of have a divot there in the robe. So it's a somewhat short robe. That's why they wear a dress under it and trousers under it. There we go. And this is low down, so it can be pretty dark. It's pretty covered by everything, shadowed in. Just like that, slightly bigger brush. There we go. Look at that. It's sort of shapely. Okay, I'll just add these to give it some more shape. And then highlight it. This is the same fabric as the sleeves, so it can be similar lightness in the lightest parts. It's a bit smaller, do a neat little outline. He likes to comb his hair neatly, so you can imagine his clothes would be neat too. Our MoMAs. Start number, okay. All right, I'm just gonna smooth out this a minimal amount so that it looks like a robe instead of like a collection of lines, if possible. But just a minimal amount to make it achieve that goal. So that when you look at it, you get a feeling of a robe instead of getting a feeling of a line. Okay, so we'll do just a little edge here. Yeah, there. Okay, so the next thing is the skirt that sticks out. We're just working our way down the body. So he's wearing not a skirt, but a dress. Robe, cloak. Yeah, it's a pigtail dress. Okay, so it's made of the same material as the hood. The dress is literally just going to be shown as a strip of cloth going underneath here. That's going to be the dress. And we'll just shade it up. Kind of like that, and then we'll just shade it down. Add a line at the top to separate it from the next layer. We can kind of pigtailify this gap too a bit. And then take our dark color, pretty high opacity, and make the shadowed part. Yeah, look at that. Okay, then back down here, it's a bit darker. Smooth that a bit. Let's erase this. Okay, so this is almost done, this little pigtail portion, and the overall drawing is very close too. Very close, just like basically the feet and this robe actually. This cloak needs a slight bit of work, so we'll do the cloak. And of course his beard. We would never forget to do his beard. Beard is probably the most fun part to do, so it's almost as if this humble dwarf has been saving it for later. Saving the beard to do last, or not last, but in fact we'll do it next, after we finish the rough little shade on this cloak. Okay, there. Close that off. Smooth this just a tad. Okay, that's looking good. In here, it needs a slight shadow to kind of separate this. Say, look, his arm is there. Look, his arm is there. That's what the shadow's saying. Okay. Yeah, this is looking near perfect, which is honestly good enough. Just the parts that aren't near perfect. Or, okay, near perfect is too good, but near adequate. Yeah, and then once it hits adequate, we stop. So, cinnamon hair. Let's just double check that it's cinnamon, even though we're pretty sure. What color is your hair? Yep, still cinnamon. Okay. So cinnamon hair is mostly red, and it's going to have a bright, colorful highlight. As much as Moma's might be thinning in his hair or very sparse, at least he can be proud of his bright cinnamon coloration. He keeps it tidily combed and braided in the back, which shows that pride. Okay, there's the medium-length sideburns. Here's the very long mustache and beard, which are kind of tucked behind the rock here. Cinnamon colored. Okay, it just needs a little definition, so a dark shade to help define the cinnamon hair. So I'll have it go towards yellow and a bit less saturated. The dark parts, like slowing brush like this. Like around the mouth. Some lines of just arbitrary darkness. There, a little shadow under the lip. And there, it's getting very hairy, this hair. Very hair-like. Shadow between there. Neatly combed mustache. Be darker up here where it's in the shadow. There, and we should fix over any areas where the hair is kind of exceeded its authority. And covered areas that aren't hair with something that looks a little too much like hair. That, right here. Patching up these tiny little spots. Although we said adequate is good enough. Yeah, that's bringing it up to adequate. Okay, this is an adequately designed image of a dwarf. Moma's nosemosis. With his extremely thin nose, incredibly thin body, dark tan skin. There, give him a little more face shape. Is he wrinkled or anything? Doesn't say he's wrinkled. He's only 47. Okay, that's the face. Oh, his eyebrows. His eyebrows need slightly more color. Just to note the fact that they're cinnamon like the rest of his hair. We assume that dwarves' eyebrows are always the same color as their hair because it never seems to say otherwise. Okay, looking Moses. And what's the last thing? Just this bottom area. Just needs to be filled in. So do this Tidy it up. Shade it down. Shade it all around. Okay. So that's the back of his cloak, this cloak here. We'll bring in some slight more blue color from it. Switch to 50% opacity to blend. Make less of a difference as we add more color. Less of a difference, just the right amount. Okay, and we do want a pretty sharp line at the bottom of the skirt there. The bottom of the dress skirt of the dress. Just to say this is the bottom of the dress. Behind here is something else. So it's like the shadow that you'd see at the very edge of the dress if you were to look at Moses in real dwarven life. Okay, finally, it's time for his pants and shoes. So his trousers are, where are your trousers, Momas? Trousers, mittens, socks. Oh, they're very top. Okay, earthworm leather trousers. So they're leather. It's going to be a bit like loon leather, but because it's earthworm leather, we're going to draw it kind of pale. So less saturated, more gray. And because earthworms are not like other creatures, they're definitely going to be seen as more pale. Not your average beast that you'd skin for its leather. Oh, what kind of leather is that? Why, it's giant earthworm leather. Okay, so there's this. The rough color of the earthworm leather. And it's making it seem like the foot's in the wrong place, so let's try moving the leg forward to make the foot in the right place. And there's the other foot. He's going to have small feet for his incredibly skinny body. Okay, and we're just going to put the little shape on the earthworm leather. Do a little shady color, shady. Yeah, so we made it kind of yellow, for lack of a better color. Well, yellow's a good color for earthworm leather. Okay, so that's probably gonna just about do it for that. They just need the shade now, the dark color. Earthworm, dark leather. Okay, smaller size, and then put in this shadow up here, shadows of the wrinkles in his pants, back color to highlight the shape. And same thing on this side. Shadow across the top, shadow at the bottom. And this is a little, let's make this sort of in shadow because it's the underside of his leg. Like that. So it's just the top of the leg sticks up and looks more bright, thusly. And this outer side can be like that there. Yes, just like that. Okay, and we'll do a similar thing here very quickly. Just make the leg lighter at the top, just like that. Okay. And lastly, he needs shoes very quickly. So shoes are silk, giant cave spider silk. So that's the same as the cloak there. So we'll just do them kind of rough. Yeah, there's some rough shoes. And get a little darker edge. Like that. A little more darker. That's definitely the correct way to say it, by the way. A little more darker. Okay. And here we go. Are they done? Are they done? It's done, isn't it? Okay. Well, there's a little slight bit left like this. Kind of wants to be smoothed. This wants to be more colored. Darken the beard where it's tucked in. Make this rock go over top more so. A dark line go over, including the beard, so it's in the shadow. Oh, and the beard needs a highlight just to pop it out. That's important. Liven it up. Like this. Just some strands get to be highlighted. The top parts. Because we're just kind of assuming, pretending that there's always a light source on these dwarves from above. In fact, the dwarves are in total darkness. But maybe this is how they see each other. Because they have such good vision. They have perfect vision in the dark. So we're imagining that to the dwarves, total darkness is like bright light from above, and that's how we draw them. It's also just easier. It's an easy way to show what they look like. This wants a little dark shadow there. Okay. And yeah, we're just fixing little things, but he's more or less done. Momas. Meet Momas. This cloak there. It's just confusing why there's this little blob, so we'll try to make it look more like the edge of the cloak, or we'll just delete it. Yeah, how about that? No edge of cloak there. No confusion needed. Okay, good. Oh, this too. Dark spot. Yep. Okay, Momas is ready for action. Pending any little things we still need to erase like that. Okay, so we're gonna get them transferred over, and we can enjoy having Momas keep us company as we head back into the fort and squish some more undead. That's what it's really about. So save as PNG. Momas, Nosem, Moses, something like that. We probably spelled it wrong, but it's close enough. Undo. Save this back into our normal editable format for next time. Just like that. And we'll see you in the fortress. So let's make this smaller because it doesn't seem to have worked. And we'll add Momas. So a new image. There he is, our star. Those undeads out of the way. There. Okay, so we've got a new dwarf to keep us company. There. I'll just push that the right number of times. Perfect. Okay. Now, let's squish some undead. So what's the status? Let's see. The lever is on the left, which should mean that the bridge is open. And so what we're gonna have to do is lock this door once the undead make it almost at the door. And that's what we're gonna do. So, oh, there's a silly human trying to leave. What do we do with Ilral Disemkina? We're just gonna have to let them fight it out, it seems. They came to fight monsters, so fight monsters they shall. And we're letting this weird looking creature come through because it's friendly. Yeah, even though it's like a necromancer's creation, it's not an enemy. It's a friendly one. So here, let's have this human go into combat. He sees the Key of Feathers. He's engaging with his silver short sword and battling. Oh, he killed the Key of Feathers. Wow, good job. Wow, that was easy actually for him. Wait a second. We gotta make sure that our burrow doesn't include that. Good, because we don't want any dwarves rushing in to grab those Key of Feathers now. Okay, let's see what Ilral can get through. His next opponent is a horse. Mutilated corpse of. Go for it, Ilral. Iral, actually. He's fighting the horse and more Key of Feathers. You can do it. Let's see how he's faring. Let's check the combat report. Iral Disemkina. So he did attack the Key of Feather. He actually slew it in one swipe. Cut off the head. Next, he blocked and looks like he was striking the horse well, bruising it. He continually jumped away from the horse's attacks. His sword lodged in the wound. He pulled it out and got it back, and then stabbed it in the front leg, severing a sensory nerve. That shouldn't have impacted it because it's undead. So he's going back into combat, still fighting that horse. Oh, he's starting to have trouble. Indeed, we see a spattering of his blood. And is he getting tired? Probably. His lung? Oh, that's the horse. Yeah, he's tired. So he's not long for this world. Iral, you never should have gone out there. Never should have gone there. Let's see how long he lasts. Can he take out even the horse? That would be very tough. He doesn't have a mace or a blunt weapon. Looks like he's just spraying his blood everywhere. He's lasting a long time, but he seems to be unconscious now. Zombies are devouring him. Oh, poor Iral. Swords Dwarf, Iram Joel, that would be an undead. So yeah, it's strangling him. Nasty. It had grabbed his trousers and started to strangle him, so he's not resisting anymore. He passed out from exhaustion just after he regained consciousness. He is... Well, we'll see. As soon as the zombies start walking by, we'll know that IRL has been defeated. There they go. IRL's done. With any luck, the necromancers will not come to bring him back. And hopefully this sword dwarf adventurer won't go out either. Silly adventurers. They come to fight monsters, but they don't know what. There's a lot more. They get a lot more than they bargained for, we'll say. What IRL did do, though, which was very helpful, is he's caused these zombies to be bunched up. Bunched up zombies are good because they're all going to get into the zombie squisher at the same time. And then we can squish them all. That would have been so much more fun if we could launch them, but such is not to be. We're just going to have a long list of squished zombies. Oh, here we go. Combat's going to start. There's no way we can save this mace dwarf. He's running. He should run farther, but he's engaged. We might end up squishing him. Actually, if he escapes, okay. So if he makes it, see, actually, no, there's no hope for him. We need him to get past the door before a zombie gets on the door. In that case, we could lock it behind him. But we can't guarantee being able to do that. So there's just no hope because the zombie might go onto the door at the same time he goes past it. So we're just going to watch him get defeated. Unless he really keeps his distance like that. Maybe, just maybe. Okay, we're switching to pushing one step instead of... Because if he moves like that past the door, there's some slight hope. But we can't afford to wait while the zombies are on the door, can we? Probably not. Oh, he's passed out from exhaustion. It looks like. Let's see. He's stunned. Yeah, he's done for. Okay, we're giving up on him. He's not making it out. Sorry. We'll just leave him there as bait to lure the zombies onto the bridge. As many zombies as possible. Because they're not going to have any reason to run towards the fort now, except that they do because that dwarf is there. So as long as that dwarf lives, zombies can keep piling onto this bridge. And we don't have to lure them in by opening the doorway. Oh, he's done. Okay. Now it's time to pull the lever and watch the carnage unfold. So the zombie dropper, pull it, and the security door, why not pull it too? Let's see what happens. Oh, some zombies trying to escape. It did escape. A marks dwarf corpse. And oh, let's follow one of these zombies and watch it fall. There, the bridge, the hole is opened beneath them. We now see its open space. Let's watch it fall. Oh, following it apparently didn't work. Something's happening. Because the bridge, oh yeah, the bridge is on just repeated squish mode, so. Actually, here they are. Let's see what happens. It would be great if they get launched, but they almost certainly won't. The bridge is just set to be opened and closed repeatedly, so there it goes. Squish. No more zombies. Okay, let's reset the trap, guys. Round 7. Honestly, it's round 3. Round 3. We can open this one up. Okay. Yeah, and then we'll unlock this door too, so they can keep piling in. We'll have these zombies cleared away in no time. As soon as that bridge pops up, the door's open, they will start filing in again. Okay, guys, come on in, it's ready. They're probably waiting for the security door. There they go. Because for whatever reason, it's impossible to tell visually if a lateral bridge is open or closed. Yeah, they're gonna slowly crawl in. This one actually is a kangaroo. Before we were saying Kia, or kangaroo when it was a Kia, but this time it's really a kangaroo. Okay, so we're gonna let them get to the bottom of the bridge, and then squish them all down. It would seem like this is the ultimate solution in fortress defense. Like really, you just make one entrance, and the entrance leads to a squisher. I guess the ultimate solution would be if we could do our original design, the one on the screen where it throws them instead of insta-squash. But we can't have it all, obviously. Okay, guys, get on the bridge. Yeah, if the front ones go slow, that's good. Oh, they just sped up. We're going to start doing single steps. Pause there. So as soon as this bottom zombie reaches the next square, then we are going to lock the door below it so it can't get into the fort. There. Okay, we're locking the door. And pull on the lever. We could actually set that on a macro. So we're going to add, pull, and we don't really need to bother with the security door. So there we go. It should open any moment now. What is that? It looks like a chair up there. Oh, that's the security door. Oh, it's just covered in something strange. Yeah, this humble dwarf is not sure what happened with that security door, but any moment now it's going to open under their feet. And oops. Here they go. What's this weird thing floating? Just open space. Huh. Why does it show like there's something there? Like a squiggle. Okay, so these unfortunates are about to disappear. There they go. Where did they go? Nobody knows. It's like they're just not there anymore. Oh, you finally found our billy goat dead. Billy goat head is now a billy goat dead. Okay. So let's repeat. Repeat until done. Oh, Dwarf Comic clarifies that the squiggle was guts in midair. This humble dwarf would have thought that guts would appear on the K menu as guts, but they were showing up as nothing. Apparently guts are just sort of a visual detail along the lines of broken arrows, broken bolts that just show up as a squiggle, like these ones out here. There's a broken bolt there, but it doesn't show up as an item. It can't be interacted with, apparently. Supposedly, or presumably, it would be cleaned when the dwarves do a cleaning task. Now the zombies should be moving in again. Indeed they are. We could actually just stack them in the hole. We don't have to squish them. Maybe that's what we should do. That could be fun. And then, because the squishing isn't really doing what we wanted, it's not getting us to save the gear that they have. So maybe we can just stack them in the hole and then dump some lava in there later, and then maybe that wouldn't work. Now you got to be careful to lock the door before the zombie gets to it. This takes care and skill. Maybe not skill, but care. Okay, so as soon as this bottom zombie here, which is a Dwarf, makes it down another square, then we do the thing. Okay, we're passing time one tick at a time. Just the idea is just to give any stragglers a chance to get onto the bridge before we lock it. Okay, now we lock it. So let's make a macro this time. So once we're in the Q menu and over this thing, we record. Oh, we're going to want to lock it. Let's redo that. Record. So forbid. And then flip this lever. And go back up here to watch. So stop recording, and then we can just make sure that it's locked. Yep, okay. So now let's resume and watch the floor open underneath them. But this time we're not going to squish them. Just going to stack more dwarves down there. And hopefully they can't climb out. Okay, if this there didn't miss, that's good. So we should be able to do the same macro now. To just do them both. Okay, yeah, sweet. So that should work. Now this is open. This is gonna also do this to say open, close, drop, zombie dropper in Q menu. We'll say selected in Q menu. highlighted in Q menu. Perfect. So now we got that macro ready, which we can just use every time that we want to open and close this bridge. So it's going to open now. The bridge is going to reappear. Zombies. Oh, actually, we still have that squisher set to happen nonstop. So let's just turn that off for now. No more repeat. There we go. The bridge is ready and the door's open. So the zombies are going to start rushing in again. Well, meanwhile, there's one down here. They weren't climbing the wall, were they? No, they're just chilling there. Okay, so let's watch them go, and then we'll trap some more zombies, and then trap some more zombies. And we'll have so many zombies, all in a very tight little space. Now we can take our dwarven shotgun, or maybe we can use them for target practice. The problem with using them for target practice is that some of them are actually marks dwarves, and they still know how to shoot, despite being deceased. So we can't just say set up fortifications right next to them, because they'll shoot through those fortifications. So we'll have to get a little creative, unless we want to just squish them all. Okay, it's time to do the thing. Forbidden. Open. Yeah, it'd be nice if it didn't have that extra wiggle at the end, but that's fine. Okay, good, looking good. Let's see them drop. There's a 2 there. What's the 2? It's our billy goat head. Yeah, you can see the billy goat head on the screen. Right here. That's our friendly little billy goat head. Splattered with just a bit of blood. And down they go. As soon as it opens. Down they go. Goodbye. Let's do it again. This is fun. Especially since we have the macro, so I don't have to actually click everything. You can just kind of watch it proceed. And open the bridge. Let's check the zombies down here. Yep, there's quite a few of them. They're restless. Oh, this one's a hasty little boy. It's almost halfway. Wait, is it going the wrong way? It's not even running towards the fortress. Yes, it is. Now the marks dwarfs seem to be the quickest. Something about marks dwarfs. Oh, okay. It's time to do the thing. Yeah, we gotta be careful. We could have just done it earlier there, but gotta be careful not to let it get past the door, because that would begin to be a lot less fun and convenient. Look at that beautifully forbidden door. Okay, down you go. Actually, we can see if, well, whatever. We can see if the other zombies wanted to walk onto the bridge first too, but presumably they don't. So yeah, we'll keep a closer eye on them next time, just in case they're climbing up or something, because we don't fully trust them not to climb up. We did not smooth the walls, so that might make the walls climbable. Let's watch down here, just in case. All right, we'll watch right here to see if any of them try to climb up. So far, no. Their donkey's making its way in. Oh, one of them is climbing. Yep. Luckily the bridge is closed above it. But yeah, that marks dwarf likes to climb up. That's scary. Okay, so we probably should squish them after all. Just in case one of them was, say, right here in this square, and then we open it and then they climb right up and immediately go up to here. Or we can just check each time to make sure they're not about to climb out before we open it. That's good enough. It adds an extra step, which could be error prone, but could also lead to fun. Oh, a nice juicy pile of zombies going onto the bridge this time. Wow, look at them all. 5, almost 6. It's nice not having a marks dwarf. Probably all the marks dwarfs have already made their way in, or a good number of them have. Okay, so we'll get just a little farther, but not all the way this time. There. So is anybody climbing? Yep, he's climbing, but he's not right at the entrance, so let's just do it. Forbidden. And anyway, we're forbidding that door, so it's not like he can climb out. Let's watch them fall. Maybe they'll like run into this guy on the way down. It'd be cool if they would hit this dwarf who's climbing and knock him off. See if we see them flash. Oh, there they go. Okay, so now we got loads of zombies down there, and there's going to be more. Okay, so we'll do this, and then we'll keep a close eye on this dwarf just to make sure he doesn't get any funny ideas and like escape or anything. Although there will be a bridge above his head, so the only risky time is right now when the bridge, now the bridge is closed, but when the bridge was open and the door was unforbidden. That's the time of risk when that Marksdwarf corpse could potentially climb out. We can actually try to line up a dwarf, a corpse, so that it's right above that Marksdwarf and have it fall on him that way. Let's try that next time. We can have a zombie kind of do some zombie bowling, where the one zombie knocks the other zombie into the pit. It's not bowling, but it's kind of like bowling. Dwarven bowling. Okay, open the pit. Oh, they're trying to leave. One of them's going to get off the bridge. Oh, he got off the bridge, but the next one won't. This Marksdwarf. Oh, he did. Okay, well, let's reset the trap. So this works, except we don't actually want to tell this to flip twice. We just want to cancel the flip. There. So now they'll start walking back down, and then we can trigger the trap. We can even do that on purpose, actually, kind of send them back and forth. That's a decent idea to pile them up more. Do them all in one. So I'll try that this time. Once the Marksdwarf gets a little too close for comfort, there. Then we just forbid this door and let him, we'll see if he runs back, because he seems like a really jaunty little corpse. Yeah, see, they're running back. They're not all running back, though. Oh, yeah, they actually are. So let's unforbid this again. Let them run in. Pile in, boys and girls and yaks and Kia feathers. Okay, let's just trigger it. Send them down below. And just make sure he's not about to climb out. Nope, he's not. Okay. Goodbye. Don't leave. Just stick around. There they go. Stick around for a long time until we figure out what to do with you. Okay, and we're around. We're just going to keep doing this for like probably a few months. Yeah, this humble dwarf's guessing it'll take a couple months to get rid of all these zombies. Boy, is it ever worth it though. Oh, there's two of them now chilling at that underlayer. It's like they climb up to the bottom of the bridge and then don't know what to do. Maybe they aren't able to climb past a bridge. That would be really handy. If a bridge, even when it's open, somehow stops them from climbing past, because so far they haven't climbed past, which this humble dwarf would have expected them to try. And actually that's going to be a slight problem when they don't, when they stay at the layer below the bridge, because when they're down there, they don't get squished in the squisher. Oh no, he's going to get off of it. If he gets off it before it opens, then okay, he didn't. All's good. But yeah, if we have these two zombies right here and here, 3 zombies now, then it's going to take a little more creativity to get rid of them. Maybe we'll just flood this entire chamber with magma. What's happening? Something's happened of note. It just zoomed us. Cave crocodiles reverted to a wild state. Good thing it's still in a cage. It does still have a trainer. So hopefully the trainer would keep on training it. Not sure why they would have stopped. Where's that? Animals. Deal with this cave crocodile. It's a wild crocodile. This one's plus A. Trainer any. Maybe we got rid of the training zone it was in or something like that. So it'll be at the bottom probably. Yeah, there. A, not tame. It still has trainer any assigned. Can we make it a pet? That would be funny. Make it a pet while it's still wild. So yeah, there's the cave crocodile. It's, oh, it is an animal training zone. Yeah, so why? It's weird that they're not training it. They didn't keep it trained. But not a problem. That's why we never released it from its cage. So this, oh, whoa, one of them did just climb up past the bridge. So that answers that question. Oh boy, okay. Yeah, we need to close this door again. In a hurry. You get back down there. So we'll do the macro. Okay, yeah. Gotta be very careful with that. Although we could handle one dwarf, one undead dwarf. It might actually be fun. Like it would be both fun and fun. But the big annoyance would be that we would no longer be able to close that door. So yeah, they really do like climbing up. Really should have spooked those walls. Oh well. Let's keep on proceeding as we have been, because it's just too amusing to see them piled up in that hole, even though it's a risk, potentially a mortal risk to our dwarves. So we'll watch this layer until the floor reappears, because this layer is the danger layer. There, the floor's back. Okay. So we'll let these zombies get onto the bridge, and then we'll dump them down to be with their friends. A little zombie party in the basement. Okay. Time to lock and lever. It'd be nice if like a whole crowd of them would go on the bridge all at once. They're probably running out because they want to go kill something. Actually, what we can do next time is lock the door behind them, so when they get tempted to run out, instead they don't. So they'll just freeze on the bridge. That's what we'll do. We'll remake the macro so that it'll lock both those doors. And then they'll just stand dumbly and wait for the bridge to open underneath their feet. Let's repeat this macro for the last time before we save a new version of it. And we'll watch here just to be careful until the bridge closes. Until the bridge recovers the land. There it is, okay. Come on in. The pool of zombies is fine. It feels good to be somewhat in control of the undead menace. In the past forts, this humble dwarf has never dealt with an undead menace. It's always been a fortress ender. Every time the zombies come, we're just at a loss. But not this time. This time we're taking them and piling them up. Okay, so we're gonna do a new macro. So we'll forbid this door, and we'll also, oh, we can't forbid that door, right? Okay, never mind. No new macro. We'll load the old macro again. Yeah, it would be smart to maybe link up this door with the bridge or something, but that's just not that practical because it takes too long for the door to close. It doesn't have the right effect of confusing them. Okay, so this is forbidden, and presumably this has been set. Just want to double check. No, it has not been set. Okay, make sure that's set. Okay, so let's drop some zombies. Get on down in the hole. This one is an axe dwarf. I wonder if he's got a good axe, probably. Yeah, iron. No steel on this one, but some of them have steel. And there. Okay, let's do it again. You just get to watch us repeatedly dump zombies. It's so great. This is why Dwarf Fortress is a fun game. In no other game do you get to repeatedly dump zombies down into a little giant pile. Okay, there. The bridge is closed. Zombies are starting to rush in again. Little do they know, they're about to go party with their friends. So let's see. This one looks like it's just a peasant. Yeah, oh, it's a sword dwarf. Okay. So let this sword dwarf get to the end, so hopefully his friend can also get onto the pile. Oh, he's getting very close. There, we'll stop it there. What is his friend? It's a mace dwarf. Okay, so let's do the thing. Lock the door, open the bridge, and party time. Hopefully they don't run out too fast. Open. There they go. To join their friends. Okay. Now we'll repeat it again. Somehow never gets boring. Or even if it does get boring, we have to keep going. Because we got a lot of zombies to get through. There's 11 idlers. That's slightly worrying. We'll deal with that after this time. Okay, so now we're just going to watch them go in. Dwarf Comic comments that they expect a proper burial monument after this, putting all these dwarfs to their final end. That would be reasonable. Now, this humble dwarf was hoping that zombies would not require such luxury, but it does make sense. It makes sense in a way, because while they didn't die here, they re-died here. Ah, they're dwarfs. They deserve it. Is that the sentiment coming in from Dwarf Comic? That they deserve it because they're dwarfs. That's fair. Yeah. Maybe it's not that they don't deserve it, it's just that it's really not convenient. But yeah, that's a lot of slabs. But you know what? We got masons. We got crafts dwarfs. We can make all the slabs. But if they're not going to turn into ghosts, it's not a practical worry. But this humble dwarf does not know if they'll turn into ghosts. They might, for all we know. Like, we would have thought they would turn into ghosts in the fort where they originally died, as opposed to the fort where they met their true death, you might say. Really, the dwarf in spirit died a true death when it first died, and then now it's just a shell, like a puppet, animated by necromantic forces. So let's throw them on the pile. Fantastic. Yeah, this is only going to catch one or two. No, just one. That's okay. We let him go all the way because he's a speedy mover. And to make sure at least we catch that one. There's not too many left, actually. We're really getting through them, and the necromancer, the dingo man, is also coming up. He's getting close. There he goes. He's alive, so he's a little more active. Well, he's more alive anyway. Our necromancer's alive. See, actually, the necromancers are alive. Because they're just, whoa, that was a double move. So we might have to stop actually using the run, letting the time pass. And like maybe once they get within 3 squares of the gate, we switch to just using the one-step method. Because we do not want anybody getting past the gate. That is a big for sure. And down they go. Any second, there they go. Goodbye. Go play with your friends. Okay, let's do the next group. It's like we're running a tour group for zombies. Oh, it's getting full. At some point, they should be able to climb out of the hole on the backs of all the other zombies and dead yaks and Kia feathers. Something happened. What happened? Oh, we have a baby. Nice. Congratulations. That might be a good picture to draw. Something like, oh, says Barbara. We echo that sentiment. We could draw like Obok giving birth to their girl with some zombies partying in the background or something. Although they don't see each other. They shouldn't see the zombies. Obok Catalastug gave birth to Edem Ilral Talal. Let's see what the baby's name means. Just, okay. Ilral Talal. Bama. Her name means treaty language. Huh, maybe she'll be a diplomat. She was born today, which makes her very young indeed. She already has a love for pig iron. Oh, poor thing. She likes moon snail shell. That could be a big problem if she ever makes an artifact. Starts asking for shells. She likes spinach leaves. We don't have spinach, but we have other things with leaves. And she likes blueberry wine and detests hamsters. Well, that's good. So do we. We absolutely detest hamsters too. So we're just waiting for the passageway to open now and hoping no zombies climb out of the hole. Looks like they've sort of lost their will to climb out of the hole. There's one at the top level and the rest are just hanging out at the bottom. Next time we do this sort of trap, we will certainly smooth the walls, which should help prevent the zombies, or maybe not smooth the walls, but make the walls out of blocks, prevent them from climbing out. Getting close there. Gotta be careful. Okay, that's far enough. Now we'll do the dot one-step method. Let them get 1 or maybe 2 square. Yeah, we'll let them go all the way. That's not necessary. We'll do it right here. Into the hole with you. Yeah, the humble dwarf got a little excited when we saw the map pause both those times, hoping it would be an artifact, a strange mood. Instead, it was a crocodile reverting to a wild state and a baby being born. So one of those was good. Increasing the population is important, especially as we currently have no access to the outside world. Not until we get rid of this horde. But actually, this seems to be the last of the horde. Like, everything that you see here comes with every zombie you see here. So, very own zombie horde. Okay, let's proceed. So this is unlocked, which means the bridge is about to be closed again. Let's keep an eye down here in case anybody's climbing. But nobody's climbing right now, which is very comforting. Comforting, which can be a danger because we get too comfortable. Sometimes we get eaten by Kia feathers. Why is this dead? Oh, right, that very skilled swordsman went out and cut the head off the Kia feathers. If that necromancer gets scared, it could raise the Kia feathers again. But that shouldn't happen. Oh, did it just say somebody was visiting? Not a good time to visit. Maybe it didn't say that. Okay, this one is a speedster, so we'll be careful not to let it go too far. One step mode. Let him go all the way in case his friends get onto the bridge before he reaches the door. Okay, we're just stepping along. Time is proceeding. Time is subjective, as we say in Dwarf Fortress. There, one more. Okay, you can take one more step forward, little zombie. There. Now we lock it and drop it. And we should start thinking about another piece of art, maybe. Well, we've got the zombie, we've got the baby, not the zombie. We've got this whole concept of zombies being dropped, which is kind of hilarious. So maybe that's what we'll do. Although it's tough to represent. Like, how do you represent this mass of undeath? There's, let's see how many per square. 1, 2, 2 on that square. 2, 2, 3, 3, 2, 3. So there's 3, 6, 9, 12, 15, 17, 19, 21, 23 zombies. And thank you very much for the follow, Baron Yump. That is quite appreciated. Every little follow and big follow, as the case may be, counts for a lot to this humble dwarf, as we just love to know that people are watching and enjoying what we have to contribute to the world of the dwarves. And if you have any thoughts about particular inspiration for what our next drawing should be, we still take suggestions for that until we get some channel points, perhaps some point in the future. But for now, suggestions are open. They will not necessarily be heeded, but they will be respected and inspected, because we're always looking for inspiration. If there's something in the fort that you think, boy, that would be really cool if we could see a picture of X. That kind of thing is what this humble dwarf wants to provide. So there goes the bridge, and it's time to reset. Oh, that's so fun. The master of the zombies. We did have some idle dwarves, so maybe we should take a slight break from zombie duty and just see if we can busy them up. Oh, the miners are idle. That's the problem. Okay, yeah. Miners being idle is kind of a good thing because it means that they've mined out an entire another level of this cavern. Wow, good work, guys. Let's do another level. And soon it will be done, and they can truly worship Nagalak with our very own cavern. Oops, we are not in the right menu. Okay, dig, channel, level 5. Okay, we'll go here, and then we want to kind of line it up so that we can make a nice line of ramps up to that raised platform at the top left, because that's where we're starting to build trees or allow trees to grow for now. And then eventually the goal is to have trees everywhere in this entire massive place. We'll have a gigantic underground forest of fungus trees, which will give us a supply of wood to last forever, and to stop our dwarves complaining that need logs to make ash, need charcoal to make metal. And then we can get back on metal production without ever having to be open to the outside world. So as we've seen, the outside world is not a nice place. Sometimes. We like being out there when we can, but probably now the dwarves are starting to feel cave adapted, and if they go outside they'll just retch and feel miserable. But basically what we want to do is have this security in case there's some dragon roaming outside or some kind of beast or invasion that we can't deal with, like as we were not able to deal with the current invasion. At least we weren't able to fight them. Oh, we got a channel, not mine. There we go. So we're just going to make this cavern look good. And then the dwarves can kind of feel like they're outside in nature, but they'll be inside in nature. And we can go back towards having a massive herd of yaks. That's maybe one of the best reasons to have the cavern. Although it didn't really need a cavern for that. They just need a little moss, but it's a good reason to have indoor plants anyway. So that we can have herds of yaks and whatever other animals we might want without being exposed to the dangers of outside, because currently most of our yaks are being dropped down a bridge to live in a writhing mass of zombies. For now, until we figure out what to do with them. We'll just keep them as a writhing mass, because you know what, writhing masses of zombies don't need to have graves dug for them. They don't need memorial slabs. That's an advantage of zombies. They're kind of like putting the memorials on hold. So this is an important step, but there's one more step we should take, which is to extend the burrow. Make sure that it covers this area so they can finish their digging job. So we'll just cover up all the little spots that aren't covered while making sure not to cover outside so they don't run out to try to grab who knows what, a bolt, some grapes. The dwarves can run outside for all manner of reasons, and running outside is really not what we want. Okay, so there, the burrow's set. Next level of mining can commence, which will greatly reduce the number of idlers. Let's see, we have 8 idlers at the moment, and this is before we unpause. Yeah, this is unforbidden, so the bridge is about to open. So we have 8 idlers. Let's see how the number of idlers decreases when we unpause. 9, 8, 4. There we go. Because the miners are 3. The miners are now going to work. Something's making a lot of miasma. Poor guys. They have to live in this purple cloud. But they're zombies. They don't care. Okay, we'll resume. Can't even see the bridge, but there it is. It's coming through as the cloud of miasma dissipates. And here they go. Next group of tourists is ready to get on the bus. There's the necromancer. Time to slow it down and do one step at a time. Just to let them get as far along the bridge as possible without reaching the end, without reaching the door. Now, that front zombie seems to have stalled this Marksdwarf. Ooh, a steel crossbow. Yeah, that's why we really want to kill them without smashing their bodies. Okay, a little bit. There we go. Okay, so it's time to send them downstairs. Okay, guys, have fun. Oh, the Dingo Man's trying to run out. It's trying. Is it going to make it? Oh, it made it. Oh, no. Those are some speedy zombies. Well, one of them fell. We'll try again. Maybe he won't be quite so speedy next time. As long as we get one zombie, that's progress. Even if we don't get one zombie, that's okay. We'll eventually get there. Looks like no one's climbing. Oh, there's 2 of them actually climbing. And they can hide in the miasma too when they climb. This one's climbed all the way up. Wow. He's going to have to get redropped. That's inconvenient. Because the other zombies haven't caught up yet, so. Okay, well. You wanted to be up here? Well, you got to have your fun, little Marksdwarf. Now, go back down and join your friends. At least this will send them right to the bottom of the pit, so they have to climb all the way back up again. Because they're going to trust this floor. Zombies don't learn. back to the bottom of the pit with you. Now let's bring some friends. Okay, so this door is now passable, so we got to be careful of climbers, which there's actually quite a few now. Maybe they are climbing up each other. But yeah, this miasma's empty of zombies. Oh, it's not even paused. Okay. Yeah, this one is too close for comfort. Jeez. He's right on the edge. Because he could literally climb from there up to this place in a single move. We have to lock this door just to prevent this zombie from climbing up. We'll see if he does anything now. Hopefully he'll go away from the door. Maybe we didn't think this through. Oh, there. He seems to have dropped down. Oh, he made his way on top. Oh, I see. He climbed up. Okay, this zombie is being a little bit of a trouble, but... So that's already forbidden, so we'll just open the gate. Yeah, it'd be bad if we unforbid that, and then he ran in. But no, we didn't do that. Did not make that mistake this time. That would have been very fun, though. Fun with a capital F. Okay, time to go down and join your friends again. And we can do this for real. Okay, so set it up, get the bridge up, get the door open, make sure there's nobody climbing up. So we'll just watch this level to make sure nobody's about to come through the door before the bridge gets rebuilt, recovers the floor. Oh, there's the bridge, we're safe. Unless there's somebody hiding in the miasma, but we're pretty sure there's not. Nope, miasma's clear. Okay, come on in, zombies. Hopefully we'll actually get to drop one this time. That would be great. Whoa, something happened again. Is it a strange mood? Please tell me it's a strange mood. Yes. All right, Zuglar Bungekber. Oh, Zuglar's been with us since the beginning. We like Zuglar. Zuglar is our trapper. Zuglar likes to catch vermin. So maybe we'll put a pause on the zombie action for just a moment. Oh, we'll just we'll drop the next group and then we'll watch Zuglar and see make sure they have everything. Make sure he has everything he needs. Unless it's shells, in that case he's just done for. But the zombies should be slowly ambling in. Slow is good because slow zombies don't run back off the bridge before it, before it opens. Okay, they're going pretty fast now, but we'll let them get a bit close and then we'll pause it. Oh, there's a silly human out here. This one's not undead. Probably came to... It's an artist. Oh boy. Well, you're going to have lots of material for your art if you live to tell of it. Okay, so let's let them get a square closer. Oh, yeah, that was a fast movement. Okay, we'll go one step now and let them go to the closest square. So we're going one step there. So now lock it and drop it. Okay, locked. And somebody's going to pull the lever. Hopefully we get both these zombies. That'd be nice, 2 for 1. Will it be fast enough? And nope, we'll get one though. Come on, somebody hit the lever. Give us one. There, we got one. Okay, so now we're gonna reset that. Oh, we don't want to make it passable, actually. We're gonna make it not passable. There, so it's just locked and we'll have the bridge up. Perfect. Okay, so let's check on Zuglar. How you doing, Zuglar? Strange mood, I see. It looks like he's moving with purpose, which is good. Moving with purpose means they know what they want to do. Oh, he's chosen a craftsdwarf's workshop. Indeed, claimed a craftsdwarf workshop. So now this is where it really matters, if he moves or not. He is not moving. Bad sign. Okay, what does he need? Logs? Oh no! Logs! Zuglar. We should have saved some logs. This is terrible news. There's no way we can get logs. We'd have to breach the surface. Oh man, Zuglar, what are you doing to us? There's no way that, trees are going to grow here in time. Probably. Oh yeah, it can go in caverns. That's a brilliant idea. Thanks, Dwarf Comic, for that suggestion. We can indeed go chop a tree in the caverns. That'll be safer. We do have a tree growing here, but it probably won't grow in time. But yeah, we can just head down there and grab them a log. So we're safe for now. And look, we caught something. Oh, it's a troll. Yeah, they won't put the troll in the animal stockpile for whatever reason. It's just been sitting there. So this cavern is kind of hard to access. It's all full of water. But maybe here, that looks like a tree. So we'll dig our way in, grab this tower cap, and then he can make a tower cap thing. Oh, there's pigtails. That's cool. Wild pigtails, plump helmets. We could just wall off this section. Put two walls there. Oh, it's open above. Okay, that wouldn't really wall it off. But yeah, we'll just send some brave woodcutter and complete the quest of getting wood. Yeah, that's actually smart. We could have technically been getting wood this whole time from the cavern. We just didn't want to risk it. And probably don't, but it's definitely worth saving in the life of one of our well-known dwarves. Okay, we'll just let them go ahead and mine that. And then we'll be on our way. Let's designate this tree while we're thinking about it. Chop down this tree. Then Zoglar can run down to the cavern and grab himself some wood. Then, for a brief, beautiful moment, all these people who need coal and logs and such will actually have them. Now, nobody's started to mine it yet. That's a little odd. They should soon, though. Now, this humble dwarf is wondering if maybe the dwarven caravan did not come because we're under siege. That would make sense. Because now it's winter. And the caravan hasn't come. Oh yeah, this is outside the burrow. That's the problem. So we'll define the burrow to include this area. Just say to there. And that should do it, because they don't actually need to have their entire path inside the burrow. Just their tasks. And somebody's on the way. And that miner should mine that out, and then our tree chopper will chop the tree, and it'll be all good and happy. So let's just do a zombie run while we're waiting. Okay. So we'll set this as passable. Come on in. Kia feathers and axe dwarf. Kia feathers. Oh right, the Kia feathers is dead, but axe dwarf walks over it. The artist is trying to come in. There, he's running away. Good call, artist. What's his name? Metamecha, Will Tapered, Ilstrel. Okay, they're moving up. Looks like that Marks dwarf is a little faster than the Swords dwarf in front of it, which is convenient because maybe they can both be on the bridge at the same time, or maybe the Marks dwarf is just going to be so fast, only it can be, oh, okay, it's almost there, so one step time. In fact, there's hardly any reason to let it get all the way to the end. There, it's at the end. Just to give it the best chance of falling. That's the real reason. Okay, so yeah, it's nice and forbidden. Let's watch him fall. Please fall. These fast zombies are a problem sometimes. Okay, hopefully it's been pulled. There it goes. Perfect. All right, let's close that up without unforbidding the door. Yeah, the door's still locked. Okay, perfect. Oh, somebody's canceling dig forbidden area. Who is that? Cancels dig there. Huh, where is that? That's weird. Didn't we set this whole area to be in the burrow? We did. Maybe we need to set this whole area too. Yeah, may as well do it. We're gonna have to do it for the next floor anyway. Just like that. And like this. Being careful to keep it all inside. Just a chunk at a time. Like so. This is where the real speed of Dwarf Fortress comes in. It's a pretty slow game for the most part, but sometimes you can be a bit fast. Now we should actually be careful about the dirt, because when there's a tree root, sometimes that can give them access. So we'll stay a little farther from the edge. There's a tree root right there. To be more specific, it's kind of hard to tell where we're talking about. There's a tree root right here. So above that, as you can see, there's a tree. So if we were to cut this tree down, that would create a gap into our fortress. So let's just erase that from the burrow. Something like that. Although that's, yeah, well, hopefully that won't be a problem. Hopefully. Some creature comes crawling in there. We'll have to remember that later. Let's make a note. Check tree cave for tree root problems later. Yeah. Okay, so I'll unerase that. And let's just finish this little task and then get back to our other endeavors. And these dwarves will stop complaining, hopefully. Okay, let's check on the mines. The caverns, rather. So it's still assigned. Somebody's going to do it. We don't know exactly who. So let's just do another zombie run while we wait. Let another tour group board the entertainment facility. So that's being pulled. So we just need to unforbid this now. And we'll quickly make sure there's no zombies climbing out. Don't want to have that kind of bad time. So there's one zombie there, halfway up. And that's it. Or, yeah, that's it for climbers. Oh, there's one more climber. Okay. So keep an eye on the climbers. Looks like they're not coming up. There's the bridge. Okay, we're safe. There's a climber there and a climber there. So let these zombos make their way in. And then we'll do another check on the cavern. See how our digging's going to save poor Zuglar to make his single material artifact. So it's either going to be a wooden item decorated with wood. Actually, that reminds this humble dwarf we should stop all the other wood actions. Yeah, we can just cancel these. We'll stop getting the orders, but most importantly, we won't have somebody go and grab the wood. Because we don't want people to grab the wood before Zuglar can grab it. We don't want them to claim it. We want him to have dibs on all wood. Barrel, anything wood related, we just cancel. For some reason we had barrels on there 3 times. That's cool. Looks like that's about it for wood. Yep, okay. So once we do break through to the wood, it's all for Zuglar. And the zombies are getting close. It looks like it's going to be a multi-zombie drop this time. How exciting. Let's get low. Okay, that's close enough. Now switch to 1 step. Let them get to the final square. Everybody get as deep into the tunnel there as they can. And forbid, pull, drop. So hopefully you catch 3. 2 would be good. 1 would be good even. 3 is possible. Come on. There, we got 3. Sweet. That's the best we could have hoped for. So maybe we won't make this passable just yet. Just in case of climbers. It's a party. It's a big old party down there. Man, it would have been so fun if the bridge worked as we expected it to, if it had launched them up instead of squishing them. But squishing them is, it's pretty good, but it's also not good enough. Wow, this still hasn't been started yet. Okay, another zombie group. So pause. There, pause. So that's forbidden. Has this been? Oh, right. We're going to unforbid the door. And then we can let another group through. While being careful not to let anyone climb. Okay, the bridge is up. No more worries about climbers. Get on there. Next time we could do twice the length of bridge. That would be easier. Just have 2 bridges, both connected to the same lever. Okay, so he's on the last bit. We'll just 1 step him to the edge. There, okay. And drop. resume. Let's see if we get 2. Will we get 2? Or just 1? We got 2. Alright, let's do one more. Because presumably that mining's not finished yet. Okay, and resume. Check on climbers. So let's see, there's probably a climber here. Yeah, there's 2 there. They're in the middle though, they're not at the edge, which is good. There's 1 kind of down there. Okay. So we should be safe from the climbers. Struck Morian gem. Okay, the bridge is up. Now they're going to start piling in. Zombies know when there's a path into your base. They just have like a 6th sense to sense pathfinding into the dwarven base, or even into anything they can kill. Let's just see if there's any animals on the map for fun. Wow, there's some wild turkeys, huh? They must not have run into the zombies. This guest is visiting. This hollow one, see, it's not a guest, it's just friendly. That one, that's weird. Like, is it a former one of our dwarves? It could be. There's no way to know. Could be one of our dwarves. But the question is, why would it be loyal to us? Or it's not really loyal, but it's friendly. Maybe it was a guest, but you'd think it would be loyal to the necromancer that animated it. Not that it would be... Oh, that was... Oof. That mace dwarf almost made it in. Almost. Human mercenaries visiting. Maybe they'll take care of some of the undead for us before becoming one themselves. Okay, ready to drop. Do we get 2 or 1? Oh, just 1. And into the pit. Okay, so we'll just... Oh, that's forbidden. Yeah, we'll just leave it like that. Or we'll actually open the bridge. Close the bridge, whatever. Make the bridge reappear. Okay, and then let's check on our mining. Still not started. Who's digging? This one. Cole. What are you doing, Cole? Okay, now Cole's actually heading down. Oh no, they're going to dig a channel. Huh. Weird. Why were they digging a second ago? This one's digging. Maybe this one will do it. Etcher let Mosidin. Because it is a high priority task. Now they're going to dig channel. Maybe they're not allowed. Yeah. They seem to be starting to do it, but then canceling the task. So we'll just make the burrow include. Probably because it's a civilian alert burrow. Maybe they don't go outside. Who knows? But we'll make the burrow include the stairs so they can be sure to be allowed to get down there. There we go. Hopefully this will do it. Because it is the top priority mining task right now. They should be rushing down to do it. At least if they're allowed to, they should be. Actually, we can probably draw this across multiple Z levels, so let's try that. That work? Yep. Oh, yep. There we go. That should hopefully make a difference. Hopefully the dwarves now who are set to dig will actually go dig instead of starting to try to go dig and then giving up. Yeah, it looks like this dude's going to do it. Okay, and yeah, there's little Zuglar just waiting. Waiting for wood. It's coming, buddy. Just a couple more months. It's 13th of Moonstone, so close to midwinter. There have been no traders and no migrants for a long time, which is good for them, because they would have died. Oh, so it's actually lucky that one necromancer stuck around, because with a necromancer here, we're under siege. But if the necromancer had left, we would not be under siege. So then, in that case, because we were not under siege, some migrants would probably have come and been devoured by the undead. And then our fortress would get a reputation for being very dangerous, and it would just be a whole mess. But looks like we're good for now. Okay, hopefully that tree is going to start flashing any second. Hopefully. Maybe it was canceled or something. It's not paused. Well, maybe the woodcutters. Let's just quickly check if we have anybody assigned to woodcutting. So we're going to hop on over a dwarf therapist, and we're going to look at woodcutting. It's under carpentry. There's woodcutting. Okay. So we do have a woodcutter, Edem Nokimlurit. It's also our carpenter. Very appropriate combo. And Urvad here is a woodcutter too, Rusty. So maybe we'll just let Urvad also do it, just to make sure that it happens as soon as possible. We will go back over to Dwarves and pray to Nagalak. Please, let someone go and cut that tree. They're not canceling it. It's in the burrow. Well, we can designate all these trees. Why not? First priority, cut the trees. This is the base of the tree. It's not like there's a trunk above that or something. Okay, are they gonna cut it? Do they not have an axe? If they don't have an axe, then we're just in big trouble. But they should. We have lots of axes. Yeah, 5. Who knows how many of these are actually ours, but we've been cranking out copper battle axes. Oh, it could be that maybe the battle axe squad is taking them all. Let's have a look at our carpenters. So, our woodcutters, that is. It could just be because they're busy doing other things too. So the woodcutters were, without taking you back to Dwarf Therapist, Urvad, Kuggan Keycrossed, and Edem Nokimlurit. So let's see what Edem's up to. They're obviously making rock crafts, we can see right here. And then, oh shoot, who was the other one? Erdem something? It was Urvad, which is oh, it's our Pigmaster, okay. So that carpenter, Edem, and the Pigmaster have been assigned. So the Pigmaster's busy, that's understandable. Maybe we should have told somebody else to do it. But Edem, we're going to tell Edem to quit it with the crafting just for now. They're still assigned to those things, but yeah, so no more crafting. And you can also take a little break from hauling. And then we'll see what Edem does. Because they should, with any luck, go and chop a tree once they finish making rock crafts. No job. Fell tree. Perfect. Okay. We're cooking. We're cooking along. Let's just see if there's anything evil. Oh, this giant mountain goat skeleton has a name. See if there's anything evil in the cavern to be afraid of. Doesn't look like it. Hey, there is an evil hollow one. That's what we would have expected this other hollow one to become. For some reason, it's friendly. Very strange. Okay, so the process of getting wood for Zuglar is underway. So we'll do another zombie drop. They're actually pretty far out. But we may as well just do it. Let's go. Let the zombies start running back in. Here they come. It's like the kids coming in from recess. Come on in, guys. Come and join your friends. We might actually catch the necromancer this time. That would be fun. We should take out the necromancer first if we get a chance, because we don't want them raising all the other dead. Let's leave it paused and see how Edem's. Where's Edem? Okay, they're on their way. They're actually close to the caverns. Good. Good sign. Okay, let's follow this necromancer. Hopefully soon to be caught in our trap. The Dingo Man. Now there is that one barn owl woman, hollow one. That's going to be hard to catch because she can fly. So we won't be able to drop her. Maybe what we'll do is just lure her in and beat her with maces in the hallway, or she can't fly. That would be smart. Okay, so here he comes. He's moving pretty slow, which is good to see. Because we want him to stay on the thing long enough to fall in. Okay. Looking good. Looks like we're just going to catch the necromancer. Nobody else. We'll let him get a little closer. Okay, now he likes to move 2 squares at a time, so definitely good to switch to 1 step. We'll just let him go there. Okay, now we lock it. Oops, playing the wrong macro. Now we get the right macro. There. Let's drop that necromancer. That can't cause any problems. Oh, he's running fast out. Hopefully he stays still for just a second longer. Oh, yeah. Dwarf Comic says, cool that the necro stayed around. Generally they bolt right away, and that he would be a good one to draw a picture of. This humble dwarf would have to agree, actually. It is time for a picture. And this is an especially interesting necromancer because it's a dingo man. So, yeah, we're gonna just do some quick dwarven housekeeping. Make sure that the bridge is not... Yeah, the lever's not set. So it is gonna open. So we'll just tell them to pull the lever again. Maybe that'll do it. Or we'll wait. If it opens, we'll tell them to pull it again. But yeah, let's do a picture of Senri Smenriabo. Senri Satiny Men. A male dingo man necromancer. His right lower arm is dented. A person with the head of a dingo. Incredibly skinny. Sandy taupe hair. Ecru skin. His right lower arm has some issues. The marks of old wounds, including a massive jagged scar and orange eyes. Ooh, orange eyes. Huh. Must be a necromancer thing. So what do dingoes look like? We're going to check that. They're sort of like dogs. Okay, yeah, it's a person with the head of a dingo. It doesn't say what color. Oh, it does. Sandy taupe hair. Okay. So let's jump on over to our artistic view. And we're going to draw Smenri Satiny Men. So where should this Satiny man go? Well, probably right next to the dwarf. We don't want him right next to the dwarf in real life, but in the world of this picture, it doesn't matter. So give him some dingo-like ears. Because he's sort of a dog. He's basically a dog man. Dingoes look like dogs. And he's gonna have orange eyes, so we'll just grab orange now. And we can assume that it's sort of a glowing, evil orange, not just like a regular orange-eyed dingo, but like a dark dingo. And then the mouth goes to about there. There's his dingo nose. An ear. Ears pointed forward in a state of dingo alert. Okay, and he'll almost certainly be wearing clothes, so let's see what he's wearing. Sheep wool and pigtail and alpaca wool. With he's wearing a dingo leather coat. That's in poor taste. But okay, he's carrying a book about himself. Whoa. My only mistake. Let's see what that is. Cinnabar-bound codex. He's gotten 3 kills with the book. He killed our goat, 2 of our goats, and a kangaroo buck with this book. Wow. Does it concern the secrets of life and death? Let's see. Concerns the election of the Dingo Man Necromancer, Senri Satiny Men, to the position of Mayor of the Saber of Enchantments. It's utterly disjointed and hopelessly meanders, and he wrote it himself. Yeah. So he's carrying around this book that he wrote about the time he was elected mayor, like 70 years ago, or 50 years ago. And it's horribly written, but he's killed 3 things with it, so at least it's gotten some value. So it's a Cinnabar-bound codex, which we're pretty sure Cinnabar is like a bright red gem, or a bright red material, yeah. And in real life, it has some major health issues, I think, that cause people not to use it. But dwarves don't seem to mind that. So Senri will be depicted with a cinnabar-bound codex in hand. Pretty bright red. So we'll put the codex there. And this will be the binding. There. And we'll put the hand, which is going to be clad in pigtail and llama wool. Yeah, let's see what layers they have. So trousers. We've got a dress, silk dress, dingo leather coat. Okay, so it's not a robe or anything, but a coat and a cloak. So we will be able to see the dress sticking out and covering the trousers. So kind of yellow pants, gray dress. We'll start with the yellowy wool pants. Not doing the body, this will show the body. So Senri will be depicted kind of pointing forward, saying, "Don't go in that cave, or else you'll fall in a hole." Or maybe they're saying something like, "Rise, undead minions." Okay, so there's a dingo man. It should probably have taller proportions compared to a dwarf. But maybe not, because dingo men are like dingoes. They're probably pretty small. Let's see, what's the size of a dingo man? Consult the wizard. Their maximum is 45,000 cubic centimeters, whereas the max of a dwarf is 60. So yeah, they're smaller than dwarves. Okay, so we can do it kind of stocky in proportions. Oops, there we go. Okay, so this is the color of its skirt, his skirt, we should say. So there's the skirt, and then we're gonna do, so this one's wearing a cap and a hood. Kind of hard to wear those over the ears. We'll do it with the hood kind of pulled down. So yeah, the silk dress. Oh, that was supposed to be the dress that sticks out. The trousers are yellow. Okay, so there's trousers. Silk dress. That color. And then they had a leather coat. Some kind of dingo leather, probably. Giant dingo leather. So the coat's going to be like this with like a little clasp or ruffle or something. Whatever that's called. And then they have a hood, which is, oh, there's a cloak and a hood. So a wool cloak and goat leather hood. Okay, wool cloak. So we'll do the cloak just kind of sticking back. And then we'll do the dark shadow of the cloak back here. There. This is a necromancer that leads from the front, unlike your average necromancer. There's the wool cloak, and then hood, goat leather. So goat leather is kind of like any other leather, but it can be gray, because goats are often gray or white. So there's the hood piece. The actual hood itself is just going to be kind of stuck back there. And there's the hood. Okay, let's give it a little more dingo-ness in the head. So his hair is sandy taupe. We're gonna get a reference for sandy taupe. Sandy taupe is, apparently it's a vehicle color. You get a lot of images of trucks. So sandy taupe is sort of a tan. It's almost the color that we've already chosen actually for this dingo's head. So I'll just do a little lighter. And we can start shading with this and keep the underlayer of that sandy taupe color. Let's just do there. So there's the top of that. We should get a look at a dingo in real life. The end is bare, or sorry, the end is beer. Excuse, says, cool art. Thank you for that little feedback. It's much appreciated. We always hope that you'd find the art cool, and hopefully it brings to life the story of the dwarves. Because, as we like to say, it's all about the dwarves. Better, or in this case, the Dingo Man. We always hope that we can give our viewers some kind of idea of what it's like to live in the fortress and the trials that they face, the Dingo Man necromancers that await. It's pretty cool that it was a Dingo Man, and as Dwarf Comic pointed out, that this Dingo Man did stick around. Because, yeah, as you said, the other necromancers did not stick around. They booked it. They came in, they saw any slight bit of resistance. We like to think that they saw our armies becoming arrayed outside the fort, and they just decided no, that they didn't want to try that. But their zombies had no such worries. Zombies ran right in and slaughtered our herds, and this Dingo Man necromancer then reanimated our herd. So now we're facing zombie yaks, zombie billy goat head, which actually is, there's the zombie billy goat head. Yeah, that's one of our fun little zombies. There's just a regular zombie next to it. But let's get Smenry completed. Smenry Abo. Oh, Senry Smenry Abo. Yeah, that's the name. Being a dingo necromancer. It's just what he does all day. He must have read a book at some point about how to be a necromancer for dingoes. And he just loved that. He's really brought it to heart and decided to take up the dingo necromancer lifestyle. So let's give him a little gray on his front. I'm going to do the realistic or semi-realistic colors of dingoes. There, shape it up a bit. He needs a mouth. So his mouth is going to be probably mostly tongue. So we'll do some tongue color here. Dingo tongue. That sounds like a delicious meat if you're a dwarf. Who wouldn't want to eat dingo tongue? Dingo man tongue? Oh, okay, not dingo man tongue. That's gross, because it's sentient. There, he's got some dingo-like chompers there at the front. And we'll do a slightly darker patch here for his mouth, maybe more than slightly, but we'll start with slightly. And then give him a little highlight on top, a little more gray-white highlight, to kind of bring out the dingo fur. Yeah. We start doing a little lower opacity, kind of blend it through. Now you should have some sort of eyebrows actually, because dingoes and like dogs sort of have eyebrows. They're like this. Yeah, that's pretty good. They almost look like wolves. They are like wolves in a way. They're dangerous and hungry. Although this humble dwarf does not know if dingoes roam in packs or anything like that, if they're solitary. Most likely they roam in packs, but we don't know. Okay, he's looking pretty dingo-rific. Gonna do just a little bit more, not much. Just a touch of detail on the dingo. Yeah, it's really getting there. We should take a darker color too. And we can saturate this a bit, make it kind of orange or red to fill in the lower areas with some cool saturating detail, like so. Okay, there. Make it a little more shapely and intimidating. Okay, so that's him. His eye is going to just have a little more contrast. His tongue will too. His eye. See, we're not sure if it should be purely glowing or should look more like an eye. And we're thinking a little bit of both. Let's do a bit of glow. Can we get away with that? The blue, orange glow of the orange eye. There. Heat that up to try to make it very bright, but also like as colorful as possible, so can't go too white. There's the glow. There's the orange eye. It's kind of getting yellow, so we got to be careful with that. We'll do some bright orange, maxed out orange. There, and then maybe it can have a glowing dot to show which way he's looking. Even white, let's try white and see how it looks. So, kind of like that. Yeah, that's pretty good. We just need to darken the orange to make it more shapely, have more of a, more going on essentially. There, that's like a scary dingo man necromancer eye. Now let's give his tongue a bit more tongueness. And then we'll move on to the rest of the dingo man after this. His clothes are ordinary, so we'll try to keep the clothes to a minimum in terms of detail and time spent. But we'll do extra effort on the Cinnabar-bound codex about his election as mayor, and basically his face is the main thing. And the fact that he's a necromancer, which you can see from his scary eye. Okay, so the face just needs a slight bit more shape here in the cheek. And some brightness, like that. Oop. There. Some fur. Do dogs have whiskers? No. Okay, there's Senri's head, such as it is. A little bit more up here. Yeah, there we go. Okay, now let's do his clothes. What's he wearing? Oh, he's got to have that injury on his right lower arm. On the other hand, it's covered in clothes, so we're not going to see that. He is incredibly skinny. We did not note that on the first look. He's looking rather thick, so let's make him skinny, incredibly. The arm's already incredibly skinny. It's too long. So this arm's going to be shorter, like to there maybe. Try that. And then his body. So this is actually the cloak. So we'll do a dark color to show that it's all cloak there. Like this, even darker. I thought we were choosing black, but there. That's more like it. So that's kind of the back of the cloak. There's the cloak itself. And the hood is there. He's supposed to be wearing a cap. Maybe we will take the liberty of not drawing the cap so we can celebrate his furry dingo head. So we'll just pretend he took off the cap for a moment. We could draw it in his hand. Let's draw him holding the cap there. We'll be absolutely true to Dwarf Fortress, sort of. Almost. Sort of almost true to it. Pointing with the cap, saying, "Go over there, my zombies of the dead." Okay, and this cap, it's some kind of leather. I'm not going to bother checking. Just say it's leather, all right? So that's the color of leather that it's going to be. And then he's wearing clothes. Let's check his arms. So he would be wearing a coat that would have his arms covered. So that's the dingo leather, giant dingo leather coat. So hopefully there's a big enough difference between dingoes and giant dingoes that it's not wrong for them to wear dingo leather, even though he's a dingo man. Actually, that's another species entirely. Dingoes, dingo men, and giant dingoes. Those are all different animals. But they all have the dingo part in common. So it is quite weird to see a dingo wearing dingo leather. Not dingo leather, giant dingo leather. Whew. Yeah, Dwarf Fortress. Wonderful, magical game. Okay. So he's getting pretty good, getting pretty outlined. He's wearing mittens and gloves, which seems to be cloth. It's mostly all cloth, pigtail gloves. So we've drawn pigtail with a kind of green color, this one. Mostly gray, but a bit green. So we'll say there's a pigtail mitten. And there's the other pigtail mitten. And there's his giant dingo leather coat with sleeves and his incredibly skinny arms. Okay, we need a slightly less black low color here. So a bit of saturation, there we go. Okay, just like this. And yeah, so there we go. And then the highlight can also go along this part. And then we gotta do some shade on the cave spider silk robe. Maybe it's giant cave spider silk. It's essentially the same. So there's his little feet. He should have dingo feet, but he's going to be wearing boots anyway. And in fact, it does not say he has dingo feet. It just says he has the head of a dingo, which would imply that otherwise he's like a person, a man, if you will. Kind of odd, because one would think that dingo men would be furry, like all over fur, but they're not described that way. They're described as having the head of a dingo, a person with the head of a dingo, and that's it. So who knows really? It's open to interpretation. It doesn't say like that they have fur all over. Like if you look at a cat, it'll say his head is white. Like actually this cat, like his head is white, his tail is slate gray, his feet are gray, his back feet are chestnut. No such thing for Dingo Man. He looks like almost like a goblin. It's kind of fun, the little proportions. Because he is smaller than a dwarf, so I'm quite justified in drawing him with these shorter style proportions. Okay, just smooth out that chin a bit. Maybe a little dent there. Yeah, okay. His arm is dented, but we can't see that dent. Just a little bit. This leather is going to be pretty kind of faintly highlighted. It's giant dingo leather. Let's go back to 55%. Okay, get these pigtail mittens done. Let's work on the codex a little bit. So this is the codex that he extremely poorly wrote. He did a terrible job writing it, and he just carries it around and bashes people with it. That's just wonderful. His weapon of choice is his failed attempt at writing a book. No one wanted to buy it, so he just had to hold it with him and use it as a weapon. And it's big in his hand because he's a small little guy. Okay, so there's a cinnabar binding. And this back part can be kind of, it's technically cinnabar bound, but we're not sure how dwarves bind their books. We'll just kind of mix some red in with it, which is the color of cinnabar there. And it's going to have a little detail on the front, not a lot. Just like maybe some arcane runes or something, whatever that is. And then we'll give it an overall little bit of shade. Do a low value there. Kind of like this. Yeah, there. We'll tidy this later. I'll just smooth it. There we go. Yeah. Okay, and then we'll smooth this in just a bit. There. Now it's looking like a cinnabar bound codex. Don't want to spend too much time on it. Add some little shadows under this engraving on the cover, whatever it's supposed to represent. It's like they just put some, maybe some, well, it would say if it was decorated in a certain way, but we're just going to assume that whoever created the binding was a little whimsical and added some bumps for detail, just a slight bit of detail there. Okay, now to the pigtail parts of his ensemble. This is going to be low effort, low detail, which is how it should be. And a little bit in there, just a little outline. Okay. Fix up that glove just a bit. Mitten, we should say. So pigtail mittens, right? Oh, it's actually sheep wool mittens. Okay, well, you know what? We're not going to change it because it's not that important. The exact right material for every piece of clothing on this necromancer. Okay, it's more important that he is a necromancer. So here's the rim of his coat. Now we'll add a deep shadow under that to say this is below the coat. There. And there, make that line up. slight highlight on the edge of the actual coat. Now this white line we don't really need. It's kind of good to have edge highlights, but it should be toned down even if we're going to keep it. It wasn't really put there on purpose. There, it's better. Okay, so next we'll just get his skirt, and yeah, that should be enough. He's got a skirt, he's got a cloak. Darken it back here a bit to show the cloak more. The cloak is back there. This is actually the bottom of the cloak down here. So make it kind of dark, and then, oh, it's a wool cloak, yeah, so have a yellow kind of, almost an outline to show where the cloak is, there. Just like that. Good enough. Okay, and then this goes here. Erase just a bit, get some nice cloaky lines going down. Okay, and this, oops, this needs just a little kind of underline. There. Yeah, and we can add that shadow in there too. Emphasize the bottom of his head. His head has a bottom, just like all dingo men necromancers. Okay, so he's just about done. Just gotta quickly bang out the skirt and trousers and all the essential things that aren't very interesting but need to be there. So we'll get through that. So smaller brush. It's gonna be a slight little shadow in the middle. Just needs to be enough detail that you won't look at it and say, oh, what's wrong with this skirt? So if we can avoid that, then we're good. Grabbing some colors, okay. Okay, we're gonna make this a bit smoother too, and there we go. There's your shadow. There's your highlight. And we'll do like slight bits of maybe a wrinkle here and there. Like that. Okay, there we go. Okay, and then erase, erase, erase. This is probably adequate. It's it's almost there, we'll say. Just maybe do some of the overall shape a bit stronger and darken that to be consistent. Yeah, there. That's probably good. Something like that. I don't want to spend a lot of time on it. Okay. We'll call that good for now. That's his skirt, which is actually the bottom of a dress. This dress right here. And then we've shown the dingle leather coat, cloak, cap. The cap's in his hand, hood. The left gloves we've seen. Sock. So he's got wool shoes with pigtail socks and wool trousers. Okay, so the sheep wool and alpaca wool, those are basically going to be the same color. So we'll just do a quick highlight and shade on these things. And we'll make the legs incredibly skinny, because he is incredibly skinny. Just like this other dwarf creature is also incredibly skinny. Must be all the exercise they get wandering around doing stuff. Okay, so get a nice dark wool color for kind of the outline or line of shadow at the top there. Okay, there it is, and we'll do a 50%, blend that in. Kind of do it just dark at the top, say it's in the shadow of the skirt, etc., the dress, and then lighter at the bottom, and then dark again at the very bottom. We kind of want to mix some gray in there just for fun. No real reason. Just to make it look less brown, I guess. Okay, and finally the shoes. This one seems to have a point, so let's be a little whimsical and give him pointed shoes. Because he's a dingo man necromancer after all. That's kind of an exotic creature and class combination. There you go. We can just do a hint of pigtail color in there because he is wearing pigtail socks. There's a fun little detail for y'all. And then finish the shoes. So we're going to lock that transparency for now and just do the outlines of the shoes, and slight blending, darker bottom. So we'll go darker like this. It's probably too dark, it's fine. Good, okay. Smaller brush, blending brush, blending opacity. Okay. So thanks for the request, Dwarf Comic. This was a good idea, especially because he turned out to be a dingo man with this awesome codex in hand. But even so, it's good to have some ideas from the people of what they want to see. Anybody who's watching who has ideas, we'll probably be doing another drawing in about half an hour or so. Although this, yeah, that's maybe in 45 minutes. But we were going to say this session has been going for a fair long time now. We're at the 4 hour and 21 minutes mark. So it won't go on for a lot longer, but it will go on for a little longer. And we'll do one more drawing at the end. This will be our second last drawing, and he is oh so close to done. Just the cap needs a little highlight, and we can give ourselves a chance to do any last couple little fixes that may be noticed. The head is looking adequate. Maybe just a little shadow under the chin. Just a little cute little shadow there. Okay, that works. And then anywhere else this hand could use a little more definition, just show where it's kind of attached and casting a shadow on the book. It actually kind of looks like there's a red glow on the arm, which is appropriate coming from the book. Not a glow, but a reflection. And then this is too red. There, fix that. This chest could be tidied up just a little to make it look a little more neat and realistic. That's a hole, so we'll fix that hole. There, no holes. Okay. And a slight bit of smoothing. Not much, just a little. Just the parts that really feel a little less smooth. But it's mostly all done now. Okay, yeah, right here could use a slight bit. And kind of tie this over, do a little shadow there. There we go. We'll erase under his arm here. Connect it through. Make sure there's no hole. Okay, back to blend. Just blend this shadow in. Like that. Okay. He's so close to just the arm. Just a bit more of a shadow under it. We could do this edge highlight thing we accidentally started, and let's continue it just to kind of less than that. So erase a bit here. Let's go off the dark background so we can kind of get a look at it. Oh, this is a hole. There, that works. And tidy up right here. Fix this hole too. Okay, that's good enough, yeah. Our first Dingo Man Necromancer. Senri Smenriabo. Okay, and crop and save as PNG. So we'll call this Senri, the Dingo Man Necromancer. Hopefully soon to be a captive. And then do our usual thing, set this up for the next drawing. Undo, save as, an editable creative file called Dwarven Illustration. There we go. And now we'll hop on over back to the fortress and let's say hi to Smenri. Smenriabo, that is. Smenri. Where are you? There he is. Okay, I'll put him. Oh, there he is. Ah, it's a giant dingo man. No, regular size. Okay, I'll put him right there for now. You can see our failed attempt at a design in the bottom right. It didn't work out because it killed them too well. But we're still going to trap them. So you can see we have a couple zombies here. This is a zombie. This is also a zombie. And then down here we have lots of zombies. Yak bull corpse, donkey mutilated corpse, horse mutilated corpse. You can see all our livestock is now undead and coming at us, plus the entire force of zombies. All chilling in the pit. So let's add some more zombos to the pit. And then we'll check on our artifact dwarf and see if he's got what he needs. So currently this is forbidden. So what we're going to do is unforbid this, giving access to the fortress temporarily, luring the dingo man. Oh, nice! That was unexpected and so well timed. The door opened just a little too late, so we lured him down, and we can use that technique on the next ones. So let's forbid that. Yeah, so he had escaped off the bridge just a bit too early, but then we forgot that the bridge was still about to open, and we unlocked the door, and then it opened just after he tried to charge back into the fortress. So we can use that to our advantage next time. But let's reset the trap. So this is resetting it. The door is now open, and the bridge is going to be closed. Now hopefully no zombies climb out. There's only one zombie climbing up there. Two there. Yeah, the bridge is back up, so the zombies should start making their way in. As we can see, they're doing that. Oh, this whole hallway full of zombies. Oh, and there goes a enterprising... Wait, what are you doing? What does this dwarf think they're doing? Dwarves do not belong out here. They're cleaning. Okay, no, you are not cleaning. We're going to forbid this area. Probably going to clean up all the blood. We really don't want that. So the dwarves are already assigned to this burrow, so we're just going to erase the part. Oops. I'm going to edit the burrow and erase the part of the burrow that would allow them to clean in this hallway. This is no place for living dwarves of our fortress. So hopefully this one will not continue the cleaning task. And Kib, if you do continue the cleaning task, well, this humble dwarf wants to say we can't be held responsible, but we would be responsible. But good, luckily Kib got the message. They ran back into the burrow to be safe. The silly human artist outside, the purple U, keeps trying to enter the fort and then seeing that there's a bunch of zombies and then running away and then trying to enter the fort again and repeat. So let's get the next participants ready for the tour. Come stand on the yellow and red section. Red with some dwarven blood, you probably like that. Yellow with the orthoclase of the bridge. Okay, they're almost at the end of the bridge, so we're gonna go back to slow mode, one step at a time. And there, dwarf has reached the end, the undead dwarf. So now we'll forbid, open the bridge, and this time if they walk back off the bridge before it opens, we can unlock the door so they start going back the other way again. So like that. Okay, so let's unlock the door just to keep them, kind of juggle them back and forth, keep them on the bridge. And they're coming in, and better pause there, lock it again. It should open any second now, any moment. There, they've fallen in. That works great. Opening and closing it to trick them. Okay, so let's just, so we're going to keep this locked and close up the bridge, bring the bridge back up for now. So yeah, that's still locked, but the bridge is about to reappear, and we're going to check on our artifact dwarf who needed wood in a fort that has no access to the surface. So we had the brilliant idea from Dwarf Comic to cut down some trees in the cave, and as you can see, they've been cut. So that's good. There's some logs, 3 logs there. Oh, there's a tower cap log with a task on it. That's probably Zuglar. Let's see, is Zuglar? Yeah, Zuglar's on their way down into the cave, on his way down. So you should grab that log, and hopefully he only needs 1 log. What we could do would be try to help him out by having another dwarf bring logs, set up a stockpile, but maybe it's not worth the effort. We'll just let him go down and grab the log and pray to Nagalak that there's no nasty things in the cavern trying to come and eat him. Actually, let's see. Is there anything coming? And if, in case you're wondering who Nagalak is, that's her in the bottom right corner. Nagalak grasping words. dwarven deity of caves, or not caves, but caverns, earth, order, and laws. Our primary deity. That's a marble statue of her. She's a cavefish. Cavefish are renowned for their beauty. So it looks like there's no cavern denizens on the map. So we don't need to worry about locking this up just yet. Let's see if Zuglar... Actually, let's just install a door there. Just, as a beginning precaution. But we're going to build a wall soon. So there, we'll put a cherry wood door. Then we'll follow Zuglar. So if anything does appear in the caves, at least we can lock that door and buy ourselves some time. Actually, speaking of that, we should put the door farther forward so it buys us more time. So instead of putting it there, we will put it out here. That should do it. It's only a one square tall passage. Yep, okay. Zuglar. Let's see if Zuglar needs any more than this one log, or will Zuglar go and grab another log after he makes the long trek back up to the fortress. He's almost there. He's in the mines now. And now he's going to run all the way up to the right. And he's going to start crafting. Or more likely, he's going to go and grab more wood, which is cool. That's why we cut it for him. Oh, has he already started his construction? Wow. This is going to be a simple artifact. Oh, we forgot to... Yeah, that just reminds me that dwarf we did a while back was wearing a crown. So maybe we'll edit that one and give him his crown. But this is the wrong one. So yeah, there, he's begun his construction. Wonderful. Okay. So let's do that since it's come to mind. So we did do a picture, you can see him in the top right, a very special dwarf who actually has a nickname. Where is he? It'll be easier to find because he's got a nickname. There he is, Star Dumper. Moma's the Star Dumper. So he's wearing a crown. Oh no, an amulet on his head. So dwarves wear amulets on their head apparently, but we'll presume that means he's wearing it around his neck. So let's look at the art view and we'll just edit the drawing of him. What's his name again? Moma's, of course. So we'll edit Moma's to show the amulet. Actually, it's barely even possible to see, but it's a pig hoof amulet. So let's just do a little pig hoof. Oh, there's a little hole there, a couple holes. So we'll cover those up. This one and this one, just to make sure that he looks the same color on any background. A little transparent in some places. That's not a big deal. So we'll just do the amulet really quickly. Actually, what we can do to cover up those holes is put a layer behind him. Like this. Yep. And then take this color. And then anywhere that there's a hole, we brush over it with a large brush, not too large, like this. And then it'll look exactly the way it looks now, even on a light background. Any more flashing spots? There's one. Any more? Oh, the elbow. Sorry if the flashing is a problem. Hopefully it's not. So there's that. Okay, so we're going to just give him a little amulet. Nice little pig hoof amulet. What does pig hoof even look like? Because this humble dwarf would have thought pig hooves are sort of soft. Pigs don't have hooves, or yes they do. Okay, so it's kind of like a yellow, anywhere from yellow to black or brown color of stuff. So it's kind of like this color, sort of like bone. So we'll merge him down onto this other layer. Do the pig hoof amulet right on top of him. So now there's no detail given about the design of this amulet. We'll do it on the outside because it does seem to be more on the outside. We'll just do kind of like a necklace. Maybe some larger chunks of pig hoof. There, that's cool. And they just need a slight bit of shade. It won't take much time or effort to do this because they're so small and Not much detail is going to be possible there. We'll do a little shadow underneath them to make them stand out. You can really tell he's wearing an amulet. It doesn't look like an amulet, it looks more like a necklace, but hey. You can't see the amulet part, it's behind his beard. That's why. That's the real reason. It's tempting to keep working on him, but we're not going to do that. So we'll just add a little highlight on this pig hoof, white. Okay, we'll do white, but we'll be really sparing with it. There, like that, like that. There, lovely little amulet. The edges actually look a little too rough, we might say, like too high contrast of light and dark. So we'll just tone that down a slight bit. Like this, slightly bigger, there. How's that? Yeah, that's good. Okay, there's this pigtail amulet. Now you're complete, MoMAs. Okay, so we just got to redo the little export procedure for MoMAs, which is not a problem. Like this. Save as. It's going to be a transparent PNG. And where are you, MoMAs? There he is. MoMAs. Moses. Yep, replace. Okay. And hopefully that'll actually cause the image to update immediately on the stream, as it's just the same file now has been changed. So we can save it as. We go back and we're just, oops, we need to undo this. So we're just going to prepare the file for the next drawing, which we're going to do in, about half an hour or so. So go back to our Dwarven illustration file. There we go. Okay, now we'll jump on back over to the regular view. And does he have his necklace? Yes, he does. Beautiful. Okay, Star Dumper, hard at work. But there's two things we want to watch right now. One is the mysterious construction. There's really not much to watch. It's underway. And two is, of course, the zombie tour group, which we are assembling for their. We don't know where the tour is going to go eventually. They might just end up waiting in the waiting room for ages. That'd be fine. So we're going to set this to go and get ready for the next dump of zombies. So the door is permitted. Oops, actually we don't want to open the floor just yet. We'll cancel that task. There. So let the zombies run in first. Then we open the floor. Here comes the first zombie already. It's a hammer dwarf. Can't be too many of them left. Outside, that is. Lots of them inside. They may have been just out somewhere chasing the wildlife, etc. There's actually a goat, a live goat. Oh no, that's an undead goat. Okay, so where's the first zombie? Right there. Let's follow that zombie. This one's a hammer dwarf. So it's going to hang out on the bridge and have a good old time and then plummet to visit its buds, like that one. These ones have climbed some way out of the cavern. That's fine. We'll deal with that. Okay, so the front zombie is almost there. We can actually try to stack them up by opening and closing the door too. Maybe see if that stacks them a little more so we can get 4 in 1. We'll just try it. So let them get closer. Okay, that's it. Pause. Now forbid. Now we'll just wait a minute, let the faster zombies move away and hopefully pile up on top of the slower zombies. And then we'll pull them all back in just a moment. Yeah, we'll pull them back now. Just doing a little RTS micro, except it's not real time. So yeah, they're maybe a little more stacked up now. That was the goal. Okay, so as soon as he gets, okay, we'll let him get down to the bottom, going one step at a time. Slow mode. Slow motion. Okay, buddy, there. Okay, so now lock it and drop it. So now they can't get through the door and they're going to fall down as soon as that bridge disappears. Oh, we can open it a bit now. Unlock it. As soon as he moves, we relock it. We'll let him get down to the door entrance. We're just hoping a third zombie will get on the hole or stay on the hole. We gotta lock it again. At least that one zombie at the bottom won't make it out. The second zombie might not too. There they go. Beautiful. Okay, so now we, now we do this and send the next group. And eventually it'll tell us that an artifact has been completed. Hopefully it's a cool artifact. If it's cool, we'll draw that. If it's not cool, we'll draw something else. For the conclusion, we might just try to draw the zombie pit. So there's a strong temptation to draw the pit full of zombies, but the big disadvantage of that is, of course, it's so many zombies, it would just be incredibly detailed unless we draw them as like a mass of just green zombie flesh, but you know, that's not too interesting. So maybe we'll draw something falling, draw like a zombie falling into the pit. And then eventually we'll figure out how to kill them without destroying their gear. Oh, nice, he's created a figurine, of Ast Gravel Rasp. And he's claimed it in the name of his ancestor. Well, let's have a look at that artifact, see how cool it is. Iltangthoth Kebon Mishak, Fork Aura, the odors of speechlessness. It's worth not much, which is understandable because it's just made of wood. And that's masterfully designed. That would make sense because it's an artifact. But what is it? Ast, Gravel Rasp, and Dwarves. The Dwarves are around Ast, and this relates to when Ast was ascended to our queen in the first year. It's decorated with rings of Tower Cap. And there's also an image of Wardrift the Late Peace. Okay, so if you're wondering about Wardrift the Late Peace, the marble figurine of Dwarves, it's this. It's a prayer artifact. So he's put a picture on it, an image of this thing, which, as you can see, is a lot more detailed than the artifact that Zuglar just made. This one has an image on it. It represents 3 dwarves in this old religious procession, and they're all encircled with bands of different materials. And then it's decorated with a giant Kia bone, which is just so appropriate to our fortress. We love killing giant Kias, as you can see from the art that we have represented in the bottom left of your screen. Death of Birds, it's called. Okay, so Fork Aura. It's really just a queen being elected. So if we don't find something else even cooler to draw, we'll draw that. Because it is fun to draw figurines. But on the other hand, it's literally just a picture of an election. So maybe we can do better. So the first speedy zombie is almost at the door. Let's just go in a fast version of slow motion. Okay. Yeah, we'll turn them around now and let them stack up a bit more. Okay, forbidden. Turn around, guys. Go back outside. Hopefully the fast one catches up with the slow ones there, piles up on them. Yeah, it's piling up quite nicely. We can let it go past them a little bit. Okay, now they can come back in. Come on, guys, come back. Changed our mind. You're welcome into the fortress now. Okay, let that goat get down one more square in slow motion. And then we'll welcome them to the fortress. Okay, feel free to drop in anytime. Get it, drop in. And, oh. Well, we got the goat at least. Okay, let's reset the trap. Hopefully catch a few more in the next one. Make sure nobody's climbing out. Doesn't look like they are. Oh, there's 3 of them at that level, but there's nobody climbing up very close to the door. So that's good. So soon this bridge will reappear. There it is. And then the zombies will get back on coming in for the tour. Yeah, there's not many zombies left. This work has been long and some might say tedious, but it's paying off in that we're going to soon be able to go outside and cut down trees again and trade and all sort of things. Although we actually have to kill that necromancer. We won't be officially, the siege won't be officially over until we kill Senri, the one you can see on the left side of the screen. That Dingo Man necromancer. We're going to be under siege until he's dead. Even though he's going to be stuck in a pit and unable to do anything of harm, no dwarves, no migrants, no traders will come to visit us until he is gone. And the only way for him to go at this point is for him to go to his grave. So we're going to indulge lavishly in the destruction of a Dingo Man necromancer. Looking forward to it. Maybe we should start digging down to get the magma, because everything's better with magma. At least once we're outside, we can start making some windmills, and then that'll let us get power, which we can use to power the pumps, which we can use to pump the magma. And we can also use pumps to fill our massive tree cavern, which, speaking of, we should have a check on that soon. So yeah, it's going to be a single zombie in this bridge dump. So we'll just make sure to catch him by. Oh, why did he move down there? This is forbidden. Okay. So yeah, if he is going to escape, we'll just open the door and let him start running back in until he falls. But he's about to fall. There he goes. Okay, let's get some more zombies. Not very many left now. And then we can go and, yeah, do the windmills, do the pumping thing. It'll be exciting. It'll be the first time this humble dwarf has ever tried pumps. And pumps are one of the coolest things in Dwarf Fortress. Power them with wind power or water power. Actually, we should probably do water power because we've got such a good flowing river. But anyway, you do pumps, and then pumps that can be automatically run, and then those can lure the magma up from the depths. And if you stack your pumps in the right way, like right one on top of each other, then the magma goes up very, very quickly, like maybe even faster than it actually should. But we can use that to our advantage to get the lava up here quickly, and we'll turn that lava into a tool. So if anybody knows, this humble dwarf is wondering, if we pump some magma into our zombie chamber, what'll happen to all their gear? Like, say they have steel axes and steel maces and such. Will that just melt and give us steel? Or will it be permanently destroyed? Basically, will we be able to get any value out of the gear if we kill the zombies by flooding them with magma? That's the big question. So let this corpse get a little farther in, not much. Okay, one step at a time. We're basically going to be catching one zombie per drop now. We've got the great bulk of the zombies are now in our party zone, zombie party area. Okay, there we go. Time to open the gate, open the bridge, and send him another guest to the party. And any second now. There she goes. Okay. A couple more times, and then we'll have gotten rid of the zombie threat. At least we'll have contained it. Then we just take out the necromancer, and then we can start having trade again. Wow. Oh, we got a climber. Okay, we're gonna have to drop that one down. We'll just drop them by themselves. Yeah, this one. They climbed all the way back up. There's a bunch more climbing on the way, but that's not really a problem. Okay, so yeah, we're gonna just do the drop, or we'll let this zombie advance a little bit, and then we'll do the drop. Because yeah, they climb up, but then once they drop all the way back down, so they won't be quite so quick to climb out again. Okay, one more square, and then we pause it. There. We'll do one step, just on the off chance that we catch two. Okay, catch two zombies with this one. Let's trigger it. Time to join the party. And unpause. Here they go, trying to escape. Oh, let's let them not escape. Look, it's unlocked. Come on, come back in. Now they're going to try to run back in. And nice, the other one got on the bridge too. And down they go. Okay, so let's do it again. Open the bridge, or close the bridge, whatever it's called. Yeah, so there's only a couple climbers now, just 2 of them on the bottom level, the lower level. Good thing we made this pit so many levels deep. At least they can't climb out and with such ease, as if the pit had not been so deep. At least you have a deep pit sometimes for your zombies. There is still the question of the, what is it called? It's a hollow one. There's a barn owl woman hollow one. It's probably flying around on the map somewhere. Let's take a look at where she is. It's one of the invaders. It's actually intelligent, so it's considered an invader. We have to get rid of her too. Yeah, and she's just really flying. Wow, she's like not even, oh, she's not moving. Huh. Maybe we'll hunt her down. Oh, she took out that human. Poor artist. He was trying to come and share his gift with us. At least he's mangled. He won't be raised up from the dead ever again. Okay, so this bridge should reappear in just a moment, if we've done it right. Maybe we haven't done it. Let's see. Oh, give him another second. And we need to reset it. Okay, so we'll do that. Unlock and pull. So the bridge will reappear. Oh, the climbers are, there's 3 climbers pretty high. We're gonna have to drop that one. It's dangerous that the climbers get, if they're climbing up from the edge there. Yeah, we'll just have to drop this zombie. There's nothing to do but that. Oops, that was not the right button. Okay, so we'll just reset this lever, pull, A, P, okay. And then we'll juggle this zombie. So it's gonna run away. We'll say, oh no, come in, sorry. We don't mean to be so uninviting. And we're like, actually, he's getting a little close. You know what? It's locked, forget, we're closed. Go home. There he goes. Okay, now we can get back to normal. Passable, pull the lever, and keep a close eye on these climbers in case they decide to climb in the door while it's open, as it is right now. Oh, okay, like that one. Pause. Whew. Okay. That was scary, because this zombie could climb right out. We really don't want that. So we're just gonna, what do we do? Lock the door? Yeah, we may as well lock the door until the bridge is closed. What? How did he? Okay, that's a problem. Probably we just unlocked it when we meant to lock it. Anyway, this isn't a big problem. We got 3 doors there. Just lock the next one. Okay, that's stressful. That's what we were really trying to avoid, but it's not the worst thing. Just the bridge. See, there's the bridge, and then hopefully this zombie will leave. We can drop it again. We can even go retake that door. Why is he? There he goes. So yeah, let's get that lever activated. Get that zombie dropped. It should move away from the fort now. It's unclear why it was moving back onto the door. There it goes. Okay. Now we'll close this, and we're not going to unlock the door until the bridge is back up this time. Because it was more convenient to do them both, but if it lets the climbers claim our doors, that's not so nice. So we're going to go and have a dwarf actually go claim that door for us again. So let's say, what should we do to get a dwarf to go run out there? We'll say go smooth the stone. Top priority. Before you do anything else, go smooth that stone. Then he'll claim the door by going outside. And then we'll be able to lock this one again, which would be nice. Well, in the meantime, let's go check on our adventure. And actually, that's kind of dangerous to have him go out there, but because the zombies can access that region. So once that dwarf goes outside that door, the zombies will probably charge in and try to eat him. We won't let that happen. No way we'll let that happen. May as well set our hotkey here so it can instantly zoom back to there. So yeah, they're digging away. We have a lot of dwarves digging. Let's see if our trees have grown yet. Oh, we got a few more saplings. That's cool. Our indoor wood supply. Let's see, has this dwarf gone to smooth it yet? We don't actually need them to smooth it. We can just let them kind of go out there and just walk through the door and then walk back. Or we could station a squad. That might be quicker. It's probably quicker than having a dwarf wait until they're ready to smooth, so we'll do that instead. Okay, squad, the bold explorers. We got a job for you. Go stand out here. Okay, I should do that momentarily. Momentarily. We can actually cancel these, make so many maces, because that was from our first attempt to, we have these orders to make lots of maces from our first attempt to deal with the zombies by weapon traps. But now it seems like weapon traps are not the way we're going to do it, so let's just cancel those orders. Okay, so hopefully the squad's coming out to reclaim this door. For Onilzaphon! Reclaim this door, and then they can get back to their safe lives back inside. Is there any military dwarves heading out here? Let's see what the bold explorers are up to. So who's in the squad? Iteb and Obok. So the captain of the guard, that's an easy one to follow. So Iteb, Obok, captain. Yeah, they're there. Meditating. What about Obok, Catalastug? What do you mean unreachable location? Jeez. Obok's been on this order of soldier unreachable location for ages now. Oh, they're moving. Store item and Vin. You see that's... What's so unreachable about that? Maybe it's just because it's outside the burrow, but it doesn't really make sense. Because they're military, they shouldn't care about the burrow. So anyway, we'll define the burrow. We'll just say, yeah, you can go out here. For now. We'll take that permission away very soon. So we really don't want anybody going out there. But maybe someone will just go out to clean it. Even that would work. Anytime a dwarf goes through the doorway, we just really want to get that door claimed for our side again. That may be unreasonable or unwise to even want to bother, because it probably doesn't matter if we have that door claimed, but we're going to. You can just get a dwarf to walk out there. Come on, dwarves. Meditating. Huh. An Obok is storing an item. It's like they don't care that they have a military order. Maybe when this dwarf finishes meditating, they'll go for it. Oh, we can do the smoothing thing. There's another incentive to get them out there. Yeah, there now. At least the stone engraver. We'll see who gets there first. Will it be the military dwarves that have been ordered to go out? Or will it be the stone engraver? You'd think the military would be the first, but perhaps they're cowards. They are, after all, untrained. They've literally never trained, at least not while they're here. One of them entered the forest with some skill in a dagger, and she's a schemer, so that led us to not trust her. And that's in fact why she's in that squad. The bold explorers. They're supposed to be our risk takers. They're supposed to go and check out the caverns and stuff like that. But then they didn't want to go in the caverns. Oh, speaking of the caverns, we need to make this safe. Right here. Let's wall it up. We don't want to be doing that. Okay, build, wall. Just a single wall will do. A nice wall. Oh, but we really don't want them to be stuck inside. We had a dwarf get stuck inside the wall one time. Actually, if we build the wall right there, hopefully then they won't, you know, they'll stand on the right side of it. The left side actually is the right side in this case. So we'll look for dwarves who are going to construct building. And that would do it. It's funny sometimes how hard it is to get a dwarf to just walk somewhere. if you want them to. Like, even when you told them that they're to station there as a military, they don't go. We could tell somebody to dump something out there and then set them as dumping only. Have our star dumper do that. Oh, nice. A masterpiece microcline scepter. Oh, whoa. Needs non-economic hard rock. Are we out of rock? That seems unlikely. Oh, we're out of horn. We're not going to have horn for a while, so let's cancel that order for horn. And actually, we ran out of skulls a little while back, so we may as well cancel that one too. Make totem on horn crafts there. Okay, somebody come and just touch the wall. Walk through the door. Okay, let's do this dumping trick. Dump zone, garbage dump. Okay, and then we'll set this to be dumped. And make sure we don't have a garbage dump down here, because we did before. Yeah, it's still there. So we move that. Okay. And you can see the zombies are having a real party. There's a lot of them. Okay, so we got the dump up there. Yeah, they're dumping this. They should be dumping this piece of galena. And maybe we'll have our star dumper do it, just because it's tradition. Oh, they're sleeping. We'll have somebody else who's not busy do it. It can also be a star dumper. Lure Uzul Shased. What is Lure Uzul Shased's job? Let's just think about that for a second. Lure is a wood burner. So they're actually right here. Telling a story. Oh, how nice. Okay, so our dwarves actually do have enough. There's enough like going on that we can afford. We can have a few dwarves just telling stories or socializing, all that stuff. Actually, we do need this one to be on refuse selling. That's the whole idea. So Lure is our new star dumper. Hopefully they'll get that in their head. They should go take this thing to the dump. Be like, I don't have any tasks other than dumping. Well, they went to socialize and they went to drink, so that's kind of a bust. Maybe they'll do it eventually, though. What's Lure gonna drink? It's always fun to see what they choose to drink. Oh, they're grabbing the cup. Speaking of which, we should make some more cups. We can make them out of stone. Stone or rock, actually. It's called rock when you make cups out of it for some reason. Make rock goblet mug. There it is. So we'll make like 30 or 25. It makes 4 per order, and we have about 50 now, so we'll do 15 more. So that's 60 more. We're at mugs. Actually, it makes 3 per order, so that's 45. That's close enough. So Laura's gonna drink. What are they drinking, you ask? Some purple amaranth beer. That's a good kind of beer. Really, all the dwarven kinds of beer are good. Now they're going to store their cup. Okay, nice conscientious dwarf. Good to know that our dwarves still care about keeping the place tidy. No job. Okay, now you're gonna go take that refuse to the dumping pile, maybe? Maybe you can't have a dump on top of a bridge. Listen to poetry. Yeah, no, that ain't working. Okay, that's enough. That's enough trying to get them to clear that. The military won't do it. The smoothers won't bother to go up there. So we're just gonna have a little, we're gonna use the second door. We're not gonna use the front door. And that's all there is to it. So with that in mind, let's unforbid and invite the next round of guests. Now the guests have wandered pretty far away. Oh, what's this fellow doing? Oh, they're finally going to station. Good for you, Ep8. You have a sense of duty after all. So we've claimed the door. That's fantastic. See, as you can see now, the door it's ours again. Okay, and we can tell Iteb, good work, mission accomplished. You did your duty. And now we'll remove this from the burrow. Just like that. Now they're not allowed to go out there anymore, and Iteb should get confused and run away. There he goes. Okay, perfect. And where's the army of undead? Oh, they're there. Don't you worry. They're not going away. They're only coming closer. Closer and closer. They're probably chasing some geese or something like that. There's one, a giant Kia feather. Should be making its way in. Another giant Kia feather, or just the same one? Like, yeah, we'll see. They'll find their way. We'll definitely see them once they get into the hall, at very least. We kind of let the zombies scatter, because it was closed for so long there. Well, we sorted our door locking out, but now the doors are all unlocked. Passage is open. Open and welcoming to the zombos. Let's check on the miners for a sec, just because it doesn't seem like there's any zombies in the hallway yet. Oh, look at them go. Oh, that's cool, these three right here. Which ones are they? Ustooth, Etter, and Zasset Tilthizim. They're chipping away. The floor is just absolutely coated in gems, ores, and loads of stone. Zombies have not found their way in yet, but they will. Have no fear. Nothing to fear. The zombies will be here. They could be anywhere on this mountain. Anywhere in the map. And normally we would try to find them through the unit list, but the unit list is so full of zombies that are already partying in the basement that it would be hard to find the few that are not partying. For example, take any random one. Say this Mace Dwarf. Where are they? Oh, they're down at the party. That's great. Yeah, most of them are at the party. We're just looking for the few that are not yet. We don't want to miss them, you know, because if we miss them, then they get into our fort. We'd have to call in the military. It'd be a whole thing. So we're just gonna get those zombies to kind of like calling them on the pager. This one, the Kia feather right here. It should be making its way in. Should be. It's not. Maybe they don't have a sixth sense after all. Maybe it was so convenient before that they were all right at the entrance to the fort. Just because they came to kill all our livestock. But now they don't have anything to pull them over. Maybe we should send out the bold explorers to kind of tempt them back in. Oh, but the problem with that is the explorers would end up fighting them. They wouldn't know when to stop. And we don't know how many zombies are still outside. There could be some bad ones. It might be worth it just to send out an expeditionary force of Mace Dwarves. Because, yeah, this zombie's not coming. It's doing nothing. So we can't count on them to just find their way in. But there's some nasty stuff out there. Like there's that hollow one, Barn Owl woman. There's a zombie up here. That's a friendly hollow one. For whatever reason, she's on our team. But she's not the only zombie in the world. We'll find more. Oh, there's a terrified turkey gobbler. Where's that? Where there are terrified turkey gobblers, zombies can't be far. So there's one down here. Terrified gobbler, that is. Oh, there's a Mace Dwarf. Oh, they're all down here at the bottom. Huh. Well, we can watch them and see if they're actually coming. Hopefully they are. But resume. They're moving. Maybe they are coming in. Coming to the party. Oops. Let's try to follow them. They're either following that gobbler or they're coming in. Okay, or it's barely moving. They seem to be following the gobbler. Maybe once they're done with that, then they'll come in. On the other hand, they're not. They don't seem to be catching it. It could be that there's just these 4 zombies left. And it's tempting to send out our entire military to smash the 4 zombies. But they might smash us. How do we lure zombies to come into our fort? We've already opened the door. One would think that would be enough. Zombies tend to like going into the fort. But these ones are just, well, to be honest, they're distracted chasing a turkey. And then there's that key of feathers out there that's doing nothing. The key of feathers we can handle. We saw a key of feathers be dispatched in a single blow with a sword, no less. So key of feathers are not much of a concern as far as being dangerous. These things are dangerous though, and that barn owl woman hollow one, that's the really scary thing, because those intelligent undead, sometimes they have strange abilities. Like they might just put their hand up and paralyze you with fear. And then the dwarf that's paralyzed with fear just does nothing. Grimaces and can't do anything. Maybe it's pain, we don't know. All we know is that it makes them grimace and then stand still while they get attacked. Like a stun. Oh, maybe the turkey's gonna get destroyed. We can just have fun watching this turkey get hunted down by zombies. It's kind of it's a slow fight because the zombies are not lazy, they don't move very quick. And the turkey is a sprightly and terrified youngster. So the question is, will they ever catch it? Let's see what this dot is. The question is, what is this dot? Oh, it's a rhino lizard. Cool. Okay, but will they catch it? Presumably they will. Huh, there's a dead dwarf. A couple dead dwarves. Kel, Ingashenel. Those must be the warriors that came to visit us. Cool. Oh, steel helm, iron shield. They brought us some good stuff. So yeah, once we get outside, at least we can equip that. Steel and iron. Materials that don't occur in our domain. Following Cupialmo, the corpse of a mace dwarf, in their slow-paced chase of a turkey. Now, what this humble dwarf predicts will happen is the dwarves, the undead dwarves, will get close to the turkey, and then the turkey will flee to the side and dodge them. And then it'll escape. Another possibility is that the turkeys run off the map. It may have already done so, because these dwarves are looking confused, like they've sort of lost their purpose in life. So maybe it's time that they head down to the party. Hopefully they know that too. Because if they come on down, then they can be with their kind. But it looks like this one's just moving aimlessly. We should probably have a look at our front door. Just in case some guests have already arrived. Doesn't look like they have though, nope. Yeah, the Kia feathers are still chilling out there. Meanwhile, in the fortress, life goes on. What are all these things doing here? Goslings. There must be, oh yeah, there's no room in their pen anymore. We have a lot of geese. Wow. Guinea cocks, guinea hens, pigs, rooster. Okay, we might need to designate a larger area, and in fact we can just expand this area. So this will be our animal area. It already is, but it's going to be bigger. Just like that. This is going to be all for the pigs and birds. Maybe make a few more nest boxes. Might as well. Might as well. We'll add it right here. Nest box, or I've got to choose rock and then we'll choose nest box. There it is, the fourth one. So we'll add 3 more nest boxes and they'll eventually do that. It's not any hurry or anything. But what is a hurry is for these undeads to come and join the fun. No, they don't seem to know that there's all this fun to be had. That Swords Dwarf is just up there by itself. Smirks Dwarf. We're following it now. So it's climbed up the hill, I'll climb back down. It doesn't seem to have a clue. Now it almost looks like it's moving with a purpose, but then it just turned, so apparently not. It would seem that it'll eventually wander close enough to find its way into the fort. We could hope for that. Now our attention's been drawn down here. Oh, another new dwarf has joined our population. Wonderful, another baby. So that one will be useful in about 12 years. Yeah, population of 117. And it would seem that we have almost 30 children in our 117 population. Okay, well we can start, see, we can't quite start doing the power outside because we don't want to worry about all that stuff, all the zombies and such. Maybe we just get rid of the burrow, let the dwarves go out, and then eventually the zombies will get close. Let's do that. And then we won't tell the military to go after them. We'll just tell the dwarves to kind of basically we'll tell the dwarves not to be so afraid of the zombies. And then the zombies will smell that and come straight for us. So that's it. We're gonna turn off the burrow. Back to inactive. Okay, dwarves, go outside, get your wood. Do all the things you wanted to do out there. Oh, there, the bridge is open. Look at them flood out. They've been waiting for this for so long. It's not safe. Be careful, it's not safe at all. Oh, this one. Oh, guns. Oh, right, they're going to reset the weapon traps. And presumably clear away the dead bodies. Mirror's ended a mandate, good. This is a live dwarf. Oh, it's scary. Okay, the Kia feathers are going to be the first thing to be alerted. Let's see. Will this dwarf be terrified of them? No job. Yep, terrified. Will the Kia feathers come in? Yep, they're coming. Okay, let's reset the burrow, then we can finish off those Kia feathers. Good start. Run away. Okay, everybody back inside. Oh, meanwhile, these dwarves are still trying to reset the weapon traps, but that's fine. Oh, this human's coming in, a live human. Lucky for them. Oh, how far are the zombies? Are they still... Yeah, there's one. Let's see what it's doing. Are we following it? Dwarf, mace dwarf, F follow. Resume. What's it doing? It kind of looks like they've caught the scent. So maybe letting our dwarves roam outside for just a moment was the right way to go. So as soon as the dwarves are all back inside, then we'll reclose the security gate. Although we don't really need the security gate anyway. We can just lock the front door. So that should be all good. So basically as soon as the monsters get close... Oh, the Kia stop. Looks like it stopped. It's not smart enough to follow us all the way in. Well, maybe the mace dwarfs are. The undead mace dwarf, etc. Where did they go? It's so hard to find them when they're on this. Oh, what we can do is hotkey the units, actually. That's a good idea. So, how do we hotkey a unit? There is a way. Something through here. Probably this? No. Maybe it is this. Okay, well, maybe it's in G for general. Nope, I, P, W, Z. Okay, we're not hotkeying the unit. That's fine. If somebody ever comes across this and notices that this humble dwarf is stumbling around trying to hotkey units, any assistance is welcome. Look at that. They've kind of stopped. Oh, it's because it was paused. Okay. We'll see where this mace dwarf goes now. See if it knows where it's going. Will it head down the mountain towards the entrance? One thing about these zombies is they don't move very fast. So if you're hoping for them to do something in a hurry, well, you're just going to have to wait. Oh, it went down? Yeah. Good zombie. Yes. Now we know in the title of this, we'd say bad zombie bad, but we actually think these zombies are being pretty good. Is that also a zombie? Yep. Let's see if this one's moving too. Looks like it's climbing up. Oh, there it went back down. Maybe it just climbed over that little ridge, probably what it did. Yeah, so let's see, are they going the right way? If they went straight down, would they get to the entrance? Yeah, actually. Good, they're heading right for the entrance. Okay, so let's lock it up. Hopefully nothing's already inside. Although this kind of looks like... Oh, this is Aban, the friendly one. Okay, and our military thing is set. Yep, we're set to run away. So we're gonna close the front door. Make sure that the side door is open. Yep. And hopefully the zombies will funnel in. With any luck. Oh, this human's in combat. Crossbowman. They might be able to handle it. It's just one zombie. They can't handle it. Well, we'll keep that dead body away from the necromancer. Because we are not saving them. Are they mangled? Yeah, that's good. Couldn't raise them if they tried. Let's just make sure there's no fighting happening. Yeah, not with our dwarves. The brewer. Oh, maybe they are fighting. A turkey hen. Barn owl woman. Oh no, we should have been watching our base. Wait, the dingo man's fighting. Where's that? Oh, we can't zoom to it. When was that? 7th Opal. So that's a long time ago. Okay, so that's probably nothing to worry about. Yeah, there's nothing recent. Let's see for recent fighting. Today is 16th, so this is fairly recent. Oh, they're beating somebody as punishment. Okay. Well, that's reasonable. And that must be the brewer. Falls over, injured badly, stunned. Yeah, their muscle was torn. Hopefully this brewer will survive. Oh, something about the Cyclopean universes. Our time in the Cyclopean universes is so brief. Then we just had some good old sparring, and then this Marksdwarf and Crossbowman are what we were just watching outside. The Marksdwarf is a zombie. And there's our brewer. Yep, taking a well-deserved rest after a well-deserved beating. Well, they got their ear ripped off, ankle hurt, and head trouble. Let's check out their health. Isolar, something like that. So we'll find who's injured, basically. Then we'll look at them. There he is, Isolar. Needs diagnosis, so we don't know quite yet, but he's going to need a crutch, at least for now. Oh, he's missing a foot, yeah, so. And SX means standing, cannot stand without a crutch. So he's going to get a gold crutch too. Wow, look at that created wealth. We've passed 1 million. There should be some very dangerous creatures coming to party with us soon. Let's see, is this zombie gonna come inside? What's it doing? It's not coming inside. All the way down here. What about the other ones? There's a hollow one. This would be the friendly hollow one. Herbalist? Who's the herbalist? Hopefully not outside. Yeah, good. Where's there's a Swords Dwarf corpse? Yeah, let's see if they're still making their way in. Kind of looks like it. Hard to tell. Yeah, it seems like they might be. They seem to be moving with purpose. With undead purpose. The purpose is to fall in a hole. Okay, well, they're not quite moving towards the entrance. Oh, they're chasing this wombat. Lead them to the entrance, wombat. I guess if we could put some bait out for them. Like an animal on a chain, maybe. Do we have chains? That would be restraint. No access. So we can place a chain. The no access is just because it's outside of our burrow. But we could just extend the burrow, let somebody place a chain there. Oh, whatever. Let's just play it a little loose again and hope they lure the zombies in. Okay, guys, go outside. Just for a moment. As soon as somebody gets scared by a zombie, which the zombies are pretty close now. As soon as the zombies, are they coming for us now? It looks like they are. Oh, they're fighting. Don't want that. Don't want that at all. That is 0% what we want. Okay, let's set our alert back to active. Hopefully that will teach them to run away. We don't really have any other way to make them run. Looks like they are running. Now that should tempt the zombies into going to our base, hopefully. Let's see if they hurt us at all. The mace dwarf. Bruise the fat. Yeah, our dwarves have had their fat bruised. No muscle bruised. Our miners actually did some damage. There's a whole page of it. Miners are skilled, effortlessly deflected its attack. Maybe our military can handle these last couple dwarves. Better not to test it though. Let's see, so we'll leave the door unlocked for now, but keep the burrow on so the doors run inside. And then hopefully that's enough for those zombies to come and get us, or try to come and get us. Then we can let them come in the secondary entrance, which is the way to the fun place. Okay, there. So the front door's locked, side door's open. Come on, zombies. We've worked hard to get you this far. Come on back inside. Resume. Okay, they're moving. Please let them be moving the right way. It's moving back. Oh, they're chasing that human. Maybe the human can lead them in. Because hopefully the human wants to go inside. Yeah, it says they need to chat with a local, so hopefully they'll make their way to the bar. Which will just lead these zombies across the path, and it'll be all perfect and good. So yeah, this is all wide open. Wide open. Come on in, guys. Oh, human bard is visiting. How wonderful. Just what we need. It looks like they're going the right way, and then they decide to head off a different direction. Okay, come on. Come on, X-Dwarf. Who's a good zombie? You can do it. Ocean Bug comments. I see some new paintings. That's right. We've got a few things. We've got our Dingo Man Necromancer. That's the one that created a lot of these zombies. We've got one of our dwarves at the top right. Whatever their name was. That's our star dump hauler who carried our rock to the dump right at just when it really mattered most because it let us set up our zombie thing. And then we've got the design of the zombie thing at the bottom right, which actually didn't work, but it was mostly a success. It just killed the zombies rather than throwing them, or it didn't kill them, it squished them. So instead we've decided to pile them all up. So now we've got most of the zombie invasion trapped in here. And very little is still wandering around outside. They wandered a little too far away, so we're kind of just messing around. Like, trying to get them to chase us back in, but they refuse. Huh. This hollow one is an invader. What happened to the Dingo Man? Maybe he was eaten by his own zombies. He was probably eaten by his own zombies. That is magnificent. Or he was eaten by some of the zombies anyway. Let's see if we can find a corpse here. Mace Dwarf. Spattering of dwarf blood. So, yeah. Oh, the Dingo Man. Okay, that is dramatic. That Dingo Man Necromancer, we trapped him in the same trap with all the zombies. And evidently some of those zombies are not on his side. So he is now a skeleton. He's been there for a while. Poor guy. Oh, and his book is called My Only Mistake. His only mistake was getting dropped into a pit with a bunch of zombies. He never should have created them. It's actually a book about becoming a mayor, but we'll pretend it's about the zombies in some way. Okay, so this humble dwarf is kind of getting tired of waiting for these zombies to find their way in. It's sort of looking like they're not going to at this point. Like, it's not walking the right way. So what that means is let's give our military dwarves a taste of action. The front door is unlocked. The Mace Dwarf squad, the one known as the Shining Bashers, will be ordered to station. In fact, let's bring the axes of bronze. Oh, first let's make sure they have armor. Only squads with armor will be allowed to participate. So the Shining Bashers are fully equipped with copper. Deadly Fountains are also fully equipped. Now it's not clear if they'll be any use, but at least they can bash the undead with their crossbows. The bronze are impressively well armored, so that's fantastic. And even the bold explorers are too. So, okay, it's time for a massive military maneuver. First one of the fort. Oops. So we select all of the squads. We'll tell them to move. Just assemble out front and fight whatever comes at us, which will probably be a lot. Fantastic. With our numbers, we should be fine. There's no more necromancer, as he was already ripped to shreds by his own zombies, and they've already engaged with the corpse. So is this one of our dwarves we've already lost? I got Irrelevance, mangled, mutilated corpse. That would have been our outpost liaison, who died a while back. So we can follow this Mace Dwarf, see how its battle goes. It's unfortunate that the dwarves are not all together, but we probably should have got them to assemble before sending them in. But it looks like it's running away or something. Oh. Thanks, Dwarf Comic. And yeah, the funny thing we just noticed with that necromancer is after we dumped him in with the zombies, it turns out they weren't so friendly to him. So, where is he? Right there. He's now a skeleton. Yeah, and he's lying there clutching his book. My only mistake. Great ending. So we've just sent out the military to deal with the last couple zombies. As the zombies were really struggling to find the entrance, so we're just sending out the mace dwarves to kill them and every other squad. So we're gonna say K for kill and kill creatures at current location. We'll do select from list. Oh no, that's too hard. So we'll do, maybe there's no creature left there because we're not seeing it. There's our mace dwarf. Mace. Yeah, it looks like they've taken out the zombie at that location already. Dwarf, axe, dwarf, corpse. So that would be a zombie because it doesn't have a name. And here, there's a dwarf. Yeah, mace dwarf, corpse, mangled corpse. So the corpse says now a corpse. Okay, cool. So let's send them out to take out that key of feathers. Where did it go? Is this? Yeah, that's the key of feathers. Okay. Squads. Attack. Dwarf comic asks, are we going to be able to get that necromancer's book, or are we dumping lava? It's undetermined. The best way would be if we could find some way to get all the loot without melting it. So we did have a question, if you could answer. If we dump lava in there, will it obliterate all the armor and gear? Obviously it'll melt it, but will it be possible to use it as raw materials, or will the steel be gone in the future? Is a question that this humble dwarf would like to know the answer to. Now we'll watch this key of feathers get obliterated. Should be a trifling matter. It's already dead. Yeah, it was nice and easy. Giant key of mangled head feathers and giant key of mangled feathers. Depends how long the lava stays there. Okay, but most likely the weapons will be gone. The metal will be gone. Okay, so we'll try to avoid using lava. We've got all the zombies corralled. So we'll have to figure out what can kill zombies. Maybe we'll set up some ballistas. Even though ballistas are supposed to be not very effective, but just by having all the zombies in this corridor, we carve a fortification at the top and shoot those ballista shots through them. That should work pretty well. So there should be maybe one more zombie. This is a hollow one, but it's friendly. And Dwarf Comic mentions if you can get the undead under a grate, just have the lava melt them, but then the lava goes down the grate. They'll burn. The lava will go below them. So would the lava be running underneath them on a separate level? Or would the lava be quickly flowing over them and then flowing away? Something like that. There's the barn owl woman. This is seems like the last intruder it's literally the last intruder, but it's the last creature that's still outside. Trap lava on their heads and then get it to flow away. Okay. We can burn away the zombies, leaving behind the valuable gear, which is really what we want. Let's try this. This is scary because it's one of these magical, intelligent undead. But with 3 full squads and 1 not full squad, maybe we can handle her. Let's take a look at her before we kill her. She has bulky muscles on a large body, brown feathers, cinnamon skin, and lots of scars, probably from when she died before. And we're still trying to figure out what's going to be the last picture of today's session. Maybe it'll be the death of this barn owl woman. Maybe it'll be the dingo being devoured alive. No, that's a little too gory. See, we're trying to keep it from being too utterly gruesome. So any moment we should start to see crossbow bolts zinging past this woman, just to make sure the squads are all set to go take her out. Strange that our dwarves are not finding the non-economic hard rock they need to make mugs, because, I mean, there's a hall full of rock here. How can they not find the rock? And it's all within the burrow, too. Strange. Anyways, let's watch the death of this invader. The last invader who's technically an invader. So she's up here. Let's see where the dwarves are at. Hopefully we'll be able to bring her down with crossbow bolts, and then the mace dwarves can just go to town. There's a wombat overcome by terror. We'll follow this mace dwarf. Going to a combat drill. Oh, they probably can't reach them. So what we'll do instead is we'll tell the military to station underneath her, because they think they can't reach her, but we're going to hope the crossbow dwarves bring her down first, so we'll try that. So go to unit, and then we'll say all squads. Instead of possibly not being able to reach her, we'll say just station on the dead human. Now they'll go up there. Okay, and then, yeah, there's the barn owl woman, flapping her deathly wings. What's that? Oh, it was just a rhino lizard. Okay, they should be here soon. Oh, there's a dwarf. Where'd you go? There's a couple dwarves coming. Ocean Bug wonders if there are any dwarves in the fort who'd be interested in reading a necromancer's book. Luckily for us, it's not one of those books. It's just a book that the necromancer wrote about this time he was elected mayor. Did we already take her out? That was easier than expected. Wow. Barn owl woman wrestler. Page 1. Oh, an axe dwarf got in combat with her right away and hacked off her right hand with the first blow. Our dwarves are getting good. They've been practicing for a while, and the axe dwarves are fully equipped in bronze. So that's to be expected. Yeah, she did nothing. And finally, she was struck in the head, and the injured part is cloven asunder. Celebrate! The overworld is clear. The squads can be back off duty. Cancel orders. The burrow can be deactivated. Dwarves are free to harvest wood. We can start burning coal again. Oh, what a weight off our shoulders. Dwarf Comic says, woof, well done. First undead horde win. It's a good feeling. Indeed it is. Dwarves are free to go and reset all the mace traps. We can finally get back to crafting with metal, and if somebody asks for wood again, we won't have to sneak into the caverns to get it. We can get back to the worries of ordinary dwarven life. Like, what should they do? We have so many dwarves. How do we keep them all busy? Well, there are ways to keep them busy. We can get our metal industry going again at last. As it seems like we don't have any metal in progress right now. We don't really need to make a whole lot. Maybe we'll just chill for a bit, figure out what our next illustration will be, and we'll worry about it all at the start of the next session, because this humble dwarf is noticing this is a new record length of session. We're up to almost 6 hours long that we've been going today. So let's see, what are we feeling most inspired with? Ocean Bug says they're having the same problem back in their fortress. Oh, we got a message from Krug Smash Plays saying, I love your dwarf pictures. Those faces. Why? Thank you. It's just the very person we were most hoping to hear from, and the exact words we were most hoping to hear. So you have made this humble dwarf's day. And if you have any suggestions of what you'd like to see drawn next, I'd be very happy to accept them. What's happening a lot? We've got our zombie party in the basement. We just broke back out into the overworld. We're digging a massive cavern out here, which is soon to be filled with trees. Right now it's insanely filled with rocks. We slaughtered the giant, not giant, but the barn owl woman, intelligent undead creature. And life in the fortress is finally returning to normal. We can carry all those teeth back out to the stockpile. Craig Smash Please says, hell, you do you. This is great. And holy hell, that's a cave. Lol. Yeah, it sure is. The idea is that it can be full of tall trees, and it's certainly inspired by some stuff that we watched in Krog Smash videos, like building a big inside cave and making a garden in there. And this humble dwarf is going to have to learn how to do pumps and water, and you got the zombie problem to solve. Like, it's kind of not a problem, but also kind of is a problem. We got 5, let's see, 10, 14, 17, 23, 26, 28, 32, 35, 37, yeah, 39, 41 zombies to deal with. Yeah, it's going to be solved in some way. The solution is hopefully going to involve us collecting their gear and none of our lives being put at risk. Probably with a ballista. That's kind of the going idea right now, because they're just in such a nice area right here. We could actually just activate the bridge and squish them all, but then we would lose the gear. So maybe we'll just do a picture of that, the first hit on that barn owl woman. We'd have to kind of guess about what she was wearing, because she's been obliterated. But where was she? Barn owl woman, hollow one wrestler, Snoosp, Spospustksu. What a name that is. It's too late to see it. But it started with her hand being hacked off with an axe, so we can just sort of draw that. That might be a little overcomplicated with 2 characters, but let's see. Let's see what she left behind. We can see what she was wearing by looking at her corpse. Of course, it's mixed in with what that. Oh, that's all the large stuff. So maybe the barn owl woman wasn't wearing anything. Do barn owl women wear clothes? We don't know. Probably. Okay, we'll just draw something that looks kind of like a hollow one. A barn owl woman hollow one, and we'll end it with that. We have this friendly hollow one we can use for reference. If anybody knows why this one's friendly, this humble dwarf would love to find out. So let's see, we did note that the other hollow one also had incredible muscles. A muscular owl woman. That'll be an interesting sight. Her eyebrows are incredibly high, narrow gold eyes, thin irises, narrow nose, slightly flattened ears. So basically, she looks normal. Her eyes are even a normal color. The barn owl woman had black eyes. We did note before she was obliterated. So let's ask the wizard of the wiki, what does a barn owl man look like? She had brown feathers. A person with the arms and wings of a barn owl. So we must be able to assume she has feathers. But because it didn't mention any clothes. But then our dingo man had clothes, so maybe we'll just do her in generic clothes. With black eyes. Okay. So here we go. Let's do the demise of the barn owl woman. Just before the demise, actually, when she was just flapping happily in the air with no idea of what was to come. With her brown feathers and possibly wearing clothes. Didn't get a good enough look. Okay. We'll draw her looking kind of relaxed, as if nothing bad was about to happen to her. She's just relaxed, undead, and at peace, more or less. Little did she know, her hand, no, not a wing, a hand, was about to be hacked off mercilessly with a bronze axe. So if it's even possible to do expression in the face of an owl, because their mouth is basically just that, but we'll do kind of a meh expression. Like, oh, it's just another day. Just hovering above this human that I ate. Not a care in the world. Okay, let's see, how does her head attach to her body? We may as well look at a reference to a barn owl. In fact, it's a barn owl, so they have that funky face that barn owls have, where it's like white. That's why the eyes are black, maybe. Her feathers are brown, but they're brown in the way that a barn owl feathers are brown. So we're going to assume that she looks kind of like a real-life barn owl. They have this cool, heart-shaped, light-colored, feathered face. That heart-shaped thing at the top. Now, this humble dwarf is realizing it's unrealistic to show an owl with its eyes pointed in a direction, because owls' eyes don't point in directions. They always just point one way. But maybe we'll just keep it, because it's more clear. Anyways, so the wings come out from the back. We'll do a darker spot here just to show that this is the back of the head. And this is where it connects, just like that. So there's a wing. Man, wings and hands. They definitely have wings. And they definitely have hands. So puzzle that one out. Ocean Bug suggests that maybe a toga. You can see an owl lady wearing a toga. And this humble dwarf is only too happy to accept that suggestion. So let's put her in a fine pigtail toga. Everybody likes pigtail, even barn owls. So we'll use this for a pigtail color. A little consistency. And toga will be like, sort of like that. Or we may have to consult the wizard to tell us what a toga looks like. It typically goes off one shoulder. Yeah, so it's usually one shoulder covered and then one shoulder uncovered, which kind of makes sense for a barn owl because they want that mobility. But we got to make sure her barn owl chest is covered because she's very feminine. So, you know, there's certain rules that must be adhered to. So I'll do it like this. It'll be a two-sided toga. And she doesn't look very undead. Now she was covered in scars, so we'll kind of make her a little more beat up once we get to the stage of adding some details. So those very rough feathers, rough wings. We can do a little lighty light on the top. Let's get our barn owl reference for colors and such. And then, yeah, so the real life barn owls are typically white or light colored on the underside. So we'll actually just take this color. And then underside of the wings will be white. And we can do an axe kind of coming at her just to really make it. It was her right hand that got chopped off. So she's going to have a hand, but anyway, we'll get there when we get there. So it was a bronze axe. Start with a color of bronze. Go like this. Bronze battle axe. Like so. We won't draw the dwarf holding it. We'll just draw kind of a shadow, sort of like we did with our cave dwarf here, taming the crocodile. So I'll do just a kind of shadow hand there. And then, so this is the dwarf that started it all. Beginning of the end for, what's her name? We've lost track of her name. We'll get her name later. The beginning of the end for this particular barn owl woman. Okay, and let's bronze it up. Bronze it like that. Some light spots, and then we'll add some dark spots and some in-betweens. And nice high highlight on the top to show off that shape. There we go. And this here. And toss this in there. So, yep. There's this. That's almost done. In fact, even though it's not smooth, it doesn't necessarily need to be because it's metal, so it can be just kind of shiny and cool. And we'll probably smooth it a bit later, but for now, we're just gonna keep it like that. And then somehow draw a hand. Maybe the hand would be like coming out of the wing or something. Or the wing can be sort of like the feathers. No, the wing can be like the fingers. With a few fingers, like maybe 4 fingers, and the pinky is sort of represented by the whole wing. Okay, there's her hand. Sort of like a bat. Okay, we'll just give her 5 fingers and a wing, because who knows? She's definitely a woman, not just a barn owl. And then we'll make her look undead in some way. It can be done. Okay, there's her hand, her other hand. And it said the wings and head of a barn owl, so let's give her more like human feet. Like feathers all the way down, but then human feet. She should probably be wearing shoes and socks and all these other things. We'll just say she kind of forgot those when she became an undead night creature. So just do some quick shading in the toga. So we're having it, it's going to wrap over like that. So it's kind of a double wrapped toga there. And we'll do a little lighter, like this or something, because you have to have that. A little light towards the top. Okay, decent for now. And then can be flying, kind of flying off the back. Although she wasn't really moving, so actually we'll make it look like it's just kind of hanging limp. As she is hanging in the air, hovering with her barn owl power. Okay, she needs some orange, orangey brown. We're going to take inspiration more from real barn owls than this game's simple description of she has brown feathers. We can do that. Definitely going to do the face like a barn owl. So the eyes are going to have this thing kind of coming around like this. And then it connects down to the mouth to make it that distinctive barn owl look. It's actually perhaps fair to give her white sclera to show which way her eyes are pointing, because she is, after all, a barn owl woman, not just a barn owl. She doesn't have to have pure black eyes, that's all. The justification to make it slightly less quote-unquote realistic. But we do like the idea, as Krug Smash sometimes does, of taking the creatures just as they're described in the game, but not necessarily using the real life for reference. So like, if a giant olm is an underground amphibian, you just draw an amphibian in any kind of imaginative way. In this case, a woman with the head and feathers, or face and head of a barn owl, and feathers that are brown, well, it can look like anything. Just gotta have those few things. So give her more of a human-like mouth too. Give her kind of a frown. She doesn't like just hanging out here. She's like, man, what am I doing with my life? Just chilling outside, waiting for, what am I even waiting for? And then her hand gets lopped off with an axe. Oh, that's what she was waiting for. Just waiting for us to come deal with her. So, okay, maybe that's just about enough on the face. Just a little lighter. Some lighter light to accentuate the top part and make it even lighter. There we go. Okay, that's pretty good. Pretty good. We'll probably touch it up a little bit later. Could do some red on the lips, but that's probably fine for now. Yeah, there, she's just got her owly little frown going. So there. Whoops, slightly bigger brush here. There we go. And yeah, perfect. Okay, so they have kind of patchy gray and orange feathers. Real barn owls do. So we'll just do some patchiness, because owls are typically patchy. So she's got some little ear-like tufts up there, although real barn owls don't, but we'll just leave them. And maybe crank that opacity down a bit so we can blend her just a little smooth. Okay, there. She's getting more feathery by the second. Then crank the opacity, do some wingtip feathers. These are called the flight feathers, large ones at the end. And then you've got some other feathers with different names as you go up the wing. All different names for the different feathers. As bird enthusiasts just love those kind of details. And of course, scientists, dwarven scientists, have to be able to name every part of the bird. So we're just going to do some rough feathers that vaguely approximate the shape of real feathers. Okay, and then we'll give her flight feathers to match this side. Try to space them out a bit to have some more definition. Feathers are hard. Feathers are one of the harder things to draw. Because like they're every which way, they're all textured. There's just nothing easy about feathers. And making them look like feathers can be a challenge. Okay, but she's getting pretty good. So we'll do like kind of like owl feet, but also human feet, like the size of owl feet, but with human-like toes. So we won't really be able to see the toes because it's so small, but there, it's kind of like that. Because this humble dwarf is going to assume that barn owl women are quite small. Certainly much smaller than a dwarf, probably around the size of a barn owl, really. So let's just grab a little gray, make her some gray highlights in the feathers too. Oh, that's too strong. We'll do that, and then yeah, try the highlights again. There we go, and then we can mix some of this gray in up here for variety, because as we mentioned, they tend to have brown and gray highlights in their feathers. Okay, and then we'll do a little shaping on the wings, like so. Smooth it a bit. Just kind of adding shadows to the underside to show a bit of a shape to it. Make it darker in here. It's too dark, but we can use it as a sample color. Okay, there we go. There, it's looking fairly shapely, reasonably acceptable. Poor barn owl woman. She's making us feel pity for her, but she is a night creature. She's an invader, and she had ill will towards our fortress. She would have destroyed us if she could. We should probably make her gear look kind of ripped, because that's undead. There's just a fashion thing. If you're undead, you tend to wear things with holes, rips, threads hanging off. They never wear nice, fresh new clothes. So there, we'll make it a little messy. Add some holes. There's little holes. And some, maybe make it dirty too. Bit of undead rot's leaking out. We're not really seeing the scars, but we can say they're covered by our feathers. So there, this is just to make it kind of nasty and dirty. That's best if we make it patchy. It's not too clean or even. There. Now she's looking more undead. Just a little bit. We can do like it didn't say there was anything special about her eyes except that they were black. But we could do a red glow, or we could try to make the black look more villainous, maybe. Like this, looks a little more scary. She's just minding her business. Okay, now we need to shine on the eyes too. That's always done there. Now she looks kind of scary and undead, but also kind of, hopefully she looks kind of unsuspecting. Okay, that's what we're going for. Unsuspecting. And then we'll emphasize this with some swooshy movement lines. Like that. It's the axe that took away her hand. And we'll highlight the hand a little bit. Get just the barest detail. It's so small, it hardly needs anything. But a little bit is going to go a long way and look good. Okay, so highlight the top parts. That's not bright enough color there. So just tips the fingers there, and we'll do a similar thing on this hand. Just like that. And this wing can get a little top highlights too, just to say this is the top. This is her arm. The more human man or woman part of her, as opposed to the barn owl part of her. Okay, and a little bit of darkness on the lower parts of the wings, like this. Okay, and we'll check this, make the shape there of the wing. Okay, she's getting close. This is the part where we start to say it's almost done. And then fix a ton more things and then say it's almost done. Okay, so Actually, there's not that much to fix. This is a pretty simple one. It helped that we didn't go with the real description of the outfit this time. We're just kind of decided she's wearing a toga. So that means we just have to draw one layer, unlike our Dingo Man friend over here. We're like, what material are his gloves made out of? What material is his dress made out of? And eventually you get it done. But yeah, this is quicker. And there we can do this color kind of mixing in with it, which makes it look even more ratty and gross. So you can tell she's undead because she's wearing messy clothes. Although, if that was the way to check, you'd think a lot of our dwarves are undead because their clothes are probably not in too great shape. Which is all part of the fun. Okay, so this is our dark shadow. I'm just going to go on here. And we'll turn down the opacity a bit. There. Look at our lower body feathers. Okay. And then just a slight kind of outliney shadow there. Let's say that's the edge of the toga. Oh, that's fine there. We'll do a little more highlight on the toga too, because it needs some life. Pop it out. We're going to do it more gray though. She is dead and risen. Gotta do the gray fashion technique. Okay. Yeah, liking that. Okay. And there it is. Whew, yeah, it just needs, the overall form is looking a little iffy, so do lighten. Try to lighten the top. Okay, it's not lightening. Oh, because we have dark color selected. There we go. A little lower opacity. There's the top. And then we'll darken the bottom. Kind of like that. That's more of a shape. Doesn't need to be perfect, not by a long shot. But yeah, there we go. And just a slight bit of a dark underside on her legs. Smaller, stronger. Okay, there. Yeah, that's good. Then we can do a little edge highlight. But yeah, she's basically done. The wings want a bit more detail, just a bit. So we'll do kind of like, we want some basically light patches to represent the feathers. So we'll take this light color, just a bit weaker of it, or a version of it. Yeah, and then do just some marks, where each mark is going to represent one feather. And then as you get closer to the center, they kind of merge into each other. So there they go. Da, 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 da. She has no idea what's about to happen to her, and then the dwarves will rejoice a lot. Okay, let's make her nose a little more shapely. Just kind of trying to make it have a smoother shape. And should we blend that in? Sure, just a bit, not much. And then get this outline. Make it a bit more orange, just kind of for fun. Make it more interesting there. You can do it, pump up the orange out there too. And make this a bit darker. Although real barn owls aren't that dark, but ooh, we got a weird thing there. Okay. Yeah, slight bit of darkness to blend in with this. Let's make it a bit darker so it has more of an impact. To kind of like highlight the outside edges and make it more barn owl-like. There. Almost done. Almost done. Okay, this part, just gonna darken a slight bit. We'll have to tidy up the outside edges a bit after to clean up any pieces over the edge, like these. So I'll just erase this. Parts that shouldn't be here. Get some nice clean, sharp edges. Or dirty, ripped up clothes. Okay. And that's about it. Yeah. Maybe her toes can get some highlights. See, look, she has toes. And then some gaps in between, erase. Okay, there. Oh, this is an extra shadow. Okay, and one there too. Looks like she's done. It's hard to say that. Maybe the top of her head could use a bit more. Maybe it couldn't though. We'll just do a very light highlight up here. Like that. That's good. Okay. Maybe an edge highlight because she's special. She's good enough to deserve an edge highlight. So we'll go sky color and then say, oh, opacity's probably fine. Do this and then just like, there's like some sun shining on her from behind. Just kind of like that. Works best in the shadowed areas, like maybe there. And the top of the head can have a bit. Does that make it more realistic? Maybe, yeah. Kind of has more of a sense of depth. Actually do it on this side too. Let's make it more green because it's grass on that side. Okay, there. Reflecting the grass. It's a beautiful day. Just beautiful day to just hover above a field, above the human archer that you've killed. Just the tiniest bit of highlight out there. Okay, lovely. Yep. That's her. And the axe does deserve to be a little smoother too. Just a little, not too much. So like this, just to make you think, that is a shiny axe. That's what we want you to be thinking when you look at it. And if we're going to be really accurate, we would do the same kind of edge highlights on the axe that we did on the owl woman, but we're not going to put that. We're just going to let it be, because there's a certain value in just getting something done, even if it's not perfect. Okay, so let's straighten this out a bit, make it more sharp and pointy, and that too, there, there. Okay, there it is. The demise of the owl woman. Now there is a little area we could add more, but we're not going to. It's done. Okay, crop. Let's get this pasted over into our dwarven view. Press enter. Dwarf comic says, nice, nice. Thank you very much. And this owl would thank you too, but she was hit with that axe. So we're going to save it as a transparent PNG. Say barn owl woman hollow one. That's what she is. And then we'll do our usual thing and get this file ready for the next time. It's been fun drawing some animal people this time. The first animal people drawn in the fortress. There they are. The poor unfortunate necromancer and the poor unfortunate barn owl woman hollow one. So now let's hop on back over in game and celebrate with a barn owl woman hollow one. This is not what we meant to do. Now we'll add the image. There she is, never flying up top. Ah, all right, would you look at that? Another dwarven day of work has been put in. Back outside, getting access to the sun. Looks like they're not vomiting all over the place, which is a good sign. It means they weren't horribly cave adapted. Maybe just a little bit. The weapon traps are being reset. Wow, they're full of corpses. Huh. Mangled corpses of corpses. So that's good. That's a whole lot of equipment. We can just unforbid everything. Look how much stuff we're gonna have. Oh man, all these bolts. We already have thousands of bolts, but we're gonna have even more armor. Let's just unforbid it all. And we actually have a macro we can use that'll speed this up a little bit. No, it's F. This macro doesn't work here. So we'll make a new macro. Every 8 things can be done with 1 click. Wow, it is super slow. Okay, we're gonna do it by hand. That's pretty funny. So let's just take all this gear, and actually we are gonna, some of this might still be worn, hopefully not. Some of it'll be in the pit. We're not gonna open the pit. We are not gonna give our dwarves access to that pit of the one full of zombies, Because if we do, they're immediately going to try to rush in and pick up all those cloaks. So maybe we don't even want to bother unforbidding stuff just yet, because some of it is going to be worn, probably. Some of it's going to be down in with the zombies. It's not worth the risk right now. But yeah, no, the zombies are under this bridge, so and the doors are all locked, so our dwarves won't be heading down there anytime soon. Not just one door locked, but 3 doors. Now the simple dwarf is wondering, just in case we did raise this bridge, would the dwarves try to climb down? Probably not. They would think they don't have access. Oh, the refuse pile's getting full. Something just happened here. Oh, a peasant withdraws from society. Well, that's a really good place to end our show, our dwarven work session. Let's just see which crafts shop this peasant claims. And hopefully this will bring the peasant up to a high level of skill once they, with any luck, finish their artifact. It could be anything, actually, because it's a peasant. If we're really lucky, they'll claim a metalsmith's forge and make us an artifact. Can't be steel, but an artifact, maybe bronze battle axe. That would be about the best. Oh, they're going for the metalsmith forges. How exciting. Okay, well, that's what we're going to start with. Oh, and they're already running off. Already running off to grab something. We should consider forbidding all the soft metals. So that's probably what we'll do at the start of the next session. But for now, we're going to hop on over into the object testing arena for our traditional brutal and bloody finish. Taking any suggestions for combats we'd like to see today? Perhaps a barn owl woman versus a dingo man, or who knows what we could have. We could do the 25 beavers again. That's always fun. We'll start with a barn owl woman and a dingo man, if we don't get any suggestions. Let's see what their fight looks like before we take a rest for the day. So let's see, object testing arena. And just realizing we had a little black bar there. That's okay though. So region 1. Yeah, Ocean Bug says it sounds great. Let's see what happens. All right, we're in the grass zone. We're gonna go creature, dingo man. Okay, that's 1. And then we're gonna go creature, barn owl woman. And they're both independent, so they're gonna go and just try their best. Neither of them skilled. Oh, the barn owl woman lost. That would be as expected, because dingo men are a bit bigger. Barn owl women are about the size of barn owls, after all. Yeah, it slammed into an obstacle. Oh, wait a second. So the barn owl woman slammed into the dingo man and slammed into an obstacle. So the obstacle was the dingo man, probably. Interesting. The battle ended with the dingo man punching the barn owl woman in the head, and her head exploded. Poor thing. Well, she improved her wrestling though. At least she was happy before she died for a moment. Well, that was good. Let's just do one more thing. We'll add a barn owl woman, but this time she's going to be a necromancer. If we can just get it. There we go, necromancer. So we'll try it because we'll see if she'll raise that other barn owl one friend. Did she? Oh. Somebody's been struck down. So barn owl man 1 had a mangled corpse. So did it get up and fight again? It's hard to tell. 9 pages of combat. No, here you go, necromancer gestures. So their original barn owl woman did shudder and begin to move. Oh, and then raised a hand and caused the dingo man to pause, which gave barn owl, the undead one, enough time to bite him in the lower arm, tearing the fat. And then the barn owl necromancer punched the barn owl woman. Oh, so that it seems that it didn't join her team, probably because she was independent, couldn't join her team, something like that. So let's let the combat settle out. See if oh yeah, looks like the dingo died and the necromancer won. That makes sense because necromancers tend to be strong. So let's just a little more fun here before we end it. And we'll say, what's a regular animal? We'll look through the list unless any suggestions come in for a regular animal. Armadillo, that's pretty regular. Aye, could be good. A shark might be funny because there's no water. Boogeyman, oh, bobcat. Let's do a bobcat. So this is on side 1. So we're going to do not just one bobcat, but, oh, this is a necromancer bobcat. Okay, just one necromancer bobcat. It's not a bobcat man. It's just a bobcat necromancer. Okay, there it goes. And oh, somebody's been struck down, but it wasn't the one who was alive there. Things are being raised left and right. This one, is this now a different kind of creature? Like this would seem to be not just, yeah, because it's a lighter shade of green, so it's not a zombie, it's like a hollow one probably. Actually, how do you tell? We can't look at it. They're independent. Barnello Man 1. See, it shows it there, but it doesn't say what its race is or anything, what kind of creature it is. So yeah, this is, as you can see why people are afraid of necromancers. The only survivor is a raised Barnell woman corpse. Wow. So which one was it? Dingo Man corpse, punches Barnell woman corpse. They've lost their numbers. We don't even know if it's number 1 or anything. Oh, that's quite the fight. Yeah. Make sure it stays lethal. Okay. It's almost addictive playing this. So we got a bobcat. Yeah, this is, oops. Oh, right, it's a necromancer. That's okay, they can be necromancers. So we're gonna do a couple more bobcat women, all on the same side. And then if you've seen the way these streams end, you can imagine what's gonna come out next. It's gonna be on an independent side. And we're gonna do a dragonfly woman. Yep. Okay, there we go. A necromancer dragon, wow. It's great doing dragons in the forest arena because everything just gets set on fire and covered in smoke. It's actually amazing that it was still blowing fire for so long. There, Bobcat Man Necromancer 1 is melted. A fitting end. Oh, Bobcat Man Necromancer 11 is melted. Barnell Man 1 is melted. Bobcat Man Necromancer 10 is melted. Melting for all. Now this humble dwarf is going to melt away, but we'll say if you've enjoyed it. We hope you have. Please consider doing whatever you can to help us out with those social media things. You know the drill. All those buttons and follows or links or subscribes or whatever they're called. And we hope you have a great day. And thank you very much. Have a good afternoon, Dwarf Comic. Have a good morning, evening, night, whatever time it is. And this humble dwarf is ever grateful for your presence. Thanks for being here, and we hope to see you next time.